Hello all, welcome to Cloud Technologies, and we are very happy to announce that we are going to provide a free course for MuleSoft for all the freshers and beginners and who want to learn MuleSoft from scratch. This is entirely free course which we are going to release on day by day basis. So it will be a 30 days course, so it is very helpful for you to learn MuleSoft from scratch. And we have explained this course with the real-time project. We have built a real-time project also. In order to explain that, we have created a couple of files and project code as well. So if you want to get those files and projects, please email us with this subject line, request to share level 1 course file. Also, we have an important announcement that we are planning to release a MuleSoft advanced level 2 course very soon. So in this course, we will be discussing most of the topics of MuleSoft, which will help you very well in order to complete level 2 certification as well as to work on complex real-time projects as well. So I hope you will be enjoying that course as well. So if you want to know more details about advanced level course, please contact us via mobile or email. We will be sharing those details. So without further delay, let's get started. Hi. So far you have seen how to create property files and all the stuff, right? So now let's complete a few more steps to complete one API end to end. Remember that we have not completed the implementation yet to pull the data from the database and send it back to the as a response in the required format. That we can see later, because if you understand this stuff end to end, it will be easy for you to follow from next onwards. So that is why we have not done the implementation yet. Let's create an API for this. Let's discuss a few more important topics in this video, so that once you're done with this, you can understand like how you can create an API from requirements stuff to till creating a REST API, right? So once you understand this end to end by creating one API, then we will discuss about API led connectivity, and we will continue with other APIs implementation as well. Fine. So to create an API, you need to go to API Anypoint platform. So we have designed this RAML here, but to create the REST API, we need to go to API manager. Okay. So what is the use of this is like, if you want to provide security for your API, we have a lot of security policies, pre-developed policies available in MuleSoft. I'll show you how to, what are the different policies available. But for now, we will see one policy. Okay. For now, let me, we will see one policy, how to apply a policy, how to test this policy and all one by one. Then the applying remaining policies also same, but each and every policy will have its own purpose that we can discuss later. Okay. So I am just heading up to API manager. As we have created multiple environments, we need to first start with dev environment. Okay. Right. So here no APIs are there as of now. So we have already done the design part of the RAML for the library management system API. So for that system API, now we are going to create a REST API here in API manager. Okay. So to do that, we need to create add API, add new API. We have another two options also, promote API from environment, which is useful to promote this API from lower environments to higher environment. Here higher environment means production, lower environment means dev. In between the stage is also there. So once you're done with this dev API, then if everything is working fine, instead of creating new API in stage and production, we can just promote this dev API to the other environments as well. That for that purpose it is useful. And here import API from GIF file. This also we have seen while importing this RAML, whereas my old account is expired, right? So this option is useful. Whenever you have any backup of any API with all policies, you can just upload that GIF file. It will be created a new API here, right? So as we have not created any API till now, let's create one API. Remember, you need to do this in dev environment and click on add API, click on add new API. Here you will find three different options. Select runtime. Three different options are there. If you are familiar with old version of this Anypoint platform, you will not see any of these options. You will see only Mule Gateway directly and it will deploy it. But recently MuleSoft has introduced these three different options to make more flexible, because Mule Gateway is specific to Mule applications which are deployed in our Cloudhub. Flex Gateway is, see here, is designed to manage and secure APIs running anywhere. For example, if our implementation is not there in our runtime manager, the project or implementation is available in any other server like Apache Tomcat server or Kubernetes, like that. You can, you can manage that application by using this Flex Gateway in Cloudhub. We will see more details while we are discussing about the deploying models. If you are already aware of this, just go to our channel, where I have already published a deployment models video long back. Just go through that. You will understand what is the use of different deployment models. What are the different deployment models available in MuleSoft. Okay, so this Flex Gateway is not for us, because now we are deploying our application in our Mule Cloudhub itself. So we need to use Mule Gateway. And another one is also there, Service Mesh option. Here it is specific to Kubernetes based non-Mule microservices. Those applications are not Mule applications, like maybe Java applications or any other code applications. If they want to manage those applications in our Cloudhub, they can create API for those applications in our Cloudhub. But for now, just just remember, you need to select Mule Gateway, because we deployed our application in our own Mule Cloudhub. So you need to use Mule Gateway, which is specific to Mule applications. Right, so come down. You can you can leave default as it is connected to the existing application, because we already deployed I'll again redeploy it because this is new account. But if you remember, we already deployed that application in our runtime manager. So existing application, you want to apply this API, right? Mule version is Mule 4. It is the latest version which we are using. Mule 3 is a old version. Now maybe after a few days it will be deprecated. So remember, you need to use Mule 4 only. Now click next. Now here you have to select the RAML. Okay. So see, here the checkbox is select API from Exchange. Here in your account, if you have any specification, it will show here. We have only one specification. Remaining 6 are fragments which are not directly invocable as a REST API. So we have only one specification as of now. That is IBS Library Management API. So this has shown here. You need to select your API. And maybe you can just leave everything as it is, because this is the RAML we have done, and latest version is also already there. The asset version is also latest one, so it will automatically select the latest version only. So just observe this. Here instance label, it is optional. This is optional. Client provider, here it is Anypoint. Means by default it is there, because our application is in MuleSoft only, so it will be by default it gets selected. Click next. Here upstream URL, here this is the actual URL where we need to mention, like here we need to mention like our implementation URL. If you remember, we deployed our application in our previous video, two videos back or something. We have tested it through Postman with that Cloudhub API domain URL, right? That URL you have to give here. Maybe you can just click on next. You can give it later. It is not the mandatory one. This is the optional one. But remember that you need to replace this. Okay. Then now click save. If you want to edit, you can edit anything, but if you don't want, you can just click save. So now one REST API is created in API Manager for your IBS Library Management SAPI RAML. Now, whenever an API is created in API Manager, one ID will get generated, which is nothing but API instance ID. This ID is getting generated, so you need to note down this ID somewhere. You can take it again. You come back to this, but just for the safe side, just copy somewhere. So API ID dev environment IBS library management SAPI. What is the ID? So this is unique to every API, regardless of the free accounts or paid accounts. Any account, if you are going to deploy any, create any REST API, one unique ID will get generated for that API. By using this API ID, we will establish a communication between your API and your implementation. Because your implementation is there in runtime manager, you are going to do the code development in Anypoint Studio, right? But your REST API is there in Cloudhub. So to apply any policies or to provide any security to your implementation code, your actual implementation code, while you're deploying it into runtime manager, you need to apply all the security policies and all by using this API manager. Here we have policies. By using this, we can apply the policies. But how this API manager will know these policies should be applied to which implementation? Because in real time, we have multiple implementations are there. We may need to implement hundreds of implementation applications, or 20, maybe 20 or 30 implementations are there, maybe, for example, right? So if you apply any policy here, it should know, like, this is the raml. On top of this raml, on top of this REST API, you need to apply the security by using the policies. But how these policies will be applicable to your implementation, your actual code, how these policies will get implemented? So to establish this communication between this API and your implementation code, we have a feature called auto discovery. Okay, so we need to configure one element just like we did for properties, right? In global elements, to make sure the property file to be which property file to be enabled. Like that, we have created one configuration properties global element, and we have given the file name here dynamically, right? So just like that, we need to configure one component called auto discovery in your implementation code. Because this is my implementation code, right? Here I need to add one element or one configuration called auto discovery. Then I need to give this API instance ID in that auto discovery. Every API will get a unique instance ID, right? As I said earlier. So this ID I need to configure here in my implementation. So by using this ID, when I add this ID into my implementation and I redeploy my application, then this API and your implementation will establish the communication. And see, now this API status is unregistered. It is unregistered yet. It just created, but it is unregistered. So to make this, whenever this API is active state, then only the policies will get applied to your implementation. So whenever you complete that auto discovery setup, whenever you deploy that application into Cloudhub with auto discovery ID, then your API status will also become active, so that you can come to conclusion, like whenever any policies you applied here in this API, those policies will be internally applied to your implementation to provide security. Right? So remember this process. So as I said, like let me just open this in another window, maybe. Yeah, so as this is the new account I have created, I don't have any applications now, so I'll deploy the application along with this API auto discovery itself instead of doing double time. Okay, so to do that, I need to capture this instance ID, and now we have the property files, right? So now what we have, okay, let me show you that other thing. So we need to add the auto discovery. So to add all the global elements, you need to create those global elements in global.xml only. So come to global.xml file, come to global elements here, click on create. Here search for auto. See, API auto discovery, one component is there. But here, see, you need to configure two values, API ID, which is, we just copied the instance ID. The instance ID you need to give here, right? The flow name, you need to select the main flow. Okay, by default API kit router generates one main flow, right? You can directly select that main flow, because internally the API kit router component will route all the requests to the specific request. So the policies will applicable there. right. But remember one thing, you should not give any values directly like this. You need to put this into a property file and then read it from there, right? That is a thumb rule. So to do that, maybe I can show you here, then I can add there. Okay, so here we can give one another thing, like API is root element and tab id colon, in double quotations you need to give that id. So let me add this line in all the property file, but before that maybe we can uh, invoke this api.id, right? So dollar symbol, flower braces, api.id, a1 a only capital letter. Okay, let's remember this, and let's create this configuration in all of our properties files starting from local. So just adjust the space, API colon, this is the root element, click tab and give id colon space, in double quotation give the, sorry, now it got copied, in double quotation copy the value, right? So just like this, just copy these two lines in all properties file. So whenever you do any change, you need to just start with the local, then dev, then go for stage, then prod. This is the order we need to follow while working with different environments, because any new change, anything, we need to first test it locally, then you need to test it in the lower environment, in the dev environment, then you need to promote or move to other higher environment of stage, then finally you need to move this to prod, right? You need to follow that process. So that is why even properties also I'm just adding it local.yaml first, then dev.yaml, then stage.yaml, then prod.yaml. This values actually you can add in any order, but to remember that process, to remember that steps, I just follow the same process, I mean same flow. Okay, right. So I am saving all the files now. Yeah, so I have added auto discovery also, right? So now what I can do, I can yeah, I did some changes now, so I need to commit this code and then I'll deploy this into Cloudhub. So I have these many modified files, so I need to add all the changes. Now git status, right? Now I need to commit this, so git commit -m, in the quotations I am saying like auto discovery changes, right? So now I need to push it to remote repository, git push origin. So whenever you did one change, any working change, it's better to commit the code. Okay, so it is still showing this error mark. Let me just close this and open this project. Yay, yeah, so it's gone. Let me open it. Now everything looks good. Now let me deploy this application into Cloudhub. So I'm just following the normal process. Sorry, it got stuck again. Deploy to Cloudhub, but once it is deployed, we need to send a couple of properties. We need to configure couple of properties in runtime properties. First thing is the environment value we need to send env equal to dev or local, right? Then apart from that, you need to give a couple of other properties which is related to this auto discovery. I'll show you how you can give that. Okay, so let me just start the deployment. Meanwhile it will get deployed. So we need to select the Cloudhub 1.0 old version, then it is already there because I have deployed this in my old account, right? So can give like sep. Okay, so this is the problem, right? Okay, so I have given this name in my old account. It is showing duplicate for me because Cloudhub 1.0 is common to everyone, right? So I'm just deploying my application. Let it deploy. Meanwhile, I'll capture those properties for auto discovery in one notepad. Then I'll resume the video. I have it in my another account. So I'll capture it and I'll resume the video. I'll pause it now once it started deployment. Deployment started now. Okay, I'll resume. Sorry, I'll pause the video. I'll capture those values. I'll explain them. Then I'll resume it. Okay. So it is still deploying. I'll show you those four properties. So these are the four properties we need to add: anypoint platform client ID, client secret, and platform analytics based URI, and platform based URI. So you can copy the same, I mean you can give the same key, same value, even if this is common for everyone. But you need to capture your client ID, client secret specific to your environment. First let's gather this information before it deployed. Then we need to apply these properties and we need to redeploy our application. Right? So where these values are available, how we can capture it live, you need to go to access management. Now we are deploying this application or this API into dev environment, right? If you remember, we have already created a couple of environments, 3 environments we have created. So you need to go to that particular environment and capture the client ID and client secret. So every environment will have its own client ID and client secret. So in the access management, go to business groups, click on your business group, go to environments tab, you will see your environments here. So now we are deploying this application into dev environment, right? So click on dev. It will show you the client ID and client secret. This is unique to every account. If you have your free account, this client ID secret is different for you. This is my account, so these values are specific to my trial account. Okay, so this step you need to pay attention and copy your own environment client ID and client secret. Don't give the values which I am showing now. So now what you have to do, you need to copy all these properties and you need to add these properties here. Let's click on the application, go to logs. It is still not showing, right? Actually, once your auto discovery variables are is applicable, then your application will show that the API is active or something. But see here, you have some environment, some exception. Could not find the configuration property env. Even we didn't give this value. We have seen how to provide this env value in Anypoint Studio in runtime configuration, but we have not discussed here yet. So go to settings. No problem if it is not deployed, also no problem. You can go to properties tab here. Give env is the key, value is dev. That is the first one. Next one, so by using this, what will happen? It will go to your, once your application is deployed, it will go to your properties folder. It will access the dev.yaml file. It will take the values from there. Okay, and then you can come to here. This you can add one by one key value pairs. One by one key value you can give manually, or else I have a trick for you. Maybe they already know. You can just go to text view and copy paste all the values over there. It will create keys. Oh, sorry, I just clicked on deploy application. See, once you go back to the table view, it will automatically show you the values. Okay, so once you given that values, I have accidentally clicked this app apply changes, but you need to click that apply changes to deploy your application again. Okay, so you need to deploy your application. As our application is not deployed for the first time, also it is showing stop state. You need to just click start, then these values will take place, because it throws error for environment variable is not available, right? So that is why one exception is there, but now it should work. Now this time observe, see, and you need to observe one more thing also. I have deployed it 4:30 now. One entry is created, one log message is created. So now I have deployed it again at 16:40. I mean 4:40. Now another log entry is created. The deployment time is also shown here. So by using this, you can see when this application is deployed, at what time. You can just check this. It is showing today, right? If you visit this tomorrow, it will show you the exact date. So by using this also, you can get the information like on which date, at what time this application is deployed, or by whom it is deployed. Okay, so now let's be in the logs page only for now. I want to show you something, because earlier this API manager, let me go back to API manager. That API status is shown like unregistered, right? So once you apply this auto discovery, and once you add those four properties into runtime properties, this is what I said. Runtime properties means these properties. These properties are called runtime properties. You can give any runtime properties here. If you give any value here, this value will override the studio properties. Okay, so what I am trying to say, like, yeah. So I'll just open another window. It is still unregistered, this API, right? So let's observe these logs. I will show you one thing. Once this is the changes are applied, it will show you your API is unblocked, and the instance ID also shown here in the logs. Let's wait for that message. So if you see that message, you can blindly understand, like, yeah, auto discovery change is applied successfully, and your API will become active soon in some minutes. What is this? Again, your application is failed. Cannot find the resource. Properties dev.yaml. Okay. Okay, I think I did some mistake while configuring this properties. Here we have configured like properties slash env.yaml. Why it is throwing error? Let me just one second. Let me check it once. Copy qualified name. Okay, paste it somewhere. It is showing properties slash dev.yaml. Okay, I have given slash in wrong way, I guess. Yeah, maybe just let's correct this. I have given backward slash, but here it is forward slash. Okay, So we need to redeploy again. Okay, yeah, let me redeploy it. Sorry, yeah, is that window opened? Okay, let's see now what will happen. Okay, it may take some time. Just I'll pause the video. Once it is deployed, I'll resume it because it will take at least 5 to 10 minutes now. I don't want to waste this time. Okay, I'll pause it. I'll show you once it is deployed. It is still deploying. And if you can see in the logs, it should start another entry once it start deployed. Yeah, third one entry also started 1647. Okay, I'll resume it. Okay, I'll pause the video. I'll resume it later. So now it is deployed. Okay, it turns to green. I didn't change anything after that property file change. Okay, but you can observe something. See now the API key. This is the instance ID. This is showing now unblocked and available. You should see this message to make you to understand your auto discovery is applied successfully or not. And once you come here, you can refresh this API manager. That API status should turn to active instead of unregistered. Yeah, now it is active and green symbol is there, right? So now it's good to apply any policy in your implementation on top of your implementation through your API here. Okay, so before that, as this URL is changed, let me just frame the URL without the what is that, without client ID policies and all. So I'm just going to Postman. So as of now, you have not, we have not yet applied any policies. No policies are there. But in RAMLs, we mentioned like client ID, client secret is the mandatory headers. It will ask you for any some dummy values of client ID, client secret. But once you apply that client ID policy, it will validate those values as well. I'll show you that. So first let's understand the client ID secret policy in this video. Once we discussed more about the security, then we will see the other policies as well. Right, so yeah, this is the URL. Earlier it is available, right? Maybe just I can change this. And I have given client ID secret in some garbage values, right? So it should it is giving 200. Okay, list libraries flow because we have just added this data view as of now, right? But if you this client ID client secrets are not getting validated. Okay, let's apply. You can give any values here because we don't have any policy. We didn't apply any policy yet. Let's apply a policy. Let's see. Okay, so to do that, you need to just open that API manager and click on that API, your API, and go to policies. And here click on add policy. Okay, now search for client ID. Client ID enforcement policy is there. This is a compliance policy. Whenever you apply a policy, it will expect the client ID, client secret in the header part of your API to test it, to authenticate it. Okay, so click on next. So client underscore ID, client underscore secret. These two are the keys to be represented in your headers, which we have already added in our RAML also. So we no need to add any RAML changes now. right? So what you have to do, once you select that, you can just click on apply. No need to change anything, but for your understanding purpose, see here in the advanced options, two options will be there: apply configuration to all API method and resources, apply configuration to specific API method and resources. This might be one of your interview question. So if you apply any policy, how the default behavior. So default behavior is it will apply that particular policy to all API methods and resources. It means we have four API, four methods and three resources, right? So it will apply for all the three methods and all the four resources, all the four, three resources and four methods. But if you want to specifically apply this policy to, sometimes requirements is like only post request should be restricted, get request will be available for everyone without these policies and all. Like that, you might have some requirements. In that case, what you can do, you can select this apply configuration to specific API method and resources. You can just select that exact method and maybe exact resource, right? So in that case, you can control this policy is to be applied to only specific method and resources. But for now, we can select the default one, which is like it will apply for all methods and resources. You need to click apply. So once you click on apply, this policy is applied to your REST API. Okay, and now maybe let's click the same. It will take some time to apply the configuration because you have not given the valid client ID secrets. No, it should validate it. It should do something. Okay, but before that, maybe I can show you how you can get the actual client ID secret, because it will take some time to sync up. Let's wait 1 or 2 minutes, then test it. What I'm trying to see here is it should tell you like some error. You will not get you should not get 200 OK success response. You will get like invalid client or invalid client secret, like that. You need to get those errors because now we applied the policy, but we have given some dummy values for this client ID and client secret. All right, maybe 1 or 2 minutes. Let's wait and test it again. And one more thing, like from where we can get this actual client ID client secret values. That is also we need to understand and we need to get it. Let me try now. See, now it is showing unauthorized. It means now the policy is applied successfully to your implementation. I didn't change anything. Unauthorized, and it is showing invalid client. Earlier it is working with even dummy values also, because we didn't apply the policy, but we have just added these headers in RAML. But now it shows invalid client. So until unless you have given the actual original client ID and client secret instead of dummy values, until unless you have given that, it won't work. It won't give you success response. It won't give you access to talk to your implementation and get the success response. So from where we will get this client ID and client secret. So to do that, what you have to do, you can just go to Exchange, where your API specification is published. Go to Exchange and go to your specification, not the fragment, the main API specification. Here you will find one option called request access, right? So here it's okay. Here you need to select your instance ID, because our API is now available in dev only. We have created in demo. We have not yet promoted it to stage or prod. It is available in only dev. So it is showing only dev instance. If in case if your API is, the same API is available in all the environments, it will show all the environment instances as well. You need to select accordingly as per your requirement. So as of now, I need to get access to this dev API. So I need to select the dev and select application. Here you can just create one application name. This application is called client application. Client means who will consume that API. So now we are going to create one client application. So you can give any meaningful name. Library management dev. Maybe I just give this, and you don't need to fill anything, just click on create. Sometimes you will have SLA tires also. For free account it is not available. For your licensed accounts, your organization account, it will be available, the SLA tires also. You can select that option as well. Okay, now you need to click on request access. See, now it is showing client ID and client secret for you. The actual values, these are the actual client ID, client secret for you to test this application. So you can copy somewhere, or you can just directly paste it here instead of these values. Just remove this value, paste that client ID, and you need to have this somewhere, because this page will not be accessible again. To access this client ID secret, again you need to follow another process. But to avoid that, what you can do, like you can just copy these values somewhere in the notepad. That is actually useful for you, right? So dev API, which API? IBS library management, client enforcement policy. Now that this is the client secret, and the first one is the client ID. I have just saved it somewhere in the notepad. Okay, so now go to your exchange. Now so now we have received the actual client ID, client secret, and I have given the actual client ID secret here. Now click on send. This time you need to get 200 success response, right? Because you have given the actual client ID, client secret. Okay, so this is how you need to apply any policy to a API on top of your REST, RAML. And to link this API to your implementation, you need to configure that auto discovery. This entire process we should follow for each and every API, regardless of system API, process API, or experience API. You need to follow all these steps as it is for all the APIs which you are going to implement, right? So that is why I have shown you the entire process from end to end for one API, one single API. Now you will understand like what steps we need to follow for all the APIs, right? So let me just go back here. I just noted down some points to cover in this video. Yeah, so we have yeah, we have covered everything, right? So in this topic, maybe we can stop this video for now to avoid confusion. So we have seen auto discovery, we have seen how to create REST API, and we have seen how to apply any policies. So we have applied only one policy as of now, but going forward we will see other policies as well once we're done with the implementation of this. Right, so thank you. Let's meet in another video. Thank you. Please do practice, okay?
Hello, hi, welcome to Cloud Technologies. In this video, we are going to discuss what is API-led connectivity in MuleSoft, which is the most important one and primary one when you are facing any MuleSoft interview, or even in development also you need to make sure what is API-led connectivity to implement this. So let's discuss this in this video. Before that, if you are visiting our channel for the first time, please subscribe, share, and like our Cloud Technologies, and please press the bell icon so that you will get notified whenever we uploaded a new video. You won't miss any updates. And we are sorry we took some time to upload these videos due to this pandemic, and from now onwards, we will try to upload videos very fast for your convenience. Okay, so let's get started. Okay, so without wasting any time, let's get into the topic today. So today we are going to discuss about what is API-led connectivity. Okay, so in MuleSoft, we are actually going to implement a lot of APIs, right? Because this is an integration platform. We are going to integrate a couple of APIs. Most everything is an API. It may be SOAP API or REST API. Regardless of those SOAP or a REST API, everything almost API. So what is this API-led connectivity? Is this a new technology or a tool or something else? Right, so let's discuss this. So API led connectivity is not it's not any tool or a technique something. This is just a method or an approach. This is just an approach, just like a formula, to connect data and applications through couple of reusable and purposeful APIs. So if you are pointing out this first point, okay, so just remember these two words. We will get into details going forward. Okay, so we have a lot of APIs. We have, for example, we have 10 different APIs. We need to share the data between these APIs, okay, and connect these applications together by using these reusable purposeful APIs. Okay, and what is API-led connectivity? It's a kind of like a microservice kind of stuff. Like instead of building everything into a single API, we will segregate the purpose of a particular business logic into one API, system data connection in one API, experience of that user into another API. Like that, we will segregate different APIs and we will connect them together to achieve some requirement. Okay, so why what is the use of this and what is the advantage of this is like we have different APIs. Okay, so is there any change, any modification, any change need to be done in any one API? Maintain a separate logic into a separate API. So if any same requirement acquire in future, you no need to build that API from scratch. You can just directly reuse this API from your asset. Okay, and if you can go through these points, see, API-led business model is a fundamental change. It's thinking on how business engage their partners and customers through APIs, because we have a lot of APIs to build on. By using all these APIs, it is very easy to maintain uh, their assets for a particular organization, to share their assets. Okay, you will get to know once we will see all the layers and everything. At the end of this video, you will get to know what I meant by these points. Okay, so yeah, so let's get into the details. API-led connectivity is built on three different layers approach. Okay, and don't get confused and don't expect like these three layers are to be visible somewhere, or these to be configured somewhere like that. It's just it's just an API. We are just naming it the three different layers of APIs by using their purpose. Okay, so in API-led connectivity, we have three different layers. Okay, experience layer, process layer, system layer, but we will go from bottom to top. Okay, because system layer is the one which is the primary one and which is the most important one and mandatory layer for any API. Okay, so we will come in this way: system layer, process layer, and experience layer. But why we put experience layer on the top? This is the API which we are going to expose to your end users. Okay, so let's discuss one by one. Okay, so, and again I am repeating, don't expect these layers are visible somewhere in your MuleSoft environment, or we no need to configure anything separately for this. Okay, system layer, nothing but system API. This is just an API, just a normal REST API, but we will name it as a system API because the purpose of this API is to connect the data from another database end system or something. Okay, so let's see what is system layer. So this is the main layer. In any API, in any API implementation, you should have at least one system layer, system API, because this is the main one which will connect to that actual end systems and get the core data, raw data. Okay, because for example, if you are going to implement a Salesforce to database integration, okay, to connect to the database and get the data from that data, we need to build an API that is called system API. To connect to Salesforce and to connect the data, to get the data from that Salesforce or push the data to the Salesforce, we need to connect to the Salesforce endpoint, actual endpoint, right? So that is a separate API we are going to build. That is another system API. That is Salesforce system API, and this is database system API. So like that, whenever you are going to interact with any actual data system to get the data from that actual system, you need to build an API and we need to name it as a system API. And this system API never ever exposed to the client because the actual raw data is available here. So we should not expose this system API or system layer to end users. This is only developers' purpose, like our purpose. We are going to build the system API, process API, and we should not provide the system API, process API details to the end users. End users means who are going to utilize your application, who are going to consume your application or your API into their services. So we should not provide these two details to end users. Okay. So the system API is nothing but the API which is actually connecting to the actual system to get the raw data. Okay. Then process layer. So as in our example, we are integrating Salesforce to database, right? So we have two system APIs. One is one system API to connect to the Salesforce and get the push the data. Another system API is to connect to the database to read and write the data to database. So these two are two different system APIs. Then what is process layer? So on top of your system API, you can have process layer. Because again, these three are three different APIs. That's it. We are just going to connect these three different APIs in a meaningful way. We will see that. So process API is nothing but it is actually to combine the two or three more, two or more different system APIs based on the purpose of the data which you are going to use. See, for example, we have a Salesforce system API, we have database system API, but we need to fetch some data from database and some data from Salesforce, and we need to do some transformations. We will provide the transformated output JSON to your end user. So in that way, you will have one process API, and in that process API, you can just invoke these two system APIs and do the transformations and everything and deliver this data to your experience layer. That's it. So the actual business logic, actual transformation, filtering, aggregating, routing, everything, the transformations, everything will reside in process API layer. So in your system API, you are just going to connect to that particular system and get the raw data. Send that raw data as it is to the as a response. That's it. In process layer, if needed, if you need to combine two or more system APIs, you need to invoke all the four system APIs and get the raw data or response data from all the four system APIs and combine them, transform the data into the required format of that client and send that as a response to experience API. Okay, that is the use of process API. So if you in your project, if you have any requirement like to combine any two different APIs, do some transformations, send the data into JSON format or XML format, you need. Okay, and the last layer is experience API. You will invoke the system API into process API into experience API. So this is the one, the experience API. We are going to expose this to our end users or clients. For example, if any Salesforce team need to consume your MuleSoft API, you need to provide this endpoint. You need to provide experience API endpoint to that Salesforce team. They will consume your API, and internally this experience API will invoke process API and system API. So it will get data from system API, it will do the transformations, and all the transformed final output will send to experience API. So this API you will provide this to your end users. So your end user will invoke this experience API and they will get the data out of it. But internally it will invoke all these two APIs. Okay, so don't get confused. We will see one example so that you will get more clarity about it. Okay, so in this experience API, because we are going to provide this endpoint to the different users, the end users, we need to make sure our experience API is more secure. So by using our API policies or any OAuth authentication or any other API policies, we need to secure our experience API with HTTPS endpoint and with all the policies or with OAuth token or any other token generation technique as per your project requirement. So you need to make sure your experience API is more secure before deliver this endpoint to your client. And this API will consume by different audience, like this experience API is different from mobile to web application. For example, let's take Facebook or net banking. You Let's take HDFC Bank. Okay, you have an app in mobile, so the look and feel of that mobile app is different, and the look and feel of that HDFC net banking while you log in through browser in your laptop is different, right? So like that, different audience, like web application or mobile application, different audience consumed your experience API. So in that case, if they need any specific validations or any specific transformations to that particular API for this process API response, those kind of validations or those kind of transformations you will do in experience layer. Though because different users consume this experience API, so in this experience API you will have different flows. One is for mobile application, one is for web application, and you can do that validations and all. You can deliver this to client, but the actual business logic is resides in process API. The actual raw data is resides in system API. Okay, so this end user who are going to consume this experience API, they won't have access to modify this business logic or modify this system API. So your APIs are, your raw data is more secure in that case as well. Okay, so that is about the three layers: system API, process API, and experience API. Let's see more details about this. Okay, so okay, in this case okay, yeah. So in this case, what is the advantages of this API-led connectivity? As we divided these APIs into three different layers, multiple APIs. Okay, we can reuse these APIs whenever the same requirement occurs in your project. So that is the one primary advantage. Primary advantage of your API-led connectivity is reusability. So it will reduce overall integration costs, because if one project requires some, for example, logging or error handling, we can build this logging or error handling as separate REST APIs. We will utilize the same API in any other integration projects which you are going to work on MuleSoft inside your organization, within your organization. So they no need to build that APIs again from scratch, so they can just reuse it. That will reduce the overall cost, development, integration cost, everything it will reduce. For example, so like that, if any same API is available in the your internal organization, you no need to build it again, you can just reuse it. So that is the primary advantage of API led connectivity. Okay, yeah. Another one is like identify operation and monitoring requirements. It means like for experience layer, you are going to apply all these SLAs and security policies or any other non-functional requirements. Also, you are going to apply on experience API. But for system and process API, you don't need to do anything, because those are internal to our organization. We are not going to expose system and process APIs. Okay, so in that way, we are going to segregate what are the operation and monitoring requirements, what are the function non-functional requirements. So that is one of the advantage. And another thing is layering of APIs increases control over all the integration efforts, because we have different system APIs, different process APIs, different experience APIs, and we will aware of that, which one is going to modify in case of any change needed. So we have all the complete control on one end-to-end integration. So in case of any defects or any enhancements needed, any defects occur, we have complete control on these APIs to save some time to fix that efforts, defects and all. Okay, so this will save a lot of efforts, and it will help the organization to segregate their assets as we discussed earlier. So in organization, if they have a lot of system APIs, process APIs, and experience APIs, they will just segregate them into different APIs so that they can reuse it whenever the need comes. And as we all know, these all APIs are loosely coupled, as we discussed. We segregated this into different APIs. Loosely coupled means if any change we did in one API, that won't affect that another API. So there is no point-to-point connection implemented here. So This is very easy to modify whenever the change is needed. So these are the couple of advantages of API-led connectivity. And another few points to be noted here, because some confusion will be there for the freshers who are going to hear this API-led connectivity for the first time. So just for them, I just noted down few points here to make them more clarity. Okay, so this is not a technology and this is not a thing. I mean API-led connectivity. Okay, we don't need to see, we are not going to see these layers anywhere. We are just going to implement different APIs, different REST APIs, just we have did for any other REST API, and we will name this API in a meaningful way, such that if it is a system API, process API, or experience API, based on the purpose of that API, we are going to name that API. That is the one point you need to be remember. And it's not mandatory to have all three API layers in each and every integration. For example, if in your organization you are into a project, in that project you no need to implement all the three layers, system, processor, experience, API, three layers you no need to implement for your particular integration, because the requirement of that API will depends upon the number of vendor I mean number of the vCores they have as per their license. That is one thing. And another thing, if there is no transformation needed for that integration, for example, system API is mandatory for each and every integration, that is for sure. But that process API or experience API, among them, few integrations, few projects need both the process and experience API based on their requirements, and few don't need. Why? Because, for example, if one project or one integration need to get the data from the system as it is, then there is no business logic, there is no transformation. So what layer we can avoid here? Business logic transformations will reside in process layer. So we can avoid this process API. We can directly implement the experience API on top of your system API, and we can expose that experience API to your end users. So in that way, we can eliminate process API. And in some cases, we are just going to publish the transformations into some any queue, any point time queue, or Amazon SQ, Amazon queue, something. Because it means like you no need to do any your end users won't have any UI, any experience kind of stuff. So in that case, you can eliminate experience API. You can just do the process API, and you can do the transformations and all. You can just publish this that output JSON to some queue wherever your project requires. So that's there the API led connectivity ends. So it depends, like based on your project requirement or based on your infrastructure. Like if you have all the vCores required vCores are there for you to deploy all these three APIs, like that, based on your infrastructure and based on your project requirements, based on your client requirement, you are going to have all these three layers. But this is not mandatory to have the three layers, but MuleSoft will support segregate this. MuleSoft will suggest segregate all your integrations into these kind of three different layers to maintain it easily. System API is mandatory for each and every API. Remaining two or it depends. Okay, so don't get confused. If you won't see these three layers in your project, don't get confused. That is not API connectivity. That is also API connectivity approach, but depends on your project. They will eliminate one of the layer. Okay, see, and how these three layers are going to be invoked in one another. That would be the first question coming to your mind, as if you are a fresher, if you are hearing this first time. Okay, so that we will see. This third point we will discuss with an example. Okay, and implement all SLA security policies and any private port, any HTTP, DLBs, everything we are going to implement in experience API, experience layer, that will provide more security to your API. We no need to implement. We no need to worry about more for security point of view for your lower layers like system API and process API. You no need to worry about more security kind of stuff. There should be a security. We will implement just an SSL handshake or any other low level security. That would be better. That would be fine. But your experience API, you need to be more careful, because you are going to expose that experience API to your end users. So you need to be make sure each and every aspect of your security to be maintained in experience layer before deliver the endpoint to your client. Okay, and again, stop adding unnecessary layers if there is no need for it. If you don't have any UI, just eliminate the experience API. If you don't have any business logic or any transformations, just eliminate process API, go for system and experience API, like that. Okay. Let's try to understand this more clear way in some example. So, for example, if you have Salesforce, SAP, and database integration in your project, so what you are going to do for all the real-time systems, like where you are going to get the raw data. In our example, you have three different systems: SAP, Salesforce, and database. So, you should have these three different system APIs. Okay, it is again you need to combine this into one system API or anything that will purely depends upon your requirement. But in general, I am going to explain. If you have three different systems, the ideal way to implement API led connectivity is to have three different system APIs. Okay, let's say this is a Salesforce system API. One second. And this is SAP system API, and the third one is database system API. These three will come under system API layer, system layer. You can name it as system API, so that you will assume that these three will come under system layer. Okay, and we have, yeah, this is Salesforce, this is SAP, and this is database. And while deploying these, I mean, these three are three different APIs. It means these three are three different REST APIs, normal REST APIs. You will assume that, but you can name it as, while deploying it into Cloudhub, or while deploying it, while creating this project, you can name it as uh, Salesforce System API, SAP System API, Database System API, Sys API, or F API. Naming conventions again will differ from project to project or company to company. Okay, you will just name it as, while deploying this application into your Cloud Hub, you need to append some prefix suffix as SAPI or SYS API to identify this API as a system API. But in general, this is a normal REST API. Okay, so you can name it as Salesforce Yes API and SAP SAP Sys API. SAPI Sys API both are same. The naming conventions, as I said, like it will depends upon your project or your company. Every company or every project or every client has their own naming conventions. Okay, so again this is a database system API, DB hyphen sys API. So like that you have these three system APIs, and your requirement, your business logic requirement is to have employee data. Let's assume that employee data resides in these three different APIs. Okay, like the personal details are there in Salesforce API, organization details like that particular employee company details are available in this SAP details, SAP system, or that employee salary details or credit card details, any bank details resides in database API. Let's assume that. Okay, so in that way, in your business logic is to get all the employee data combinedly together into a JSON format. Let's assume that is your requirement. So what you have to do, you have to first connect to these three systems individually and get the details of that employee in three different ways, and you need to combine these three different employee details into a single JSON format: personal details, organization details, and bank details. And you need to provide that complete employee data in a JSON format, and you need to send that JSON to your end user. That is your final output. So to implement that, we should have system APIs, process APIs, and experience APIs. Okay, see, uh, database, yes API. Okay, these three are system API layer, and you will have one process API to integrate all this together and transform the data. So what you have to do, you need to invoke, you need to create this process API, and you need to invoke these three different system APIs into this process API. Let's name this process API as employee process API, employee PRC API. Again, this is another REST API. This is a normal REST API, but we just name it as employee process API to identify this is a process API. In here, the actual business logic resides. Okay, so let's as discussed, Salesforce has personal details, bank organizational details, bank details, complete employee details combined here by invoking these three different APIs into this REST API. How we can invoke this REST API? We already know how to invoke any REST API. You need to use HTTP request. Let's assume that this is your process API. You need to implement a flow, and you need to use this HTTP request connector, and here you need to invoke that system API like this. As you need to invoke three different system APIs, you need to have three different flows or any single flow. You need to have three different HTTP request connectors to invoke these three APIs into your process API. So let's assume that this is your process API. We have one REST connector here, HTTP request connector here. Like this, you need to have three different connectors. You need to provide the URL details and all, because these three are three different REST APIs, right? So we are going to deploy these three different APIs as a three applications into your runtime manager, your Cloudhub. Salesforce sapi.cloudhub.com, SAP sysapi cloudhub.com, DB sysapi cloudhub.com. Likewise, we have three different applications deployed in Cloudhub. So each and every application deployed in Cloudhub have a specific URL, right? As we know earlier. So that URL you need to invoke here by using this REST API, I mean HTTP request connector. Likewise, you need to implement one REST API that you need to name it as a process API. You can invoke by all these system APIs by using HTTP requester, and you need to get all the employee details and transform here as per the client requirement, and provide a okay. So your business logic and actual output, actual response is there in your process API, but you should not provide this process API directly to your end user. So you need to create one experience API. You can name it as employee exp API, means employee experience API. So in this employee experience API, just invoke this process API. So your process API will send this employee details JSON as a response to your experience API, right? So again, this process API you need to invoke in experience API by using HTTP request. Don't get confused, okay? So in this process API, you are going to have three different connectors like this HTTP request, and you are going to invoke three APIs. You need to get the combined data and transform it. You can send this as a JSON format. That's the process API implementation will be completed, and you need to deploy this process API into Cloudhub. So once you deploy this API into Cloudhub, you will generate one URL. That URL you need to invoke here in your experience API as a HTTP request connector, like this, because this process API is also again a REST API. So likewise, you need to invoke here. So this is your final output. This is your experience API, and this endpoint you are going to provide this endpoint to your end user, which means once you implement this experience API, once you invoke this process API into this experience API, you need to deploy this experience API into Cloudhub, where you will get one endpoint. Endpoint is nothing but the Cloudhub URL, okay, with get or put method something. So for example, we deployed this application as emp exp API dot cloudhub dot io, because once you deploy any application to Cloudhub, it will add one URL at the end of your API name, right? The region name and all. So cloudhub.io. So and you will get you have implemented this employee API by using EMPLOY, employee resource of REST API, and this is your HTTP URL you need to make it as HTTPS URL by applying security in this experience API. So this is your endpoint, experience API endpoint. See, EXP API. This is your experience API endpoint. This endpoint you are going to give you are going to provide this URL to your end users or consumers. They will invoke this endpoint and they will get the details. So once they call once the consumers call your experience API, what will happen? They will hit the API here, and this API internally invoke this process API and get the details. But before getting the details, this process API should invoke all these three system APIs to get the actual data, and again combines it. Response come here, and from here the response go to experience API, and from this experience API the response will go to your end client, the end user. Clear? I hope you understand this, and once you practice this, you will get more details. You will get better understanding once you practice this. Okay, let's say this is your end user. So once your end user will invoke your experience API. Experience API will invoke process API. Process API will invoke all these three system APIs. And once the response come from the system APIs, all the combined response it will process here. The business logic will implement here, and the response from process API will send to experience API, and from this experience API, the actual final response is going to send to your end user. So this is how the actual API-led connectivity will looks like. So what about the security now? So these system APIs and process APIs endpoints, for each and every API you have endpoint like this, but we are not going to you are not going to provide these system API process API endpoints to your end user. So you don't need to bother about the security in these two layers. So this is process layer and this is system layer. So you don't need to bother about security in these two layers, at least for now, because these are internal to your organization. But you are going to expose this API to your end user. If any malfunctioning happen, any unauthorized user access your API, all your employee data will be at risk, right? So to avoid that, you need to apply security API, and you need to apply the required policies as per your project, and you need to apply the auth authentication or any other authentication to your application. And then once everything looks good all along with security, then you need to deliver this endpoint to your end user. Then your end user will invoke your endpoint ready to consume your API. Okay, so internally these three APIs will we can implement security in such a way, like we can at least implement SSL, two-way SSL or one-way SSL to make your API secure. Like that we can implement internal security for this two layer, but this experience layer is the most predominant one to in terms of security to make your data secure. So this is about API-led connectivity, and we'll try to have any real-time example with all these layers very soon. We will try to implement that, and we will try to create a separate video. I hope you understand the conceptual way of this API-led connectivity. So if you like our video, please like and subscribe, share our channel to your friends, and don't forget to subscribe because our records showing most of your non-subscribed users. Okay, so try to subscribe our channel and press the bell icon to get the notification. And thank you. See you soon.
Hello all, welcome to Cloud Technologies, and we are very happy to announce that we are going to provide a free course for MuleSoft for all the freshers and beginners and who want to learn MuleSoft from scratch. This is entirely free course which we are going to release on day by day basis. So it will be a 30 days course. So it is very helpful for you to learn MuleSoft from scratch. And we have explained this course with the real-time project. We have built a real-time project also. In order to explain that, we have created a couple of files and project code as well. So if you want to get those files and projects, please email us with this subject line, request to share level 1 course files. Also, we have an important announcement that we are planning to release a MuleSoft advanced level 2 course very soon. So in this course we will be discussing most of the topics of MuleSoft, which will help you very well in order to complete level 2 certification, as well as to work on complex real-time projects as well. So I hope you will be enjoying that course as well. So if you want to know more details about advanced level course, please contact us via mobile or email. We will be sharing those details. So without further delay, let's get started. Yeah. So in this video, we will see how we can further proceed with our implementation. So as of now, we just added the database connector till our previous video, right? So in this video, we will see how we can complete one implementation, at least for to get the library details. So if you remember, we need to implement 4 resources, right? I just wanted to open that requirement document. I have it in my Google Drive, so yes. So we need to implement these 4 resources, but ultimately this response will be coming from Experience API. So if you have already I have posted another video already for this API-led connectivity, right? So in that, what we have learned, we have 3 types of APIs in API-led connectivity: experience layer, process layer, and system layer. So as of now, we have started with the system layer. So what system layer will have? Will have all the connector details, and it will have it will connect to that database. It will get the database data from the database. That's it. No transformations will be there, or no business logic will be there in system API, as a usual practice. So we need to create process API to make this transformation done, and any business logics is done. We should work on that in process API, and experience API will just call this process API to get the data from the process API, and any validations or any other more security features are there, we will implement an experience API, because we are going to expose experience API to the clients. We are not going to give this system API URL or a process API URL to the clients. We will expose only experience API to the clients or end users. Right. So as of now, we have not started process or experience API. So what we can do to implement these libraries API, let's create each and every flow for 4 different functionalities. Maybe let's create 4 flows, right? So based on that, we will just print, we'll just send the response as it is from the system API without any transformations. So whatever the data coming from the database, we can just send it as a response to the system API. Once we start designing this process API in our next video, or maybe after 2 videos, then where we will do all the transformations, and we will send that response through experience API to the end user. Right. So before we are going further, you need to understand a couple of other small basics. If you are already aware of it, that is fine. But I just wanted to explain something like flow, subflow, and private flow. So we have a flow scope as well as we have a subflow scope. So this is subflow, this is flow. What are the differences you observed? In flow, you have source, process, error handling. 3 sections are there in flow, right? So we can trigger the flow by using this source. The source may be HTTP connector, or any queue connector, or any VM queue, or any scheduler, anything, right? I'll tell you the scheduler and all later. So we can trigger this flow. We can call the flow directly. We can invoke any flow. Once we trigger the source, source will send the message to the processes, and all the connectors which are available in the process section will work on that particular message and it will send the response. So any error is occurred in this flow, it will go to the error handling block where we are handling the errors, how we can send the error response and all. So every flow will contain source, process and error handling. This is one point you need to remember. And subflow. See, there is no partitions in the subflow. It is just a one scope. There is no partitions like source, process or error handling. Nothing is there in subflow. So by using this, what you can understand, subflow means set of processes. So these three sections are there in flow: source, process and error handling. But subflow is nothing but process section, only process section. Means as many as connectors you can use, as many as components you can use in this subflow, but you cannot trigger this subflow individually because the source is not there. You cannot trigger the subflow directly. You need to invoke this subflow in any of the main flow, then you can able to execute this subflow. But you cannot execute subflow directly. Also, subflow doesn't contain its own error handling. So here error handling section is also not there. It is just a set of processes. That's it. The error handling is also not there. So any errors occurred in this subflow while working on this particular logic, that particular error will be taken care of the parent flow. Here parent flow means the flow which is calling this subflow. So here it is a main flow. We have one component called flow reference. See, this is the flow reference. We can use this flow reference to call any another flow into this flow. So we just drag and drop the flow reference, right? Here what we can do, once you double click on it, it will show you the properties. In that properties, you can select which flow you want to invoke. All the flow names available in your applications will be visible here. Just bear for 1 or 2 minutes, it is stuck. But flow reference is the one which is used for us to invoke another flow in a main flow. Okay, so here there is no components are there. I will just drag and drop any logger. It has created as a new flow. Let me remove this. I just wanted to drag and drop the logger into a subflow. And I want to show you how to call this subflow in main flow. Right, so logger you can drag and drop in the subflow. So here my subflow, maybe I can just rename it. You can rename any flow. You can just click on that name. Maybe you can say test subflow. Sorry, some equal to multiple symbols are there. I can just leave it as this test subflow. Okay, right. So I want to invoke this test subflow into my main flow. This is my main flow. Maybe you can just name it as main flow. Main flow means which is the flow which will trigger first, and then into that internally in that main flow you can call as many as subflows or as many as private flows. I will tell you what is private flow as well. So how to use this flow reference component? Whenever you want to invoke any other flow into this main flow, you need to drag and drop the flow reference component and double click on it. Here see flow name is there. If you can click on this drop down, it will show you all the flows available in your entire application, not in the one single configuration file. That is why flow name should be unique. According, in all your entire application, every flow name should have its unique name. Because if you see this, these are all the different unique names of the flows. All these flows are available in the entire application. Means API.xml, it has few flows, few default flows generated by using API Kit router. So IBS library management SAPI. This main flow like that. So it will show you all the flows available in your entire application. It means all the configuration files if you have in your application, all the flow names will be available here. You can call any flow from anywhere in your all the 3 configuration files of same application. So here I want to call this subflow. So I just selected the subflow. Maybe you can just name, this is the display name, the name is visible here in the flow. You can just add this display name also same. Right, so by using this flow reference, you can invoke any other flow here. So once you call this subflow into your main flow, the error handling section available here, if any errors occurs in this subflow also, the main flow will take care of it. Main flow error handling section will take care of errors occurred in the subflow as well. This thing also you need to remember. So another type of flow is private flow. Private flow is nothing but it is also just like a flow. Okay, but what is the difference? In your main flow, you will have one source. You can trigger your main flow by using this source, listener, HTTP listener or anything. You can invoke this flow directly. But in private flow, there will be no direct component like see, for flow, subflow, we have different scopes. But private flow, you don't have any scope with name private flow. What we need to do is we will just drag and drop the flow, but we will not include any source here. It will have all the processes and error handling. So that type of flow is called private flow. But the component is same for flow and private flow. What is the use of this private flow means? See, for subflow, there is no specific error handling related to that particular flow, right? So if you want to handle any errors in this in your reusable code, if you see actually for subflows are using for reusable logic. Say for example, if you want to write the same logic somewhere in another flow, also you can just create one subflow. You can call that subflow wherever you required. So that in that case we can just reduce the line of code, because MuleSoft or any other integration tool mainly focus on reusability. We should not write same code again and again and again and again. That's why we have created RAML fragments, if you remember. That's why we have created fragments and we invoked that into one RAML, and we will be invoke the same fragments in another RAML also once we are going to create it. Right, so main concept you need to remember is reusability. As much as reusability you need to implement in your Mule application instead of writing the same code again and again. You need to avoid the duplication, redundancy, duplication, all things, right? So what is the use of private flow is like, if you want to handle the errors of your subflow or any reusable logic in the flow itself, you can go for private flow, because we will not use source here in this private flow. We may not trigger this flow directly because we will not use source, but still we can handle the errors by its own. Instead of handling these errors by calling flow or parent flow, you can go for private flow. Okay, you need to remember these three things. What are the different types of flows? What is the difference, like that? Okay, I'll just remove the other flows. I'll just keep this flow as it is. Okay, now let's see what we can do. So we need to implement the 4 different functionalities. Let me just rename this flow. This is for what? Get libraries. So all the libraries. All the library details we will get from the database. See, I have selected select star from. Okay, you can just rename it. Get libraries. Okay, so we'll just drag and drop that data view, because in system API we will not go for any transformation. So we'll just print that response from the database as it is in the JSON format. In process API we will do the transformation. Okay, so first let's create all the 4 different flows for this 4 different implementations. Just getting slow. So for this get libraries flow, I'll just print the response as it is in the JSON format. So I'll just change this to JSON, and I'll just give payload. Whenever you give payload, what is it meaning? The response coming from the previous connector will be print as it is. Payload means the response of the previous connector. So whatever the response we will be getting from the database, it will be printed here in the JSON format. right? So let me save this. We can maybe change this display name, the list libraries, right? So list libraries response. And in data weave also you have multiple options. You can save this into the payload. If you can save this as the result completely in the payload, if whenever we use next connector, for that next connector also this complete data will be coming as a payload. But we have another thing where we can store the information. Another option is like variables. We can save any information in the variables. That maybe we can see whenever we are when we have start working on other requests, like for this library id we have query parameter, sorry, URI parameter, right? So let's save this URI parameter into a variable. Then we can do send this dynamically. Okay, where we can see all multiple options as well. So as of now, we are invoking the database. We are getting the database response as it is. Also, in database, we are printing the response of the database as it is in the JSON format. So now, get libraries flow we have implemented. But how it will invoke? In that main flow, you need to call this implementation flow, right? So this is the main flow here. So get libraries, this is the main flow, because the once you trigger this, I'll show you how to debug this application as well, because it is our day-to-day task as a MuleSoft developer. If any error is there, or if anything is missed, or if you want to understand the functionality, you need to run this application in debug mode. Then you can see how the flow is executing like that. So whenever you hit this HTTP listener, it will come, the request will come here, it will go to API kit router. This API kit router will send the request to the particular main flow. If it is get libraries, the request will come here. If it is create books or get books, it will come here, like that. Okay, so here the get libraries is our main resource. So here we need to invoke this implementation flow. So how we can do that? We just see that option, right, by using this flow reference. So to do that, we can just remove this data view, because this data view has only this dummy response. We can just remove it. We can have the logger list of all libraries flow started, maybe something like that, just for our understanding. And then by using flow reference, we can drag and drop the flow reference and call this flow, get libraries flow. That flow you can call here. Okay, so by using this you can achieve, like once you trigger this flow, it will call this flow reference and it will call the implementation. It will send you the response. Whatever response we are getting from the database, it will send you in a JSON format. Let's deploy this in locally and let's test it once. Now onwards we will test all these things in locally, then we can commit the code, then we can deploy this into Cloudhub, right? So here okay, we have already actionalized it, and host is 000. It will accept local host as well. Right, so what is the path? Okay, maybe in the postman we have already captured it, right? So let me just copy this. Let me create new request, paste it here. This is also get request, and you can copy this like bulk edit. And for local testing, actual values also not required for this client ID and client secret. Okay, but instead of this, what I can do, I can give localhost 8081, right? But you cannot test this because we didn't deploy it. Okay, so you can just save this into your collection again, local request, and this is dev request, right? Let it be for every endpoint or for every resource. we can maintain local endpoints and dev environments. Okay, so that it will be easy for you to share this collection or to maintain this collection. Right, so I just captured this. What is this? Query parameters. Sorry, I have pasted them in query parameters. I need to paste it under header. That's my mistake. That is why it has appended like query parameters here earlier. So now I just corrected it. Okay. Now I need to save this collection. Okay. So let's deploy this in normal deployment mode. Then we will see the debug mode as well. So to deploy this locally, what we need to do, just right click on your application, go to run as Mule application. Yeah, now your deployment is failed. Okay, so just observe this, the error. C couldn't find the configuration property value of env. As we have already discussed, to deploy this in locally, you should not run like run as Mule application. I missed it. So you need to go to run configurations and select this application and go to argument. Here you need to say hyphen capital D env equal to local, for example, for now, because we are doing testing it locally. But in our case, all the values are same. But remember, while deploying it locally, you need to give this value as local and click on apply and click on run. Now your application will start deploying again. So I'll pause the video. Once it is deployed, I'll resume it. Okay, let me just close this, clear this. Okay. Yeah, now it is deployed. So yeah, so let's test that application, the endpoint URL once. Now you should, oh, service unavailable. Okay, we have implemented auto discovery here, right? So to test this locally, the workaround is you can comment this auto discovery, otherwise it will not work. Okay, so to comment this, just select this shift end and go to source menu and add block comment. But before deploy this into Cloudhub, you need to uncomment this, otherwise it will not work there. Okay, so let me stop this application, run it again. I forgot to comment this. So go to run configurations. The same thing as we have already added that. Click on run. Otherwise, actually, you will enter the client ID, client secret value somewhere here in the Windows on the API to get this work. But usually, to test this locally, we can follow this workaround. We can just comment out that auto discovery API auto discovery one single line of code from your global.xml. Then you can deploy it. Then you can test it thoroughly without these errors. Right, so our expectation is now once we hit this URL, what we need to get, it should call this flow and it will invoke this database connectivity. I mean, it will just connect to this database, direct database. It will pull all the data available from the in the database, the real data. Okay, now it is deployed. Now let's test once. Now 200. Okay, now if you see, this is the actual data which is available in my database. I have only two libraries, right? IBS 112, IBS 111. These two are the libraries and this data is available in my database. So this is the actual data. This is not the dummy data or sample data. So this is how you can connect to your database and get the actual data as the response. So now what we have done the implementation for get libraries. But remember, this is not the expected output format. This is just the raw data which is available in the database. We just got it as it is. But so the get libraries response should be like this only. libraries, library code, branch, total books, available books, books rented. Only this is the response it is expected. But here all the available data is coming from the database. Excuse me. So this transformation we will do in our process API. So let's leave it as it is. Okay. Right now, let's save this payload. The response in one variable instead of saving it in the actual payload. Let's save this in a variable. Okay, you can create variable in two ways. One is here instead of payload, you can click on this plus button, and here you will see output where this output should store. You can just select a variable and give any variable name. Variable is a place where you can store any data, payload or any query parameters, any URI parameters, anything you can store it in variable, and you can access this variable anywhere in the application, so that you can get the value as it is instead of getting another values. Okay, so here I can save this data into list libraries. List libraries where maybe I can name it as. So once you click OK, it will show you like this. See, output type. Now this is showing as variable type, and this is the name which we have given. But the code is nothing here. So we need to just do the same change. Payload. Only payload. Now we are saving it into list libraries variable. But remember that you need to remove this payload. Okay, otherwise payload will get override in our next flow. Okay, you can just select this payload and click on delete. It will get deleted. Only variable is available here. Okay, it is lost. You can just modify it. Okay, JSON and payload. Now this time what will happen, if you run this application, once you deploy it, you will not get response here until unless you say this is the payload, something like that. Okay, so now we have captured this in one variable. Now let's print this into a logger. So log message will be available here in this console. You can just print this logger. So to access the logger, we need to follow one syntax in MuleSoft. List libraries response. This is my logger message. But to print, if you can enable this, maybe just enable the function. All the text you should kept in quotation. Okay, and you can just add plus plus. This is concatenation operation, double plus. So now this is the static value, the normal text value. You can just enclose it in double quotes and use this plus plus. This is concatenate operator. Then you can, after this you can print the variable dynamically by following the syntax. So to print any variables, the syntax is like vars dot that variable name which you have created. So this is common. You need to remember this vars dot. Then the name which you have given here, that name you need to give. So now here our variable name is list libraries var. Right, you can just copy this and paste it here. So now once you execute this, once you trigger this flow, what will happen? It will just save this response into a variable, and once you test this, it will send this, the database response into a logger message. You will not get the any response here. It will show you 200 OK, but empty response you will get because we didn't modify any payload here. Let's test this once. You'll get to understand. Let this deployed. I'll just stop this. I'll redeploy. So every time just remember, go to run configuration and try to check if this variable is this property is available or not in this run configuration argument. Click on run. So it will take 1 to 2 minutes to get it deployed. I'll pause the video, I'll resume it. So it is deployed. Let's test this and observe the difference. Okay, this time you will not expect response to become here. You will not get any response. Oh, it is 500 server error. Let's see what happened. just like this plus this. Okay, some syntax error. That's okay. Maybe you can just give colon also. It should work. Let's see. Because that concatenation operation you can use inside the data view. Just for logger, maybe it will not require it. Let's see now. Yeah, now let's test it once. Again, same error. Invalid data through HTTP response. Okay, so it is not. HTTP will expect response as we just. I mean, we don't have any payload now. It throws like invalid response it is getting. Maybe let's do one thing. Let's add set payload. Let's give the payload as it is as a response. Okay. Now let's see. As of now, just keep this set payload. But once we're done with the process API implementation, we need to remove this and we need to send the process, I mean, the response from process API to experience API. Okay. So what is a set payload transformer means? It will be useful for to add any payload, a sample payload or any payload. You can just use this set payload transformer. By using this, you can set up any type of payload here. You can maintain it as a response. Let's test now. What happened again? Sent invalid. Second. So here variable it is payload. Maybe instead of logger, let's try here. Let's print this variable where's dot slash JSON. Okay, now let's send this variable as a response. Okay. Or else let's stop the server. It might have some issues with redeploying it. Okay, let me just run this application again. Now you got the response, right? So let it be for now, and I'll show you how to debug this. application. So instead of running this application in a normal mode, you can debug this application. What is meant by debug means you can observe how this flow is calling end to end, and how all the variables and all the payload looks like, right? So to start application, to start running your application in debug mode, you need to put some debug points. So where you want to see the actual output, or anywhere you can just put some debug points. So how you can do that? Before that, let's stop this application in the running mode. Let's clear the console. Before you run it in debug mode, just right click on the component, click on this add breakpoint. So I have put breakpoint here once, and in the another file I will put breakpoint here. So keep some breakpoints somewhere where you want to check it. So if flow execution will stop there, it will show you one by one. So that's why. Right, so let's start running this into debug mode. To do that, you need to click on, right click on the application, go to debug as, and click on debug configuration, just like the run configuration. By default, if you have added any variables, any arguments here in the run mode, it will be added here. If not, just check it once and add it. So the -d env equal to local we have added in run configuration, but it will automatically come under this debug configuration as well. So click on debug. So I just removed that logger. Maybe it is having some issues, so I just removed it. I'll show you how you can add that logger later. So once your application started running in debug mode, one new window will get open like Mule Debugger. This will get activated, and your see, one window is there na, confirm perspective switch. This Mule debug perspective is designed to support Mule applications for debugging. It incorporates something. So do you want to open this perspective now? Now we are in Mule perspective, Mule runtime perspective. Now it will open the Mule debugger perspective, where you can see all of the information, how this application is carrying. Okay, you can click on yes. See, now it will it will go to Mule debug. This is Mule design is our main Mule perspective. Whenever we are in debug mode, it will show you Mule debug perspective. Okay. So here in the Mule debugger window, here we can see all the variables and all the payload or all the information how our application is carrying. To start this, you need to trigger it once. This time you will not get response immediately. Once you click on send, one Mule debugger event will capture here. See, earlier this window is empty. Once you click on that, once you click on send in the Postman to test that endpoint, Mule debugger window will get activated. Here some information is there, and this dotted line is there now, black dotted line. It will show you which component is currently it is invoking. So we will not get, we cannot put debug point here in the source. Source will not accept any debug points. You can put debug points or break points in any component of the processor or error handling anywhere apart from the source. So now our control is here. It means our Mule application is executing this component right now. So at this point, what is the information available? Nothing, because this is the first component. So we don't see any variables. See, all the variables we will create here, it will show here. The payload, it will show here, like that. So you need to click on next processor. Means once you click on next processor, it will show you the dotted line will jump to the other processor where the flow will go. So in our case, what will be our expectation? It should invoke this libraries get method, right? So that will happen. Once you click on next, the control will go there. See, the control will go to get libraries. It doesn't go anywhere. It will just directly go to this flow / get libraries. And the dotted line is available here in the logger component. It means the logger component is currently executing. Okay, once you click on next, it will go to the flow reference. One by one, sequentially, all the components will execute. So by using this debug mode, you can see how your application is working in the background. Okay. So let's click on next processor. It should go to the actual flow where our implementation is there. So, and one more thing, here one variable is getting created, right? So let's expand this. Here outbound headers is created, but the value we don't see any value as of now, because this header we have not created this variable. This is default variable, it got created. right? So next, let's click on next processor. So if you observe earlier, we have an api.xml file. So once you click on next, it will jump to library implementation.xml file. Now the control is here, the dotted line is here into this database component. It means now the database component is getting executed. At this point, the information available here in this mule debugger is the information, the payload or the variables or any data which is available here, it is coming from the previous connector, not at this database connector. What is the previous connector to this? This flow reference or logger, right? So whatever the data available here, it will show here before you call this. So whenever you see the control is in this connector, you can understand like the data available here is from the previous connector, not for the current connector. So now let's click on next. So what happened? Your database connector is executed now. So at this point, the dotted line is a data view. It means the data available here in this mule debugger is coming from the database. So now database payload, the response from the database will be available in this payload object. See, earlier it is null. Now, if you can see, two objects get created. It means one library information is object 0. Another library information, it is showing like object number 1. Like that. So now the payload means response from the database. It is in payload. Still variables is 1, the default variable, because we have created variable here. So once we click on next, we can say variable size increase it to 2, because we have created one variable here, which is nothing but JSON structure of the database payload. Let's go to the mule debugger. Here let's expand the variables. See, list libraries variable. This is the variable which we have created. Once you click on this, it will show you the data available in that variable. So two libraries information, two objects, because our database currently it has two libraries information. This is what we are getting in the response as well earlier, right? So now the pointer is here, the cursor is here, the dotted line is here, so the control is here. Mule runtime control is here. It means all the other components are already executed. Now the control is here. It should execute now. Once you click on next. So the payload or variables available here at this moment is from the previous connector. So next, click on next. See, now all the all the controls here, it is grayed out. You cannot click now because entire flow is executed. Last component of the flow is executed. So there is no other component to execute further. That is why all the controls are actually grayed out. If you have any other component after this flow reference, your control will come back here. It will execute other components which are available here. But in our case, as of now, we don't have any component here. So it will go to the flow reference. Last component of the flow reference is set payload. So that is why once it is executed, all the controls will grayed out. Now you will get the response in, this postman. Earlier it is showing loading something, connecting or something like. Now you got the response. So it went out from the debug mode. This is how you can debug any. Once you want to switch back to your mule perspective, you can just click on this icon, mule design. It will go back to your normal mule Anypoint Studio window, right? So this is how you can debug your application, right? So I hope you understand how to debug this application and all, how to create the variables and how to do this. Now let's create another three features we need to implement, right? For those also we can create these flows like normal flows, and then we can test them thoroughly by using debug mode and all. Then we can start looking into the process API. Right? Let me just create another flow. Yeah, so let's create another flow. For in this library implementation only, we can just create another flow. This is to get library details based on library ID. We have another requirement, right? So when we send this library ID as a URI parameter, it should get it should go to the database. It should pull only that particular library information. Okay, so to do that, we need to implement a flow. I just drag and drop the flow scope. Now let's rename it. Get library by id. Okay, now let's go to our api.xml file. Here by default, or else let's yeah, okay, but just go down here. What is the resource for that? This is the one, get libraries library id. Let's open this data view. See here, it's already there, like what I'm trying to say here. So whenever we pass library id, so now the url will be something like this. Let me just tell you. Yeah, so something like this, slash library slash that library id. Now your endpoint will be like this. Like this. Whenever you pass this url, whenever you send this url, it should get this ibs 111 which I have given this value. This value, it will treat it as a uri parameter. It should save in some variable, and from that variable it should send that variable as a query parameter, or I mean SQL query. Okay, we will see one by one. But what I'm trying to explain here is like, see here, one variable is created. We have already seen like how to create a variable by using data view. Okay, so it is by default. These are all the API generated flows, right? So by default, if you have any URI parameter, it is already created. So how to read a URI parameters? How to capture the URI parameter details? This is the syntax. URI parameters, query parameters, headers, everything will be there in attributes object. So to read any URI parameter, you need to use this syntax, attributes dot URI params dot that URI parameter name, which we have defined in our RAML. So by using this, what will happen whenever you run this application, you test this endpoint, whatever the value available after this slash, that value will be coming here, and it will save in the library id variable. So you need to remember this syntax. To read any URI parameters, you need to write attributes dot URI params dot library id. Library id means our URI parameter name. This you can this will be changed based on your name, which the name you have given. But this is the syntax, attributes dot URI parameters. This you need to remember. Like this data view language, we have a couple of syntaxes you need to remember based on the situation. Right, so here already the variable id is there. So now we have only one logger and one data view, just for as a reference, right? So I'm just going to delete this. Let it be logger, let it be, and we can start the implementation here. Remember that in which variable it is stored. You need to just take that name. You need to just copy that name. Okay, go to your implementation. Here you need to read the earlier, to get all the library details, we just send select star from library details, right? But now you need to pass some input parameters as well. Let's see how we can do this dynamically. Okay, to do that, let's drag and drop the database connector. This time also it is a select operation, because we are going to pull the library details based on the library id. So the connector configuration also same, we have already configured it. The only change we need to do is the query. Here the query will be select star from what is the table name. Let me just copy it somewhere, or else before that the query parameter you can save it here. You can enable this function and go to data view. Here you can give JSON format, you can give maybe id, you can give any name, but the actual library id is saved in one variable, right? So the syntax to read the variable is where's dot that library id variable name. We have already copied there, right? So you can just give this one as an input parameter. You can give any name here, but this name can be used. We need to use that id here. Okay, let me just go back to this. I forgot the table name, so let's copy this table name, library details, and come here in the database. So here select star from library details. Still here it is same. Once we execute this, what will happen? It will pull all the library details from the database. But now we need to pull only particular library ID, library details. So that is why here we need to add one condition. If you are familiar with SQL queries, it is easy for you. So we need to give one condition like where, and the column name, exact column name you need to give. What is the column name? Maybe let's log in, or else we can just trigger the another endpoint. It will give you the column names as it is, right? Acha, I didn't invoke that. Why it is not working? We didn't deploy that code, right? Okay, okay, I got it. Yeah. Okay, that clever cloud. There we have created the tables, right? We need to first get the column name, exact column name. So that is what I'm trying to search. Because we need to say this database that column name equal to this field name you have to give dynamically by using colon and id. Id means this name. Here you can give any name. Instead of id you can give lid. Okay, but you need to use the same lid here in the condition. So like that. But this column name should be replaced with the actual column name. Let's get this. By mistake I have created two organizations initially, so that is why it is not showing. Let me check in which database it is, the tables and all. Usually it will take some time to show, right? Let's see. Yeah, it is showing now. So in this database I have created this library details. So yeah, this is the one. You need to give the same column name, library code, and case sensitive. You need to use same capital letters and small letters as well. So library, C is capital letter. So you have to give this condition. Maybe you can just type it library code, right? So instead of this column name, you have to give library code. So where library code equal to colon lid. Colon lid means it will replace this colon lid with the actual value dynamically when the runtime. But what will be there in lid field? The library id which we are sending from the URI parameter, which is already stored in one variable. Like this, it is linking one by one. Okay, let's see. Let's debug this, then you can understand better. Okay, let me just rename this. Using id. Okay, now let's drag and drop one data wheel. Yeah, for now we can just use the same one. Like in all the transformations we can do in process API. Okay, so for now let's print the payload as it is. So I'm just changing this payload's type to JSON, and I'm just printing the payload by using payload syntax. Whenever you type payload, the color is changed, right? So it means it is a keyword. It is a predefined keyword of MuleSoft. You should not use payload as a variable name or key name or somewhere in anything. You can just type payload. It will take all the response from the previous connector and it will send as a response. Let me rename this transform message as well. Response. Okay. So now we have done with the implementation, but remember we need to again extend this implementation because we need to add error handling, we need to add some other scopes. That's we need to do more things, but as of now, as per the initial implementation, let's go with this. So we have done with the implementation. We have selected the query, we have given the query and we have captured the response as it is. So the missing thing is like we need to call that flow here in the actual endpoint. So how you can do that? Use the flow reference. Okay, and in here you need to select that flow name. So what is our flow name we have given? Here, get library by id. So this flow you need to invoke here, get libraries library id URI parameter. In that case, once you deploy this application, then once we trigger this endpoint, sorry, this one with the URI parameter, it will invoke this implementation. Okay, so let's select the flow name, get library by id. So I'm just renaming the flow display name also with the same flow name. Right, so now we have done with another implementation also. What we can do, we can just run this in a debug mode. We can see how we can sorry, let's put some debug points. Right, this time the debug point we can add here, right click on the component and add breakpoint. And here also I just wanted to add to show you. Right, so let's run this in debug mode. Debug as mule application. Maybe just check the debug configuration if everything is correct or not. Yeah, it is there. So let's click on debug. Then we will see how we can test this, the URI parameters and all, how it is getting printed in variables and all. You can see in debug mode it is easily, we can understand easily. Right, so let's wait this to be deployed. Let me pause the video. Maybe once it is deployed I'll resume it. Yeah, it is deployed. It is asking for this perspective switch to open this debug mode. So you need to select yes. So the debug mode is actually it is in debug mode, debug perspective, and Mule debugger window is also open. So let's trigger this. Authentication denied. Okay, I didn't pass this client ID secret now. So this is how it will work, the client and enforcement policy, right? Okay, let's try now. Get liability is based on ID. Why it is sending like this? It is not triggered. Give library IDs. It is not coming here actually. Let me put debug point here. It is executing previous code. Let me just, here it is payload. Everything is good. Let's see. Let's debug. Let's run this in debug mode in another time. I think. Acha, sorry. It's my bad. I have triggered this Cloudhub URL. We need to test it with the localhost URL, right? Because we have not yet deployed it in Cloudhub, and the debug mode you can do with only local endpoint only. You can test this debug, right? So yeah, it's my bad. Let me just copy this, or else let's save this and this collection. Let me just take another window. Okay, now I can copy this localhost. This is how we will do mistakes usually. Silly mistakes. Right, so let's trigger now. I think now event is generated. Yeah, now new debugger is generated. See, now the debug point is coming here. Let's click next. Yeah, it should go to here. This library is library URI parameter, right? So now at this point, is there any variables available? No, right? So let's click and see here on attributes. You can see query params, everything. It will be available here. So query params is there, and see URI parameter size is 1 because we have sent library ID as URI parameter in the postman. So once you click on next, this information is saved in the variable. As of now, there is no variables, right? Because the variable code available in this data view. So whenever the control is here in this component, the payload or all the information available here is from the previous component. So once we click on next processor, now see the variable size is 2 because here in data view what we have done, we have created one variable and we have saved this URI parameter value into that variable. So that is why now that variable is created. Now it is showing variable is 2 and second variable is library ID which is having the value of URI parameter which you have sent here through localhost URL, right? So now you have this URI parameter, right? Let's as of now we don't have any payload, so let's click next processor. The logger is executed. Next it should go to that flow reference inside the flow. See now it is in library IMPL configuration file, and now it went to get library by ID flow. Now it is in database connector. Now once we click on the database next, then the database connector will get executed. So click next. Yeah, now the database connector is executed. The payload should be available now. Payload means the response from the database. Because the previous connector is, because now the the control is here in this data view. So previous connector to this data view is database. So now if you can see the payload, this payload is output of this database connector. If you can see, we have only one object. You can just see like payload 0. Payload size is 1 because we have only one object. Once you click here, yeah, let's click on next. It is executed because we don't have any next component here. So once you can do, you can see the response here in the postman. See now, let me just maybe maximize this. See now, in our database we have two libraries, IBS 112 and IBS 111. But now it is getting, I mean, it should it is sending response of the details of IBS 111 only, because based on the URI parameter we are sending here, that library details it should connect to the database. It will pick the database particular library details dynamically from the database. So let me save, change this. Now I need to get IBS 112 library details. So let's click send. Let's see, another event is also triggered. Now the control is here. Click next. Next, now the second variable, the library ID is 112. It is taking dynamically, right? So let's click next. Now you should get response for 112. See, library code 112 details now coming as a response. Right? So this is how you need to work with URI parameters, and you need to read the URI parameters dynamically by using attributes syntax. Right? So now we have done second flow implementation as well. So now what we need to do, you need to do the third flow, third requirement, which is nothing but to create a new book in the book info table. Right? As of now, we have worked with only library details table to pull all the library details and to pull only one library details based on the ID. Now let's work on this books info table to create a new record. Right? So to do that, what you need to do, you need to just you need to first have like all the field names you need to have. Okay. So to do that, I'm just copying these details from here. You need to have this insert syntax. So let me just copy this somewhere. because in libraries table we have done only read operation, select operation. Even for two requirements it is read operation. We just pull the details from the table. But now in this database, sorry, this books table, books info table, we need to create a new book. So you need to use syntax like for insert syntax, insert query you need to run. Okay, maybe yeah. Let me just replace all the quotations. Quotations are not needed actually. So okay, find and replace. I want to remove all these quotations. Replace it with nothing. And yeah, let it be. We need to send these values dynamically. So in values I'm not removing any quotations as of now. Okay, yeah, let it be. Let's build another flow that is for creating new book. We need to invoke that here. I mean, we need to call that particular implementation here in this post books one. Okay, so here we can just delete this. We can just have a logger because that is a dummy response. We don't want to use a dummy response right now. So let's go back to the mule perspective. Let's stop this. Let's complete the implementation, then we can rerun this. Okay, so I stopped the server. I went to the mule perspective to do another implementation. And so this library IMPL is related to all the libraries related tables. We can create one more configuration file which is related to all the books info table. We can do that to segregate the code. This is also a best practice. If you want to segregate the code, you can create specific IMPL files, implementation files. Books info hyphen IMPL .xml. So I am creating this configuration file now. This is the new one. Here we need to implement the flow. You need to drag and drop the flow first, and you can just rename this flow like create new book. Now we are implementing our third requirement. So create new book flow, maybe just for our understanding, create new book flow. So here what you need to do, you need to create new database, sorry, new record in the database. So for that we have insert operation of the database. So earlier we have drag and drop select operation. Now you need to go with insert operation. So drag and drop in the process, and yeah, this connector configuration is same because we are using the same database connector. But what will change? The table will change, the query will change. The query we need to send this insert query. So let me copy this and paste it here. But the values, it will insert these default values if we run the same query. But we need to send the values dynamically by using this input parameters, which we have done by using that, which we have done in the similar way for the URI parameter, right? So you need to first capture all the details from the input payload, because now what will happen this time, it is a post request. Let me just change this, just display name just for our understanding. Okay, so now what will happen, let's take any other URL. Let's duplicate this. How to test this post method, that we need to discuss first. Okay, now let's save this. Just a simple name for our understanding. So create book dev URL, maybe So this time you need to invoke post method, because creating new book is post method as per our requirement, right? Now the path, let me save this, let it be, I'll explain you how we can do. So this is the post method. Okay, but the resource name is books, so slash books. Okay, as this is the post method, what you need to do, you need to send the headers as it is, that is for sure, because for all the resources we have the common headers. But for this post method, you need to send a request body as well. Instead of, for get methods, there is no request, only we will get the response. But for this post method, you need to send request body also. What information it need to insert into the database. You need to say that, right? You need to first, then let's say for example, we are sending some data here in this request payload. From this request payload, it should capture the details, and it should capture all the information in input parameters here. Then from this input parameters, we are sending those values dynamically into this query. So these are the 3 steps you need to do. Right, so what payload we need to send, how to send by using Postman. So first thing, you need to just select raw, and what kind of payload, it is JSON, just set this. Then we have some sample data. We have already have some sample data, right, in our RAML. See API examples, create new book, input example is there, right? So this is the sample data we are going to send while creating new book. But once the book is created, what it will do, book name we have given, it should generate one unique book name, book ID, and it should send that as a response. That is another functionality. First we need to insert this, right? So you can copy this payload and give it here. You can say, yeah, for this IBS library code, you need to insert this book. But for now, we have only 2 libraries in the library details, or maybe in this books info also. We have only 2 libraries, IBS 111, IBS 112. So let's try to insert this new book dynamically in the IBS 111 library. So let's change this library code, IBS 111. And half girlfriend, is this book already available? It is already available. So let's give another data here. Okay, maybe you can say SAPIS retail book for example. Okay, so to make you difference, this is also by using CLAT. Author is CLAT, and book category is tech. So let it be all the other things, yes, and rating is 5 maybe. So let's try to insert this data into the database through this query, right? So to do that, what you have to do, first go to your books.impl, maximize this. You need to first capture this information, all these field names, and you can read all these field names one by one by using payload dot this key name. Payload dot library code means it will replace the value. Payload dot title means you will get this name. Payload dot author means you will get CLAT, like that. So we need to create couple of input variables here. Okay, or else you can just directly use the same thing, but instead of the values you can read it dynamically. Now you have to first delete these quotations in the keys. Just for your understanding, I am giving same key names, but in real time key names will differ. You need to map accordingly. Or else let me change few names, you will get understand. Okay, so L code I can say instead of library code, and instead of title I can give name. Instead of book category I can give B category. read time in hours, read TRs, rental price. Instead of that I can give rent price, rating. Let the remaining fields be like that. Okay, so I'm just removing these values. I need to read them by using dynamically by using payload. So now payload dot, what is the L code means? This is how you need to first understand what is the field mapping. So L code means in our payload it is a library code. So you need to map with this field, payload dot library code. Like that. Here name means what? In our request the name means it is title. So you need to map that. So this is also a part of your requirements gathering. You need to first understand which field should map to which field, and from where you are getting that value. Okay, so author means in our payload also it is author, so no need to change. You need to first do like payload dot author. It will read automatically because there is no change. So the names which we are reading like payload dot are request names. So here book category is there. Here it is B category, but you need to read it to book category. So payload dot book category. Okay, like that you need to do this for all the fields. So let me do it one by one. Payload dot your field name, and last three are there. And rating, bestseller. Bestseller, there is no change in the field name, so you can leave it as it is. Right, so let's save this. So now we have captured all the input parameters. Now what you have to do, you need to just give this L code, name, author, these key names. You need to pass them dynamically here in the values section by using colon syntax. So I have just removed the things, the existing one. So here in this values you need to pass one by one all the fields by using colon. So it means colon L code, comma, you need to follow the same order to insert the data, right? So colon, next field name, you need to now take these names because our input parameter names are this. So it will be little confusion if you are doing it for the first time, but please do practice well. Try to understand what is the concept here. So we are now reading the values from the payload. These are all the payload field names from which we are sending this postman or any other data. This is the input payload field names. Okay, these are all the input payload field names. Now here it is a parameters we are creating. You can give any names here, but you need to read the same name. Okay, then here we are passing this same input parameter names by following the syntax like colon and field name. Like that you need to provide all the fields in the same order. You need to remember these points, right? If you change the order, the wrong value will be inserted in the column. That's not the right one. So rating, comma, sorry, colon. It's not semicolon, it is colon. Okay, please pay attention. Okay, so now we have mapped all the input parameter names here. Now we are done with the query part. Let's save this. Let's add one transform message. Actually our requirement is it should generate one unique number, then it should send that unique number as a response, right? So but let's try to understand book code. What we have given for the book code? We have not given anything in the book code, right? What's there in our query? Library code, book code. Okay, but code is not there in the payload. Okay, for now maybe the book code field we are not passing here. We will remove this 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So book code we are not passing here. You can just delete this field name. It should generate automatically, right? So what we can do, so in this case once we insert this data, book code will not insert. We need to do it separately, but for now JSON here, the response you can say book added successfully and code. As of now what you can do, actually you can generate the book code dynamically by using some UUID. It is a random text it will generate. Okay, but we can just name it like IBS. No, it's like what is the book code field we are following? BK, right? So BK, we can just append this value. Okay, and along with that, instead of this UUID means it will generate one random value. It will add that random value. So instead of that, what you can do, we can add now. Now means the time, what time it is created. We can add the now operator. So it will add the time. Or else maybe let's try this UUID. I'll show you the now operator later because we need to follow some other format. You will get confused by this time. So it will, what it will do, it will create a new code, BK space and this one. So it will create a new book ID as a response. But that book ID should get inserted in database also again. Right. So how we can achieve that? Here once it is generated, maybe by using book name we can do that. Let's see, let's run this, let's see how this is generated. Then we can see the second part to insert this book ID into the database again. So we need to add one more database call. So let me just put some debug point here, but we didn't call this flow anywhere. It won't work. So we need to first call this flow by using flow reference. You need to invoke that flow, create book flow. You can just replace it the same name, save it, and try to put one debug point here, and let's try to run this in a debug mode. It is still deploying. So it is deployed. Let's try to run by sending this payload. Let's send. Sorry, again I have triggered this one. When Cloudhub URL, I need to trigger localhost. Let me trigger. Control came here. Now see the payload, it is showing some payload here because we have sent this is the request payload. That is why it is sending payload now. Earlier it is not there. So let's click next. What happened? It throws error. See, whenever you see red mark here, it throws exception. What happened? Let's see what is the exception. Maybe. Is it not books? It shows bad request. So something is missed in the header part or body part. Let's see this in Exchange. Secret correlation. These are all the headers. What happened? Category. Was title. Oh, okay. We have given different payload. Now we need to change this. See, book code also, library code is not there. We have some discrepancy in this payload. Title, author, book category, read time hours. Let's try with this. It should work, but it will not work our query. We did some changes. Maybe while creating this in another request, as in my new account, I missed something maybe. Let me try with this. Now it went through. So this is how you can actually validate the request payload also, right? So now it will throw error here for sure because we don't have a couple of fields. Yeah, it shows exception. It shows, I mean, it throws error, the red mark, right? So what it mean? It doesn't have say library code column cannot be null, something like that, because we are not sending any library code here in our response. So what we can do, we can change this raml. Actually we have to change this raml. I mean, let me first finish this. Let's just close this. Okay, I just closed it. I need to change the raml. So I have to add this into my RAML and I need to publish it as a new asset version. Then I have to complete this, then only we can able to test it, right? But before that, what we can do, we can just commit the code as it is, because till now it is working fine, right? So don't want to miss that. So go to this System Explorer, let's commit the code. Till now it is working fine. So let's click on show more options with mesh here. Git add space dot, it will add all the files. So git commit -m, this one like two requirements code, code of libraries, just for our understanding. So we have done, and one post method, just for our understanding. Okay, let's commit this. Let's push this, git push origin. Okay, so it should pull, push to the remote repository, right? So till now, what are the code we have worked on, what is working fine, we have actually commit that code. Now you need to fix this issue. You need to first change this your request example in your YAML. We need to republish it. Then again we need to add this as a dependency here, and we need to change everything. As this video is already extended more than 1 hour, maybe let's do this in another video. Let's split this, stop this video here. I will fix this issue and I'll show you how to fix this issue. Right, we can continue from here in our next video, so that we can complete another requirement also. Another requirement is to get the book details based on the rating and library code and all, right? So that also we need to do. So in the next video we can do that. Then we can complete that. Then we can start with process API. Right? Okay. Thank you. Let's meet in another video. Hello all, welcome to Cloud Technologies, and we are very happy to announce that we are going to provide a free course for MuleSoft for all the freshers and beginners and who want to learn MuleSoft from scratch. This is entirely free course which we are going to release on day-by-day basis. So it will be a 30 days course, so it is very helpful for you to learn MuleSoft from scratch. And we have explained this course with the real-time project. We have built a real-time project also. In order to explain that, we have created a couple of files and project code as well. So if you want to get those files and projects, please email us with this subject line, request to share level 1 course file. Also, we have an important announcement that we are planning to release a MuleSoft advanced level 2 course very soon. So in this course we will be discussing most of the topics of MuleSoft, which will help you very well in order to complete level 2 certification, as well as to work on complex real-time projects as well. So I hope you will be enjoying that course as well. So if you want to know more details about advanced level course, please contact us via mobile or email. We will be sharing those details. So without further delay, let's get started. Yeah, hi, welcome back. So this is a continuation video of yesterday video. If you remember, we have faced one issue while creating new book record into the database. So let's fix that issue today in this video, and we'll continue from there. Okay, so I'm just opening the Postman. So the thing is like, earlier I missed this library code, the RAML little change, but there is no change actually. The request body, I have captured it from the design center example which we have provided. There is no change in the request. But one thing you need to remember, once the book code is the auto-generated one, right? So in our requirement we discussed, right, once the book is inserted into the database, a book code will be generated automatically, and that code you need to get it as a response, right? So in that case we no need to pass the book code here as a request body parameter. But what we have did earlier, In the create new book input, what we have given book code also as the input query parameter in the properties. But we didn't mention anything required true or false. But by default, if you didn't mention anything required, it will automatically take it as a required true. So that is why we are facing some issues, right? So see, this time title is required, but for title we didn't mention anything required true or false. If you didn't specify anything, it will take all the properties or required parameters. So I did this change to fix that issue. So book code is not mandatory for us because this book code should generated automatically at a database side. We need to get that as a response. Right. So this is the one change I have done for create new book input. I have added required false. This is not the required one. And I published it with another version 1.0.1. Then we all published this with the latest version that need to be mapped here in the API specification also. Right. So next step is let me just open Studio in the meanwhile. It will take some time. So yeah. In the background it will get open. Let's see this. So in the specification, what we have to do in the exchange modules and in the dependencies earlier, this response is this input is 1.0.0 only, but we have updated it with that particular change and we published it with new version. So we need to sync that particular fragment in our main API specification as well. So to do that, what we have done, yeah, here in the files I have added that 1.0.1 create book. This I have added as a dependency. Okay, and then here that is updated. Once next we go back to here in the exchange modules also it will get updated once you add that. So now the change would be here you need to update the path because earlier the version is different. Right. So create book request. See here 101. Earlier 100. Now 10. This we need to do the change manually. Earlier it would be 100. What you need to do? You need to just delete that one. You need to just copy this path. Okay. And paste it here. That's it. Okay. Now your RAML is also fixed. Now you need to publish this. The entire specification also you need to publish it with another version because we did some change here, right? So you need to publish this. I already published it with 1.0.1 version. Here the RAML changes will end. Then we in the Anypoint Studio in our code itself, what we need to do, we need to update that modules. Before that, yeah, maybe I can show you this later to avoid some confusion. Okay, maybe let's see this later, but before that I'll show you this router configuration. And also you need to remember initially we have created a couple of tables, right? So in the table what we have created for the book information table we have created book ID. So coming to router configuration, I need to just select this. See here you need to change this to this API RAML. Now the version will automatically update. Okay, let it be. Let's save this. And let's see one more thing. Manage dependencies and manage APIs. So here we have not added any API. So let's add this latest version. We have only one API and it is the latest version. The changes with the 1.0.1. Right, so we can add this. So whenever there is a new version, let's go for specification. No, it means it will again generate the ramble, I think. No, blind close. Yes, so now let's see this router again. Got stuck. Let's wait. Yeah, so if you remember, we have created this book information table where we have added a book code column also as a normal column, but I just modified that a little bit. Let me just open this book info. So earlier this which one, the code, yeah, book code. Earlier this column, go to structure, this book code, this one is normal varchar I have created, right? Now I removed that column and I have added this book code column as an integer with auto increment. How you can do that? Why, what is the use of this means? For this book code column, automatically the field value is getting generated when you use auto increment, because you no need to concentrate on all these database related issues, because the database team will take care of it. But as we are doing we are practicing it, we are just working on this part as well. So this book code, how I can add means, first thing I'll have removed this book code, the old one. You can just select that column name and click on drop. Here one option will be there to drop that particular column. You can just select that column and click on drop. That column will get deleted from your table. Then what you need to do, go to your SQL. There you need to run one query called alter table. You can just remove this. You can give alter table and your table name, books info. Maybe you can just copy this table. Okay, let me just delete it now. Now alter table, your table name, add. Okay, you can use add and that column name, book code is your column, add column. Sorry, you need to mention that add column also. I'll provide, yeah, add column, book code, int means it is integer, and then now you need to first run this. You need to give auto increment. This one, this line of code you need to first execute. It will create one column with this book code. Maybe I'll show you with another one. I'll remove this column later. This will be easy for you. So I just added this www. So the column increment table. There can be only one auto column and it must be defined as a key. Okay, it is not allowing me to create one more column, but this is the syntax. Okay, you can just follow the syntax. Then once you add this, what you can do, like you can increment this. I will provide that syntax. 25th birthday. I have saved somewhere the syntax. I'll just maybe I'll give you, which is like how to add increment column in SQL database, right? Because I'm also new to This I have done this actually with the initial value. Maybe once you add that, what you can do once you add that column, you need to first and then you need to give some initial value. Like if you don't give any value, that is also fine. If you don't give any value, what the values will be there for that particular column is like it will take from 1 1 to 1 2 3, like that it will increment the values once you insert any row. But when I just keep it as 100 as the initial value, so once I enter any, I mean once I create any row, that book code will be automatically generated from 100 numbers. So 100, 101, 102, 103, like that. So why I have did this? Because if you remember, our requirement is to get that book code back as a response. Right, let me just close this. I will show this later. So in our requirement, what is our requirement? Once we insert the data into the database table, the row, what we are expecting as a response, we need to get response like book added successfully, and the column name, column number also, book code column ID also we need to get as a response. So that is our requirement, right? So that is why instead of inserting the new row from here and get the query that database again from there and here, because database is not related to us, we are not going to create tables and all. So just to avoid that complexity, what I have done, I have just created one column, that book code column, as an auto increment column. So once we insert any data into this book database, when books info table, the book code column number will be automatically generated by using this auto increment. It will generate 100, 101, 102, 103, like that. So what will happen? We can directly get that field name as a response. But instead of again using the select operation to query that particular books info table and to get that book code, we have an option here in the insert operation itself. What you can do, what column you are going to get as a response as per your requirement. So now in my requirement, I want to get book code column number as a response, right? That you can mention here in the advanced tab. Here you have an option called auto generated keys. By default it is false. You need to change this to true. Then you need to give auto generated keys indexes. You need to select edit inline. Initially it will be none. You need to select edit inline and you need to give the index of the column. Index of the column, how you can get? So here you can just go to your table and go to structure. You will find all the column names, right? Index will start with 0, right? So the index for this library code, the column number is 1, but the index is 0. You need to do -1. So book code is, the serial number is 9, but you want to get index. Index means -1. So 8. Book code column index is 8. So you need to mention that 8 here. In your case, maybe your column name is appear here. Maybe you have added book code here. So the serial number is 3. But your index is 3 minus 1, 2. So you have to give 2 here as an index value. Like that you need to calculate accordingly. Okay. Then the second one is auto generated key column names. Column names also you can mention. So initially it will be none. You need to select edit inline and you need to just provide the column name as it is. Don't use another case sentences and all. It is a case sensitive. So say use all the small letters or capital letters which are available here. Just you can just copy it from here directly and click on add and paste it here. Sorry, it isn't copy. So you can just select this, click on copy, come here and paste here, and remove any extra spaces are there. So like that you need to add the column name also. These two changes you need to do in your insert database table. So in this case, what we can make sure, the book code or the index of that particular column, it will get as a response. It will send as a response in our payload. But for now, I have just captured it as a normal payload. I will show you how you can get the actual book code field only. Because yeah, once we run this, you will get understand what it will do. Maybe I'll run it as a debug mode only. Let's see if there is any exceptions and all. And coming to this payload, I just added this library code field and remaining fields are same. I just captured all these fields from this one, like the RAML syntax, RAML definition. Here we have this input, right? So from here, I took one by one field, book code, right? But book code now we make it as a false, right? So we can capture all the other fields and just giving some dummy response. But remember, in our table we have only IBS library codes. We have only two codes, so you need to use the same codes. IBS 111, IBS 112. If you want to add new library code here, first you need to insert this library into the library table. Then only it will give data will be on sync, right? So let it deploy in the debug mode. There it is. Yeah, click on S. It is deployed. Now let's test this once. Throws exception. I think, yeah, book the RAML is not updated. There it is. Yeah. Missing required fields book code. The RAML is not mapped here correctly. Let's fix that. Because now we made book code as an optional field, right? So it should not comply in this. Let's go to this global connector. Let's see this fix. I'll show you. I'll tell you what I have done. Don't worry. This is the okay. It is mapped to new version only. The RAM. Here also it is new fragment, but still it is throwing error. Let's see. Let's do this again. Let's run this again. You can see the dependency is updated. I have added the module, but think I need to scaffold the flows. Oh, it is not deployed yet. Let's wait. Then let's trigger and let's see. Maybe one thing I missed. While adding this RAML as dependency, you need to generate the flows. So we can do that maybe. It will sync. Okay, let's try now. If it fails, then we can do that. I think it will fail again. There it is. What happened? Yeah, we got the response. But what? Yeah, I didn't run it in debug mode or what? Yeah, I didn't keep any debug points. Yeah, it's my bad. So this is how happen. Even if you run in debug mode, if you didn't keep on debug points, it won't show you anything here. But that's okay. You got the response, right? See, book added successfully, and this response is the complete payload. See, the generated key is 107. Once if you can see, if you can test it in the database in the books info table, what it will do, it will create one row. I mean, it already created one row with this. Let me just see. Now extra row is also added with 107. This book code 107 I have not given here, right? It will automatically generate it, and that generated book code is coming as a response here. But here the response is little different, because once you insert the data into a database, you will get normal response as affected rows. But now we are actually asking to provide this generated key also, right? So it is coming like this. This is the complete payload coming back from the database. As we have just mentioned only payload in our database, I mean in our data view, you are getting this kind of response. We need to do some transformation here. So let's do that. Let's keep this somewhere, this response. First, it is easy for us to. Okay, so this is the one, but I mean this is the response we are getting. But what is the expected response? Result is book added successfully. Now you need to get book code. So here you need to get only 107, not the complete data. You need to receive the auto generated value here, like 107, like this. So now we are getting a response. I'll just separate this. Now we are getting a response like this whenever you print complete payload. But your actual response, expecting response is like this. You need to grab only 107 here and send it as a book code. So to do that, we need to drive through some database, I mean data view configurations. We'll just write some data view code to get this value and print it here. Let's see that how we can do that. So to practice that and to see how you can do any data view code or anything, to practice any data view code, we have a tool called Data View Playground, which is a MuleSoft one only. Okay, you can just type Data View Playground. You can take the first link. It will show you how you can transform. I mean, it will show you this is the input. Here you need to write the data view transformation. This is the output. So you can play around with this tool. You can practice as many as things if you want to get the required response. Right. So here is the input. You need to click on this JSON. You need to give your input, which you are getting. Now you need to transform this input to this format, right? So let's try that first. So you need to just click on JSON. You can come here and you need to write the data view code here. So what you are expecting, your expectation, what is you are expecting output, you can just copy this and paste it here. Okay, but it is just pasted, hard coded, but you need to get it like dynamically. So remove this value. You need to read this value from here. So to read this entire thing is called as payload. Whenever you say payload, it will print everything, right? So instead of that, you need to select payload dot generated keys here, because in our case that actual thing is this payload, the actual response from database. So the actual response from database is just generated key. Right, that is why if you can run it in a debug mode, it will be easy for you to find out. Maybe to avoid some confusion, I can also do that. But here you cannot. Okay, let's take the payload like this only. Only the database response, nothing more than that. Okay. Okay, now what you can do, payload dot, you can, once you click dot, it will show you the remaining keys, main keys. So main one is generated keys. So you can add, you can select generated keys. Inside the generated keys, what is the key? Generated key. Once you click dot, it will show that as well. You can just click that. See, now we have write the code here, but the value is coming here like this. Now you can use this data view code here. Instead of writing payload, you can just put payload dot that key name dot whatever, until you can you want to get the entire value. You want to get this value, so you need to first click this. then you need to access this, then it will give you the value like that. This is a very simple transformation. Once you do practice, it will be easy, right? So maybe let's run this in normal mode. Let's see this response. Okay, it is deployed. Let's test. Let's change some data. The title I can give test 27 sep something, just to see the difference. So I'm just clicking send. See, now you got the response. Book code is 108 now, because it is the data is added as a new book in the books table, and it book code that means the column book code column is auto generated with that key. Earlier it is 107, so the next key is 108, right? Next number is, so it is generating the next number. Maybe you can refresh this. I just wanted to show you that field as well. Okay, so let's go to browse, and let's see. See, 108 is your code. This number we have not given as an input or something. It will generate automatically 100, 101, 102, 103. It will get generated automatically because we have given this column as auto increment. And now, whenever you specify any column name or index here in the auto generated keys, what will happen? It will go to that table and it will get that value of that particular field. It will give it as a auto generated key. But you need to do little transformation to get the exact response. Earlier you got the response like this, the entire database payload, because we have kept payload. But now we want to access this value, so payload dot this key dot inside that this is the key, so payload dot generated keys and generated key, then this value will come automatically. So earlier it is 107, but now it is again new book added, so it will give you the code as 108, right? So I hope you understood this one for now. Alright, so we have done with this requirement as well. Let's concentrate on another requirement and let's move further. Let's extend this. Let's extend this one by one. We need to do a lot of things in this project, right? So let's do one by one. Let's proceed further. So to create a new book and get the book ID as a response in auto generated key, you can follow this process. Don't bother about this database code and this columns added, triggered and something like that, because in real time you are not going to work on anything related to database queries and tables, data schemas and all. You will just accept that. And in this requirement, you need to first get the in this particular functionality, you need to first make sure, as part of requirement session, you need to check with that particular database team what is the key I need to get as a response. Like in your response, it is the book code, right? But maybe sometimes in the database the column name will be different, so you need to get that column name from the requirements. What column name I can pick? Use library code or book code or any other code, something. You need to first get that information. That's it. So accordingly you can add that index and the column name here in this auto generated keys section of advanced tab. Alright, this will make our life easy to get that response back. Instead of doing too many database calls, you can do in this way, right? So now the last one is in this particular project, for particular SAPI, we need to implement one more feature, which is to get that book details based on the rating and all. It is just easy because we have already done two get methods. It is very easy for us to complete that. Let's do that. Okay, so let's see our last feature, get the book details based on the rating. and library code, right? So to do that, no, it is not, yeah. So to do that, it is also like related to book, right? So book information IMPL, in that only we can implement. And also we need to use the select operator only, because we are going to pull the data from the database. Okay, so let me rename this get books details based on rating. Maybe you can give any name like this. And for this also, the connector configuration is same, the same database we are going to use, but the query will change little, right? We can have the query here. Let's go to this. I mean, we can get the query from here maybe. Let me expand the tables. But here, remember, we are going to send query parameters like rating and what is the other one? Library code maybe, right? So let me create new request, and this is the get request only. This time we are going to provide the query parameters. So to give any query parameters, the syntax, I mean in the URL, the syntax would be the question mark. After question mark, if you have any key value pairs, it will treat as a query parameter. Let me remove this. Let me give the query parameters here in the params. Here you will get the URL. You can capture that. Okay. So here, what I am going to do, rating. I am going to give rating equal to 4. See, observe the URL here. After the books is the path, then it will append question mark, because after question mark, if you have any key value pair, that is nothing but query parameter, right? The next one, library code. What is available library code for us? It is IBS 311, right? So first let's form the URL. I is not copied, so I. So whenever you see, whenever you add any number of query parameters, first query parameter will, I mean, any query parameter will start with question mark, because it will separate the resource path and the query parameter. In the URL, whenever you see any question mark, it means that after that you will find any key value pairs of query parameters. And if you have more than one query parameter, it will append with ampersand symbol, and symbol. So as we have two query parameters, your URL will looks like this. So now once we hit this URN, because we have not yet implemented it. So once we click send, what it will do, it should go to that database. It should pull, it should pull the books details related to these two parameters. Rating is for IBS 311 library. Let's see if any books are available. Otherwise, let's create some data. So maybe here also you can check with the query. So in the query, how you can do is where library code equal to IBS 311. Here you can write normal and, because this is the SQL syntax. So and what is the other parameter? It is rating. Rating equal to 4. Let's run this query. See, two books are available, which are having rating 4 and library code is 311. Just like that, if you have anything like show query box, yeah. If you have, let's see in library 112, how many books are available? Here 3 books are available. See, so based on the condition we are sending, it should pull the data from the database and it should display as a response. So this is the actual query we need to use in our database connector, right? But these values you need to send dynamically by using input parameter. You can remove the single quotes in the syntax. I mean, here in our database connector, you no need to add single quotes for the columns. So remaining query will be same, but the values you need to send dynamically by using input parameters. So whatever the values you are sending here in the URL, These two values we need to send as an input parameter to here, and from that input parameter you need to map it here in the actual query, just like we did for other post method, right? So in URL you will get the values like this: rating equal to 4 and ampersand and library code equal to IBS 111. But in the runtime we need to convert those values as a query, SQL query like this. Then only it will go to the database, it will run this query, it will pull the values, and we need to get the response back. So in the background it will be happening like this, right? So what we can do, first let's capture what we are getting. So we are getting these values, rating and library code, by using query parameters in our REST API of MuleSoft, right? So we need to first capture those query parameters dynamically, and we need to save it into some variables. Let's do that first, okay? So to create variables, I have already told you two methods. We can go with the set variable transformer, or you can go with data view itself. Right, so let's create variables this time. So we have already seen data view variables, right? So let's use this. So set variable, you need to give variable name. You can give any name here, but this name you need to map dynamically in the database. So rating where I can give right like this, just to make you differentiate. You can give direct rating also, but it will make you some confusion. So as this is the variable name, I just added rating where. But in real time, you don't need to add this where or something. You can use any name or any naming conventions, right? So this rating where should read the value of this rating query parameter. So here, while in the URL we are sending rating equal to 4, we need to read that in the data view, and we need to save that value into this variable. This variable we need to send as a dynamic variable here, right? So to do that, we need to first save this somewhere, like the rating where. In the rating where, how you can get the query parameters in Mule syntax, you need to follow all the query parameters, headers, URI parameters, everything will be available into attributes. Once you click three letters and click tab, it is not coming, but that's okay. You can just click here. You can read like, you can read like attributes dot query params. It is not showing suggestions here. Maybe let's try in data view, because in this case you need to remember the syntax, but I want to make you little easy way. So let's use data view only. So here just to click on this variable, here select variable, create one variable, just like rating where. Okay, so now you can remove everything, and you can remove the payload one as well. We no need to change any payload. So in the rating where, you can just delete everything. You can read the query parameters by using this syntax. You can say att or, no, it is not, okay, attributes dot query params. Here also it is not showing any suggestions. That's okay. You can remember this for now. Attributes dot query params dot this parameter name, exact name what you are giving here, the URL query parameter name, right? Or else, yeah. All right. So here you have captured one variable. Let me go back to this API, and here you need to invoke that particular flow in here get method, right? So here, see, this is the payload we have given. Let's remove this, because you need to invoke that actual flow here. Okay, so yeah, I'm going back to the books info AMPL, and here I have created one variable which is reading that rating one, and I need to create one more variable. Here the another variable is library code. So let me say take the same name. Here you can give any name, variable name you can give any name, but to read it you need to give same name. So here lib code I can give lib code where, for your understanding, where. Okay, now let's remove everything. and how you can read the variables. See, it is under attributes. Okay, so attributes dot query params dot that query parameter name from the URL. Right, so now you have created two variables. One is rating var, another one is libcode var. Now what you need to do, you need to map these two variables dynamically here. Instead of giving the actual value, what you can do, you need to map through input parameters. So now the input parameters, you need to create two parameters. Just like this you can give. Okay, maybe let me just take a reference of this data view is doing something weird here. Okay, in the JSON object, let's create two variables here in the input parameter section. We need to give two variables, and those variables should read you need to create two input parameters. Those parameters should read the values from the variables which we have created. Right, so one is L code. I am just giving it as L code here, or else libcode colon. You need to get the value from the variable, right? So now vars dot whatever the variables you have created here, it should give the suggestions over there, but something is missing. So library code is this one, right? So you can copy this variable. So here, and one more variable, put comma, and one more variable is rating, right? So rating colon, it is also available in vars. So earlier in the insert, the values are available in the payload, means input payload, input request. So that is why we read through payload object. But now the values are available in the variables. In the variables also, it is in the query params. We have already captured it. So that is why now we read these values by using vars. Right? Remember these differences. Practice it well. It will be easy for you. Okay. So now the another variable is rating. I am just clicking edit rating. Right. So now I have two input parameters. I need to bind these input parameters in the query. So we need to use this terminology called bind while you are sending through input parameters. So copy this code, and to give here what is the syntax, colon and this input parameter name, and the rating again colon and this input parameter name. We have already seen this in insert query, right? So now we have done the configuration. So now let's rename this get books based on rating and libcode. Okay, right. So now we have send input parameters here. Maybe this we can rename it as input query params. Now we triggered this database. Now you need to capture the response from the database. Get books response. Okay, so here for now, as this is the system API, we are not going to do any transformations. So for now, let's capture everything in the JSON format as it is. So to capture all the payload, you need to use only one single line called payload. So it will give you all the response coming from the database in the JSON format. It will display like that. So let's save this. Now we have done with the implementation, but you need to invoke this this flow here in your actual API. Here the gets books resource, this is the actual resource, right? So for the other three resources we have already implemented, and we have invoked by using flow reference. We have invoked the particular implementation flow. Just like that, we will use another flow reference here in the get books resource. Let's invoke that flow here. Here what is the flow we implemented? Where is it? Get my books. Get book details based on rating, right? So you need to just select this flow. Remember, every time you need to change the display name. Don't give the default display name. That is also one best practice. Don't go with the default display names. Okay. Right. I think it got stuck. Let's wait. Not is released. Okay. So now we have what is the logger here? Get books flow. We can name it as start logger, and I'll tell you how many loggers we need to use in any flow. We'll discuss that later. Okay. Right, now we have done the implementation and we have invoked here. Now once you deploy it locally, once you click this URL, you need to get the response from the database. Let's test this quickly. So I am going to run it in a normal mode. Let's see if any errors occurs, then we will debug it. Okay, just to save time, I'll just run it in a normal run as new application. But the local variable is already available there, the attributes we have already used it. So maybe you can go to run configuration, and it is selected, and the environment variable is also available. Let's just click on run. Let's try to test this. Before that, I would like to save this into this collection. Name you can change. And remember, so far we have not deployed this updated code into Cloudhub. If you try to test this into Cloudhub URL, you will not get the actual response. We have to deploy all this updated code into Cloudhub. That is why CI/CD come into picture. Okay, so if you did any change manually like this, if you forget anything to deploy into Cloudhub, Cloudhub will not have all the updated code. So if anyone who is accessing that API, they will not get updated output. Right. So to avoid this manual intervention, only CI/CD come into picture. Like once you done this code, once you implement this code, once you commit this code into that Azure DevOps or GitHub anywhere in your coding remote repository, automatically the code updated code will deploy into the Cloud Hub. That is why continuous development. I mean continuous integration, continuous delivery, CI/CD. So that is the main uses of CI/CD actually. As this is the time, I just wanted to give you one line of information. We will see CI/CD also by using Jenkins. Maybe we will see that by end of this course. But that is the main advantage. Because see, if we have done a lot of implementation, we have committed the code, but the code is not available in Cloudhub. So if someone access that Cloudhub URL, or once maybe if we deliver this to client, they will once they use that because they will not test this with your local host URL. So once they test that code into their I mean by using their Cloudhub URL, I mean our Cloudhub URL of REST API, okay, they will not get the updated result, they will not get updated output, they will get only that default responses which we have added in the initially get flow is executed successfully, something like that. They will get only those default responses. This updated response actual data they will not get because we have not deployed this code into Cloudhub yet. Remember, this is the this is the correct the place where CI/CD come into picture to save time and to save this manual intervention, to avoid this manual intervention. Once we commit the code into the Azure DevOps by using this git push, we will push the code to remote repository, right? So once the code is available in the remote repository, it will automatically deploy into the Cloud Hub. So we no need to worry about the deployment part once we set up that pipeline. Okay, all right. So let's try to test this. Bad request. Okay, in headers I have not passed this client ID secret, right? Yeah, I forgot. Let me copy. So see, this is the one. Like whenever you see GUID request, just check your headers or your URLs. Let's try here. The params is query parameter. Headers are your client ID secret ones. Main bad request. Get method. Let me see, is there any URL changes? Required query parameter rating not specified. Acha, okay. Sorry, we have given this query parameters in RAML, right? You need to give in the same way. You cannot change that case. Like if it is uppercase, you should follow the same case. Like capital letters or small letters, everything you need to follow the same. That is the error actually. Yeah. Okay, so we have given rating, but all the texts are in small letters. But in RAML maybe we can define this with some capital letters or some unit cap like that. So this is how validation works in RAML. If you miss something, it will throw this validation errors. Right, so demo, not that. Let me yeah, let me just, maybe we can check here also this query parameters, right? You can check here. Yeah, so rating, this is the one, capital rating. Now you need to go change the code also. Okay, because see, yeah, this is the rating because you have defined sorry, you have where it is, yeah, you have defined query parameters like this. So you need to follow same case sensitive, same capital letters and small letters stuff, right? So now what we need to do, we need to change the code also, because while reading this query parameters we have given here, I have given the normal one only. So library code, you need to change this keys as well. And rating, you need to use the same name. I have given small r, but in the RAML it is capital R for this rating. For library code, I have given a small l here, but in RAML I have defined library code as L capital L. So each and everything it will validate. So yeah, so we have done it, because no need to change any other thing because these variables are same. Libcode where and rating where, this we have defined it here itself, right? So there is no further changes. Only while reading the query parameters, you need to read the correct parameter from the URL which we are giving. And these variables also, as we have already defined in the RAML, you need to give the same name. So that's it. Right, so let me, oh, it is already deployed. Yeah, I had clicked on save, it is already auto deployed. Let's maybe try to test once. See, now you got the response. Right, so we have already cross-validated this with the database, right? You have two books for this IBS 111 rating 4. You have only two books in the database, so that is why two books information it is getting. So remember, whenever you got this bad request, okay, what you need to check, you need to check if you missed any headers, or you need to check if your URL is correct or not, and you need to check if your query parameter names are correct or not. That is why earlier it throws like required parameter rating is missing. That is the error we are getting. We got it, right? So now what I have done, I just cross verified that with my RAML. So I just changed the query parameter names as we defined. Then now it works, right? So this is how you need to work in your real-time environment also if you have any issues. So let's see, for IBS 111 we got two books, that is fine, but for IBS 112 library we have seen three books are there with rating 4. Let's test that as well. I think yes, you got three books details. See, whenever you see this complete set of data, this is called one object, and this is another object, this is another object. Three objects you get means three books details you got it from the database. So right, so I think we are done with all the four requests. I mean, four. What is that? Four features which we are going to implement. We have done with the implementation of all the four features, all the four methods, or all the four resources of our library management system API by now. But we have not yet implemented error handling, that we need to see. Before you implement this error handling into this project, you need to know what is the error handling and what are the features available in MuleSoft, how you can achieve that error handling in a complete in-depth detail. So I will publish two videos approximately for this error handling that will contain theoretical part and one example. That is not related to this project, but it is a common thing. We need to first understand everything about error handling. Then we will come back and we will implement the error handling strategies here in our project. Right? See, if we implement something here, you will assume like this is only the error handling part we have in MuleSoft. So to make you more understand what are the different error handling strategies available in MuleSoft, I have created separate two videos that I will publish later after this video. Right? So one thing you need to remember, whenever you are done with your local testing, if everything is working fine, what you need to do, we need to commit the code. So go to the System Explorer, because you should not miss the working code. It is always a better practice to test the code locally like this, like we did. See, earlier the code is not working. We are getting that rating query parameter issue. So by that time, if you commit the code, there is no use. But now the code is working fine. We have adjusted the code. We have modified the code. It is working fine. Now it's time to commit the code to make all the working copy of code. Right? So git add dot. I don't see git status now, because you know how to do that. Right? So I'll commit this code. Git commit -m space in double quotes, get books resource implementation code. Git add is there. Git commit. What happened? It is getting error. Okay, sorry, after hyphen I have given space by mistake. So yeah, let me remove that. That's what. Yeah, now it is committed. Now let's push to remote repository. Git push origin origin. Now updated code is there in Azure DevOps. As we have not yet set up the pipeline, it will not deploy automatically. We need to deploy it manually into Cloudhub. Right. So yeah, we have commit the code. You can check it in two ways actually. Even you can just directly check in the Azure DevOps, or maybe you can just come and refresh this. You should not see this arrow marks once you commit it. So let me refresh. No need. Actually, it's gone, right? So now everything you see for all the files, you see the cylinder symbol, yellow cylinder symbol. It means your code is up to date. It means you have committed the entire code into Azure DevOps, and the code available in Azure DevOps is also there. In like both your local code and Azure DevOps is in sync. In simple words. Okay, so yeah. Please do practice all these four features. So as I said, let's see error handling, and then let's continue the other topics. Thank you. Hello all, welcome to Clark Technologies, and we are very happy to announce that we are going to provide a free course for MuleSoft for all the freshers and beginners and who want to learn MuleSoft from scratch. This is entirely free course which we are going to release on day by day basis. So it will be a 30 days course. So it is very helpful for you to learn MuleSoft from scratch. And we have explained this course with the real-time project. We have built a real-time project also. In order to explain that, we have created a couple of files and project code as well. So if you want to get those files and projects, please email us with this subject line, request to share level 1 course files. Also, we have an important announcement that we are planning to release a MuleSoft advanced level 2 course very soon. So in this course we will be discussing most of the topics of MuleSoft, which will help you very well in order to complete level 2 certification, as well as to work on complex real-time projects as well. So I hope you will be enjoying that course as well. So if you want to know more details about advanced level course, please contact us via mobile or email. We will be sharing those details. So without further delay, let's get started.
In this session, we are going to discuss about error handling, which is the part of, main thing in any software code, which is very heart of any system. So if you develop any code, error handling is the main thing. Even it is Java or C, CPP, now in MuleSoft or any other integration platform, anything. If you develop anything, if you implement anything, error handling is the main stuff. So we have to pay more attention for this error handling stuff, how we can handle the errors and how we can achieve this in MuleSoft. So as part of this session, we will cover these topics. So what is error handling, and we will see in depth, and we will discuss about on error propagate, on error continue, and rise error try catch scope with real-time examples, and we will see all the global error handling and different error handling strategies and all, and we will see all the hands-on session, because this session is completely hands-on session to discuss all these types and strategies and all. So you should pay more attention. So there is less theoretical part here. Okay, so let's get started. And it is very important a topic for any coding language, which is error handling. So if you have any error, how you are going to handle in your code. So let's see how we can do that in MuleSoft. Okay. So before we enter into how to handle errors in MuleSoft, we will see what are the basics about it. So what is error, what is error handling, what are the different types of error. So once you are familiar with this, then you will be easily understand how MuleSoft is handling the errors and all. Okay. So let's start with what is an error. So in general, what is an error? So if you used correct functionality in a wrong way, or if you are receiving a negative response for the expected functionality, which is, unexpected negative response of an expected functionality, you can say for example, in your mobile phone, you will lock with the pattern or any fingerprint or any password or pin, right? So to open your phone, to unlock your mobile, you have to enter the correct details, right? So for example, you have entered wrong pin, or you have used another finger which you have not registered as part of security. So if you try more than 2 or 3 times, what will happen? It will actually block that particular security, and it will send you a message. It will show you a message like too many attempts. So you have used a wrong password for too many attempts. So we are disabling this functionality for some time, or you are unable to unlock your phone. This is locked. The password is locked. Like that, you will get some message, right? So what is that message? That is nothing but error message, error response. So to handle any error handling means, uh, see error handling means you are not going to fix the error at that time. You are actually intimating the users, you are actually informing the users like what happened wrong. So in our mobile case example, it will clearly mention too many attempts with wrong pin. So we are disabling this functionality. By read this message, you will understand, okay, I have entered a wrong pin, or I have used a wrong finger to unlock my phone. So that is the mistake. So next time you will use the right pin, or you can use the right finger to open that mobile to unlock it, right? So like, what is error handling means, you are handling different type of errors by sending a meaningful recovery procedure and meaningful response to the end user with the required details, right? So that user can fix it from their end if there is a data mistake from their end, or developer can fix that from their end as it is if it is an implementation mistake, if implementation error. So like that. So error handling means you are not going to fix that, you are actually sending a meaningful response with all the required details or recovery procedures to the end user. Okay, so what is different type of errors in coding language? Maybe in MuleSoft or maybe in Java, in CPP. What are the different types of errors you can expect? So these are all the types of errors. One is message level errors. Second one is system level errors. So for example, what is message level errors? So if any message is involved in that particular error, it will nothing but message level errors. For example, if you are going to logged into any point platform, let's say this example itself. Okay, so let me log in into any point platform. I mean Cloudhub. These are all my credentials, right? Credentials means my username and my password. Let me enter a wrong username and click on sign in. What you expect? It is throwing a message. This is nothing but error message. What is the error message you are getting? Your credentials are not valid. So by reading this message, because this is user friendly format of message. Okay, so by reading this message, you can understand what you have did. So your credentials are not valid. Maybe those credentials are expired, or that you have entered wrong username and wrong password. Right? So here the message is involved. Any data is involved? Yes. So here username and password is nothing but message. So it is involved. So this kind of errors is known as message level errors. Wherever any data, any message is involved in your error, which will cause that error, it will nothing but message level errors. So another type of error is system level errors. Before you logged in into system, or before you send any message or receive any message, if you have any kind of errors like connectivity issues or connectivity issue to database, if you are unable to connect that database, or if you are unable to use that particular website, maybe that website is down for some time, or maybe the database credentials are changed, that is another point. But if you have any system level sorry connectivity issues in JMS provider or database, these are all few examples. Those are called system level errors. There is no message involved, only connectivity established errors are involved. So in our case itself, you can say like anypoint.mulesoft.com is the actual URL. Let's say we have another URL we have implemented. For example, mulesoft-test.com something login. So let's say this is another URL which they have developed. But now if you can see, if you enter it, you will find some error like the site cannot be reached because you are unable to connect to that particular site. These kind of errors. Here we didn't send any message. We have just used that URL and clicked enter. So, or if you have any issues like connecting to database or connecting to any other third party service, which are nothing but system level errors. I hope you understand the difference between these two types of errors. Okay. So now you understood what are the different types of errors. Even with that, we are actually classified different types of errors, which are nothing but these common three types of errors in MuleSoft. Okay, business errors. First thing, what are the different type of errors comes under business error classification is data related errors or validation errors. Data related errors means we have just seen you have entered wrong details, wrong credentials and all. So that is nothing but data related errors. Or if you have given a wrong pin to you unlock your phone, that is data related error. So what are the validation errors? For example, while filling a online form, in the form of mobile field, you have entered your name, for example, because mobile field is accepting only numbers, but you have entered characters, ABCD characters you have entered with your name. So that is nothing but validation errors, because it will do the validation like mobile number will have only numbers, only digits, okay, but you have entered characters, which is nothing but validation errors. So like that, those two types of errors will come under business errors in general. Then technical errors, any connectivity errors like we have discussed while connecting to database or any other connector. If you are facing any issue, if you had any connectivity error, That is nothing but connectivity type of error. Okay, another one is this is specific to MuleSoft, data view expression related errors. So we have not yet covered actual the data view session as of now, but we have used some of the data view expressions like while reading the URI parameters, while display the payload, we have used some syntax, right? Attributes dot query params dot that query param names and all. So if you have did any mistake in that data view expression syntax and all, it will throw an error while running the code. So those type of errors are nothing but technical errors. Okay. So another one is this is also specific to MuleSoft API kit router errors. So if you remember, we have imported RAML to our studio, and we have generated API kit router. Let me open the studio in the meanwhile. So we have actually we have generated all the flows which are related to RAML, right? We have generated the flows. Once you generate the flows, it will show. It will, I mean, by default, it will generate couple of error blocks. If you remember, API kit connectivity error, API kit bad request. My studio is getting opened. Just have a look at it. So these are all the different kind of errors which are generated by default. See, and at the time of error handling section, in the error handling section, these are all the default errors which are generated by using RAML, by using API kit router. So see, bad request, API kit not found, API method, these are specific to API, specific to your REST API. Those kind of errors are now called as API kit router errors. And if you have faced any other errors other than this classification, we have to handle those unknown errors also in our code. Okay. So whenever an error is created, whenever you faced any error, whenever you have any error, an error object is created in MuleSoft. So in general, Mule message will have only two parts. We have already seen that every Mule message will have two parts. One is attributes, another one is payload, right? So that is for success case. If you have any error in the flow, if you experienced any exception in your flow, it will create a new object which is called error. So it will have all the error related details in that particular object, and it has couple of fields. By using the particular field name, you will get the specific error detail. So it has lot of fields. We will see in our next slide. So whenever an error is created, that error object is created whenever an error occurs in your flow. But in success scenario, you cannot see this error in your data view. So while debugging your application, you will see this mule message error object if you have any errors in your flow. We will see that later once we have started the hands-on session. Okay. So these are all the different components of error object, which are nothing but field names. See, here we have error dot field name. By using this syntax, you will get the details about the error. Okay. So like that, what are the different fields, what are the different selector expressions you have? So we have a description, error type, detailed description, cause, error message, and child errors. These are all the major fields, and even into these all these fields, we have to concentrate. We have to focus on description and error type. These are all the major two fields we are going to use in our real-time projects in very frequently. We can use all these other fields also, but these two we can use very frequent manner. Okay. So let's see one by one. So what is error dot description will tell you. If you want to get description of the error, you should use this syntax to get that error description. And if you want to get what type of error you are getting, so you have to use error dot error type with this syntax. This is syntax specific to MuleSoft. This is nothing but a MUL syntax, Mule expression language syntax. But in data view, you have to call directly error dot error type. We will see all these things once we have started hands-on. As I said earlier, this session is majorly we will have hands-on other than the theoretical explanation. Okay, this is the only video you will find theoretical explanation. Next time, next video onwards, we will see all the hands-on sessions. Okay, so error type. This object, this field will have all the type related details. So use it to characterize the problem and allow the routing within the error handler. Because based on the error type only, it will go to that particular error handler flow, and it will execute the code in that particular flow, and it will send you the response. So if you want to see more details about your error, you can have error detailed description. And the cause is it will show a Java thread. So we cannot understand this. It will show display Java thread whenever if you have any specific requirement, like you have to catch that particular Java throwable result, you can use this. Error message is an optional message which MuleSoft will send you as part of error object. If you have any API connectivity, something, any other specific errors, you will find at least few details about this error message. It is optional field. You cannot get these details every time. Okay, so error dot child errors. Child errors is a field where you will get all the optional collection of inner errors. You can say, for example, scatter gather will use in general. Scatter gather flow will use this error details. What is scatter gather? That is a different topic. Scatter gather is a specific component, a unique component available in MuleSoft, which will use it to execute the parallel flows. You can execute as many as flows parallelly if you have that requirement. So that is a different topic. So if error dot child errors will be very useful in kind of scatter gather flows and all, right? So what is major properties you have? So as we said earlier, we have to concentrate on error description and error type first of all. So error description is a text message which where you will find a complete description of your error. So what error type will contain? So let's see error type. Actually, in general, error type will have two different parts. One is namespace, another one is identifier. So for example, if you can see HTTP colon unauthorized. This is namespace, this is identifier. Validation colon invalid in number. This is a namespace, this is identifier. So what is this namespace and identifier? I will explain you by using this API kit router errors first, then we will come back to this slide. So let's see, this is the type. These are all the generated by default, right? So we have not done all this code. We are getting this code by default once you import the design RAML from the design center, right? So this is one kind of error. Just to see what is the error type. API kit colon not found. This is one error type. Another type of error is API kit colon bad request. So wherever, but if you can observe one thing here, for all the errors, the namespace is same, API kit colon, API kit colon, API kit colon, which means by using the namespace, we can understand what connector is throwing error. So here, if you can observe, this is related to all API kit router errors. So that is why it has added API kit as a namespace. It is a common namespace for all the API kit router errors. So by using the namespace, you can understand which connector is through the error. So that is useful for that case. What is identifier? By using the identifier, you can observe what type of error you are getting. Okay. So API kit colon bad request. You can understand in this way, right? API kit, okay, this is thrown by, I mean, this error is thrown by API kit router. And what type of error it is? It is a bad request. Means you have missed some input values and all. So another one is API kit colon method not allowed. API kit is a namespace. By using this, you can understand this error is thrown by API kit router component. Identifier is method not allowed. So by using this identifier, you will understand what type of error it is. So method not allowed. It means you have used wrong method. Like that. Like that, you can you can understand by using the error type field, you will understand what type of error it is and what connector thrown that error. So for example, here HTTP colon unauthorized. Because HTTP is a namespace, you can understand like this error is thrown by HTTP connector, and unauthorized means you have used wrong credentials, like that. So we have to focus on error type and error description in every error we are getting. Okay, so that's it for this video. So in this video we have discussed error, what is error handling, and classification types, and what are error objects details and so just try to focus on these things. Let's meet in another video where we will discuss about more in error handling strategies of MuleSoft one by one by doing a hands-on session. I hope you understand this video. You like this video. Okay. Thank you. Please practice, and let's meet in another video. To give you overview, we have three different error handling strategies available in MuleSoft, which is application level error handling, flow level error handling, processor level error handling. Okay, so if you have application level error handling, which means if you have any error handling details in your application, if any error occurred in your throughout the application, regardless of component, regardless of the flow, if any error occurred in throughout your application, uh, this application strategy, I mean this error handling strategy will handle. So we have two types in that: default error handler, global error handler. We will see one by one in our hands-on session. Okay. So next one, flow level error handling. So flow level error handling means if any error occurred in specific flow. So for example, say if any error occurred in this get all bus details flow, this flow error handling will handle that particular error. Okay, thus every flow will have every flow will have three sections we have discussed earlier, right? Source, processes, and error handling. So by using this error handling section, you can write all the error handling details here. So any error occurred in this flow, that will be handled by this flow specific error handling section itself. So those type of strategies is called flow level error handling. Okay, so every flow will have its own error handling. So any error occurred in that particular flow, it will handle by their own. So in that flow level error handling, we have different types, which is on error continue, on error propagate, rise error. Actually these three are components. We are going to use these three components in this global error handler also, because in MuleSoft, to discuss about any error handling, we have these three are the major components: on error continue, on error propagate, rise error. If you can see here, if you can I mean this is in any point studio, if it search for an error, see you will see four things: error handler, this is used for global error handler, and in general for all the flow level error handling, you will see three different components: on error continue, on error propagate, rise error. So we will see one by one once we start the demo. Okay, there we will discuss in detail. So another one is processor level error handling. For this we have only one scope, try catch scope. Let's search that also. So you can search with a try. This is nothing but try catch scope. By using this, we can handle errors specific to processor. Processor is nothing but all the any component drag and drop here in the processor section, which will be called as a processor. Okay, so for example, you can see, I'll just drag and drop a flow. Every flow will have three sections, right? Source, process, and error handling. So you have to write all the error handling code here in this error handling section. And here after this dotted line, you will see process, right? So any component you have drag and drop here, because we have to use different components here in the process section based on your project business requirement. So any component you have drag and drop here in the process section, which is called as processor. So if you want to handle errors specific to that processor, you can use try catch scope. It purely depends on your requirement, your project requirement. If your client says you have to handle errors specific to this connector, for example database connector, you can say insert. Okay, so if you have to handle specific errors related to this database connector itself, that won't be applicable for your flow, that won't be applicable for your application. You have to handle errors specific to this processor. You can use try catch scope. In the try catch scope, you can drag and drop this connector and you can handle that. We will see that also, but just to give you overview, I have given this example. Okay, so I'm actually deleting this one because this is not the valid one. Okay, so yeah, these are all the different strategies available in MuleSoft. We will see one by one in detail once we start the hands-on. I hope you understand different strategies. Let's see in another video. Hello. So to demonstrate this error handling, I have created a new application. I have created by using like the Hello World example which we have done earlier. So file new Mule project, and in that new Mule project, I have named it as error handling demo, and there is no RAML and all for this because this is a fresh new Mule application. We no need to import RAML or anything. So I just created a new project just like Hello World project. Here I have used I have designed this flow in order to demonstrate the error handling. So I have used HTTP listener. I just drag and drop the HTTP listener here. So to save some time, I have actually designed this earlier. So just drag and drop that HTTP listener here under the source section. So here my path is error demo, and I have the port I have given 8087. Okay, and I would like to validate and I would like to frame the form like in this way. So port localhost and error demo, and one query parameter I am going to send, which is contact, which is nothing but the number query parameter. So we have already seen what are the query parameters and all in our previous session. If you are new to this, just visit that video and recap once. So anything you find, any key value files you find after the question mark in your URL, you can treat it as query parameter. So here my query parameter is contact, and the value should be any number, any integer number. Okay, so that is my code. I would like to actually validate that code. So in order to give the success response, I should send number here. So if I send number to this contact query parameter, then my flow should success. Otherwise, it should fail. Okay. So as of now, I have defined only success flow. If you observe here, this is the error handling section where we are going to write our all error handling related code here. But as of now, this is empty because I didn't add anything here as of now. I have just designed this flow, and here the response I need to get in this way. This is by using transform view message. I just drag and drop the transform view message here. Transform message here, and by default it would be Java, right? We have already seen that. So I have changed it to JSON, and I have given one just status equal to 200, response is success. I have given it manually. So now this is the one you have to concentrate here, the validation module, because listener transform message we have already seen. So what is this is number? This is actually validation module available in MuleSoft. It will validate all the payload or query parameters or variables against your input value in order to provide you the valid true or false response. So if you can search here validation, okay, these are all the different operations available for this validation module. So it will be already added to your Mule project. You don't need to add it manually. So validation module will be already there in your project. So just drag and drop. These are all the different operations of this validation module. Here I have used is number. So I just drag and drop the is number validation here. Why? Because my requirement is to validate the query parameter value. So if I send any name value, any characters for this contact query parameter, it should fail. If I send any number parameter, it should success. So what this validation module will do is the is number operation. What I have just drag and drop the is number operation from here to there. What it will do, it will just check the input value, and if it is a number, it will send true. So if it is true, the successful flow will execute it. If you send other than a number, if you send any special characters or any other ABCD characters and all, it should send false. It will display false. So it will go to error handling section. The success response you won't get. So let's see one by one. So what are there in this validation module? Just a double click on it. As I said earlier, I would like to actually check the contact query parameter, right? So we have already seen how to read the query parameters. So by default, this is empty. You need to just click on this function button. So by default, this function won't be selected. So you need to just click the function button, then this button will be blue. Now you will give your query parameter syntax here. So attributes dot query params dot contact. Here contact is my query parameter. So I would like to check this. So that is the expression I have given. So what it will do, it will take from the URL. It will check the contact value here. If it is number, it will send true. Otherwise, it will send false. So that's it for this flow. I hope you understand my flow and what are the different components are going to do here. So let's run this application and let's see how we can test it and how we can do that. And one more thing I have added here, number type equal to integer. Here it is having different data types also available here. I just selected integer here because I am going to send contact number as a integer, just a normal number. Okay, so to understand this clearly, let's run this in a debug mode. We have already seen how to debug your application, right? So let's run this application in debug mode and let's see all the steps involved. Okay, so just right click your application and go to debug as mule application. So it will take some time to deploy your application. Let me just stop and start the server again. So right click on your application, go to debug as mule application. Okay, so it will run in a debug mode. So once this is deployed, I'll resume the video because it will take some time. So let's wait. Okay. The scenario what we are going to test here is like first we need to test the success scenario. Okay, do you want to open this mule debugger? Yes, click on yes. So now your debugger will come. So for the first time mule debugger will be shown here. You need to drag and drop to here, which we have already seen in our debugging session. Okay, so I think it's still deploying. Yeah, so what we are going to test here in this video is we will test the positive flow, success flow first, because it means like we need to send the valid values and we need to test it. And we need to test another scenario. Instead of number, we will send some text or some name. Let's see how it will behave because we have not implemented error handling here. So if we didn't implement any error handling by our own, how the mule will respond. So that is the scenario we are going to see. So if you go to console, it is deployed. So let's test it once. Let's see how it will behave. So to test that application, you need to go to Postman. So here your URL is http // localhost. Sorry, localhost. My port is 8087/error demo, and my query parameter is contact. And I have to give some value. Any value is fine. So this is my URL, right? You know how to frame the URL and all. We have already seen it. Okay, now let's test this. Let's run this application. So you have sent the click on send button, right? But you won't get response immediately because we are running this in debug mode. So if you go to mule debugger, one mule event is getting created. See, I have a point. I mean, I have given a debugger point here, breakpoint here. I have added breakpoint here. Okay, so that control is there now. So whenever you see this black dotted one, it means the control is there here. All the previous connectors are getting executed. Now the control is here. So once you click next, this connector will execute, then it will send the response to next connector. So likewise, you can debug one by one. So now my control is under this validation module is number. So what are their previous values? I mean, what are the payload? What is the attributes till the previous connector? We can observe here. See, this is the validation module. So what are all the attributes available? You can just expand this. Just come down. See, you have one query parameter. Size is 1. So it means one query parameter is there. Let's expand this. See, if you can see, observe here, contact. This is the query parameter. And the value is 23483264, which we have sent just now. So it took that query parameter from your request URL and it is showing here. So it is successfully able to read that query parameter. So while the control is here in the validation module, all the details available previously we can see here. So we have one query parameter. Do we have any variables here? We have not created any variables, right? So you don't see any variable. Size is 0. For all the URI parameters, size is 0 because we don't have any URI parameters and all. So as of now, we have one query parameter which is contact. So till here the flow is getting success. If any error is there, the dotted line will color will change to red. So as of now there is no error. Let's move to next processor. So this one you have to click here to move to next processor. So just click here. See, now W dotted line is moved to next processor. It means all the previous connectors are getting executed. Now the control is here in this processor. So let's see what is available here. I think pretty almost same because we don't have we didn't change anything, right? Here we are actually tracking validating that query parameter, so you don't expect anything new here. Okay, so there is no error as of now. So let's click on next processor. That's it. There is no control because all the processes we are getting executed. So you can expect some response here in Postman. So if you go back to Postman, see now. So the response is status 200, response is success. And here status code is also 200. Okay. So because this response, this Postman response, we have configured here in our transform message. So that the same response it is sending here. So the success flow we have tested successfully. We have tested the positive flow now. Now let's generate an error. Let's see how the mule will behave if we don't have any error handling code here. Okay. To test that, you just send any characters here instead of the number, and let's see how this will behave. Let's do that. So let's test the negative scenario now. Let's send any characters other than this number. So now I have given clat demo, which is the characters, which is not the number. So it should fail. Let's send the request and let's see how the debugger will show all the values. So once we send that, it is showing it is showing all the details because now the control is here in the validation module. All the previous context is executed. So earlier the query parameter value we have seen the number. Now let's see what is available here. So let's expand attributes and let's come down to query parameter. Here if we can see contact equal to class demo. So it is successfully grabbed the query parameter value. So let's hit next. See, now you can see a red dotted line here because an error is occurred, an exception is occurred because it is expecting integer value, but now we are receiving this value, characters, alphabets values. It is expecting number value. See, class demo is not a valid integer value. That is your error. Okay. Let's see. Now, if any error occurred in your flow, it will highlight that component with the red dotted line. So now the error is occurred at this validation module here. So next components will not execute now. Now the flow will stop here. Flow execution will stop here. It will send error response. That is the process of error handling. Okay, but we have not added any error handling here. And you have to observe one more thing before we discuss that. See, earlier for success response, if you can see, the details here available is number, attributes, correlation ID, payload, route, wheres and all. There is no error object here. We have already discussed, right? Whenever an error is occurred, then only error object is getting created, right? So now the error is occurred here in this validation module. That is why error object is created. If you can expand this, you will see all the details here. So what is the error? So error dot description. If you remember in our previous slides, we can treat this as error dot description. Like that you can read. So what is the error description? You can see the value here. Class demo is not a valid integer value. So that is error. You need to send an integer value for this query parameter, but you send class demo, which is not an integer value. That is your error. So we should see another type, another field of error object. We should focus on two fields, right? We already discussed it, description and error type. So what is the error type? Expand this. See, every error type will have namespace and identifier. We discussed it earlier, right? So here what is the namespace? Validation. Identifier, invalid number. So by using the namespace you can understand where the error is, I mean which connector is through the error. So now validation connector is throwing the error, so that is why namespace is validation. So by this you can understand validation module is throwing error. That's fine. So identifier, what is the type of error? Invalid number. So by this you can understand you have sent an invalid number, that is not a valid number which is expecting by the particular connector. Okay, so these are all the details available for error object, and we have again seen a detailed error message, right? So see detailed description. Now as this is a simple error, it is description and detailed description both are same, and it doesn't have any mule message because everything is a simple one. You can just see that, but you see payload is null because we are not sending any request payload. This is a get method, right? So this is how you can actually, and you will see another detail also. Okay, so error hand where what is the line number if the error is generated. You can see the error handling demo.xml. So this is the file name. You can see error handling demo.xml. This is the file name. What is the line number the error is through? Because this is your simple flow, so you will have only few lines, few 30 to 50 lines of code. But in your real-time projects, you will have lot many number of lines of code, hundreds, 200, 300 lines of code will be there. So in that case, it will be useful for you to debug your application, to get back and to see where the error is occurred exactly. So here the 15, the number is nothing but line number. If you can see here, just go little up, see this is the line number 15, right? So validation is number. So this component is generated error. So you will find all the required details in this error object. Only thing is you need to just expand all these things. You need to run this in debug mode. You need to observe all the details available in this error object so that you will find all the required information, which will be very useful for you to understand what is the error and how you can handle that error. Okay, so now this is execute, I mean this is thrown an error, right? So let's go to next processor. But if any error is occurred in the flow, next processor will not execute in general. So when you click on next processor, earlier in success case, it is the control is moved to transform message. Blue dotted line, black dotted line is there. Jump to this one, right? But now the error is occurred. It should not execute. So let's click. See, the execution is stopped. The control is not moved to the next processor. So this is how error will behave. But now we don't have any code, anything under this error handling section. So what the response you get in your Postman? Let's see what we get in Postman. Let's go back to our Postman. See, you got the response like class demo is not a valid integer value. This is the error you received from MuleSoft, and the status is 500 server error. See, but we have not I mean read any error handling code. We have not handled any error. So how this response you will get? How MuleSoft send this response? So that is the thing you need to focus on for this video. Because if you don't write any error handling details, if you are not going to handle anything manually by your end, MuleSoft will use default error handler. So MuleSoft will apply default error handling strategy, which is the application level strategy, which we have discussed already. Okay, application level error handling strategy. Let me open that PPT for you to understand little better. So we have different error handling strategies available, right? So here, yeah, we can see this is the default error handler strategy. So we have just seen default error handling strategy, which means if you didn't write anything, if you don't have any error handling, if you don't have any error handling code here in your flow or in your entire application, MuleSoft will automatically apply default error handling strategy, and it will send error description by default. This is the error description we have there. Class demo is not a valid integer. You have seen the same text here. sorry, now the it is completed, right? So see, you can just check this in console. So message, this is a error description. Clar demo is not a valid integer value. This is the error dot description. So where this is there, so in listener, if you can go to listener, go to responses. Okay, so this is success response. It will send a payload. Just scroll down. See here, error response section is there. By default, MuleSoft will add error dot description here. We have not added this. We just drag and drop the HTTP listener, and we have configured port and path. That's it. We didn't touch anything here as of now. So if you can observe, by default, error response is error dot description, which is available in your error object, which is demo is not an integer value. This is your error description. So by default, MuleSoft will apply default error handling strategy if you didn't write any error handling code here. If you are not handling any error here. I hope you understand the default error handling strategy. So let's see how we can handle these type of errors manually by adding code into this error handling section. That's it for this video. Please do practice, and let's meet in another video.
Hello all, welcome to Cloud Technologies, and we are very happy to announce that we are going to provide a free course for MuleSoft for all the freshers and beginners and who want to learn MuleSoft from scratch. This is entirely free course which we are going to release on day by day basis. So it will be a 30 days course. So it is very helpful for you to learn MuleSoft from scratch. And we have explained this course with the real-time project. We have built a real-time project also. In order to explain that, we have created a couple of files and project code as well. So if you want to get those files and projects, please email us with this subject line, request to share level 1 course files. Also, we have an important announcement that we are planning to release a MuleSoft advanced level 2 course very soon. So in this course, we will be discussing most of the topics of MuleSoft, which will help you very well in order to complete level 2 certification as well as to work on complex real-time projects as well. So I hope you will be enjoying that course as well. So if you want to know more details about advanced level course, please contact us via mobile or email. We will be sharing those details. So without further delay, let's get started.
So we have seen a default error handler in our previous video. In this video, we will see what is on error continue. We are going to write our own error handling logic to handle this error. Let's see how it will behave and how we can handle it by using on error continue. We have three different modules. I mean three different operators here. If you can search with error, you can see error continue, on error propagate, erase error. These three are flow error handling strategies, flow level error handling strategy. If you can see, flow level error handling strategies are these three components. We can achieve that. So let's see that. Then later on you will see global error handler, because once you understand all these flow level error handling, then you will understand better global error handler. So let me just calm down. Let's go back to the studio, and yeah, we have on error continue, on error propagate, right? Let's drag and drop the on error continue in the error handling section. Okay, now you need to select the type, which type of error you are going to handle. So as of now, we have validation module. We have it will we need to handle validation and invalid number valid type, because that is the error we have I mean we received earlier. But once you click on type here, it will show you all the possible errors. So if you have added any new connectors in this processors, it will show all the errors related to that particular processors. For example, let's drag and drop database. So if you can observe the type here, okay, by default any is there, it will handle any type of error. And as you have used only validation is number operation, it is showing possible errors like validation. You can let me put it in another way. So in this particular flow, you will expect these type of errors: stream maximum size exceeded, expression data view error, validation invalid number. because you have only these two components. If you have added any other component, it will show you all the possible errors for that particular component also. That is the beauty of Mule 4. In Mule 3, we don't have this type of functionality. In Mule 4, they have improved the error handling functionality like this. So let's drag and drop the database just to show you different kind of error types, what it will show. See, we have drag and drop database here, but we have not configured anything. We just drag and drop. So if you can go here on the error handling section, just click on type. It will show you. See, earlier the DB related errors are not there. Now if you can drag and drop, you can see DB colon bad SQL syntax, DB colon connectivity. You have these three different errors added here, because by using this data view connector, by using this select operation of data view connector, very specific it will show all the very specific details of error handler. So for this connector you can expect these three type of errors. If you have drag and drop another database connector, it will show different see it will show different errors. I have actually drag and drop the insert. Okay, now if you can see, go to error handler. If we can check here, see now it has added one more thing, retry exhausted. So like that, based on the different connectors you have, I'm actually removing this. So based on the different connectors you have used in your flow, it will show you the possible errors you are getting. But I mean, you can expect the possible errors you can expect. So you should handle all the errors it is showing here. The best practice is like it will show all the possible errors here, right? So you should aware that you can you need to make sure that you will handle all the type of errors, all the possible type of errors it is showing here. So then your code will looks good, and in that case you can assume that you will handle all the different type of errors. So that is how error handler will work in Mule 4. So let's coming to our use case. So here we need to handle a validation error, right? So click on type. You need to select validation in, you just uncheck everything. Just uncheck everything. What is this? It means you should actually just give me 1 minute, my mouse. So you can okay, other error types it is showing. Just maximize this ones. It is behaving weirdly. Just select this one, validation invalid number. Just select that one. That is fine. So now the type is validation invalid number, which means we are going to handle only validation module of invalid number type of error. So this is how you need to configure this. So let's add some payload here in this error on error continue black, and let's run and see how it will behave. So let me drag and drop transform view component here to add some payload. So this is success payload we have added here, right? So now what we can do, let's copy the same response, but let's modify it little bit. Okay, so let's change this to JSON, and now we should take that what is this? We should take that HTTP status code from the error itself. Okay, so from where you are getting that status code, we need to analyze the error object again. So let's see the response. Instead of response, you can say error description, or you can give any other name here. Okay, so here you can take that field by using error object syntax, which we have discussed earlier, right? So to take the description, error dot description, this is the syntax you can use in data view. Okay, that's okay, you can ignore this, it will take at the runtime. Let me double click it. So it is not show, it is showing like error is not valid object, but while doing the runtime it will take the actual value. So error. Let's cross check the syntax once. Hmm. Yeah, it's the same thing, but if you are using in logger, we need to use this mel syntax like hash and that square bases and all. In data view, you can directly use in this way. Okay, so let's try to run this application, but meanwhile you need to change one thing. If you remember, earlier we have discussed, right, for the http listener responses, successful response is payload. So whenever you set any payload here in your flow, that payload you will get as a response. But for error response, what is the default value? See, the default value is error dot description. So that is why you have received the error dot description value while it is applying the default error handling for your flow. But now we need to change this also payload. We can say this is also payload, because now we are setting the payload in the error handling block, right? So whatever the payload you have set here, this payload you will get a response if you encountered any error. So earlier for this error, you received class demo is not valid integer value. This is the error actual error description, which is applicable by default, right? So now you have changed this error response in a specific format, but here in the status code we need to analyze it from where you are going to receive that status code. So as of now, just hard code this value to 400. Let's see, let's debug this application, let's see where we can get the status code, then we will decide how to handle that. So yeah, let's see the responses again. Here only you can get the status code. See, you can set one variable here to get the status code. You can create a new status code variable and you can just send that variable to here. So let's see that later. First, let's understand how we can get that error response. Okay, so let's save this application. Let me add one more breakpoint here, debug breakpoint. So let's stop the previous deployment. Let's run this application in debug mode to debug this application. Okay, 1 second. So debug new application. It will take some time. I'll pause the video and I'll resume once it is deployed. So yeah, now it is deployed. Let's test this flow and let's see how it will behave now by using on error continue. Okay, so let's go to postman, send the same request because we need to generate the error and we need to see the error scenario only now. So let's send class demo is only the value for this contact. Click on send. Your Anypie Studio will have one mule debugger event. So earlier there will be no much change here. So we have only one query parameter, everything is same. Even the request is also same, right? So let's click on next processor. Now observe this behavior. So earlier, if without error handling, when this error is occurred here by using this, this red dotted line is highlighted here with this error. Once you click on next processor, it stops the execution earlier without error handling. Now we are using on error continue. Now let's click on next processor. Let's see where it will go. See now, the control is jumped to error handling section. So this processor is now going to execute. Okay, click on next. That's it. Now whenever you see this gray color buttons here, it means execution is completed. So listener send request to here. Whenever the error is occurred, the next processor is not getting executed. The control jumped to this section, error handling section, and what are the processes available here that will execute. So now we have only transform data view component here to set up the response. So now these buttons are getting to gray colored, which means execution is completed of this particular flow. So it will send a response to you in postman. Let's go to the postman. See now. Now what is the status here? What is the response here? So we have the response, error description and status, which we have defined here in the data view component of error handling section. But very important thing you need to observe for on error continue is, see, this is the response code. response code it is sending 200 for on error continue. If you remember earlier, without error handling, when we tested this application, the status is showing 500, service is unavailable, something 500 error code you have received, but now you have received 200. Okay, which it means on error continue will always send a success response code to the end user. So this is the main thing you need to remember, because this will come into your interview questions also. Okay, so that is the main thing. Let's go to our Mule palette. Let's add a couple of other components here. So let's add logger. So why I have added this logger and all, right? Even in error continue or on error propagate, all the components available in this error section, error handling section, will execute. But only difference is error code for on error continue. On error continue, it will send a HTTP status code as 200 OK. But in on error propagate, it will send the actual error code. Let's see the on error propagate now. I hope you understand the on error continue section, how you can use it. So this is very simple error handling scenario. Once we are going to implement this for our system API, you will feel some complex scenarios. So this is how you can use on error continue. I hope you understand this. Let's meet in another video. Now let's see how on error propagate will work. Okay. Meanwhile, I'll just copy this response instead of typing again. So I'll remove this on error continue, just delete component. Now search for error here. Drag and drop the on error propagate this time. Here use the same components. Transform view. Okay. And add one logger also, just to see if the next processor is getting executed or not in the on error block. In the transform view, I have just pasted the same thing which we have taken earlier, and in the logger you can just mention one log message like on error propagate. Propagate section. Okay, so let's save this application. Let's again run this application in debug mode. Let's observe how this on error propagate will behave now. Okay, so right click your application, go to debug as Mule application. So it is deployed. Let's test this on error propagate example with the same request. So let's send the request with the same details. You don't need to change anything here. And here just go to the next processors. So as expected, error is occurred here. So if you click on next processor, it will go to on error propagate error section, and it is going to execute the transform message component. Just click next. So it will execute all the components in this error handling block. It won't execute anything here after the error is occurred in this component, but everything in this error handling section will execute for sure. Okay. So yeah, now it is go to grade response. Let's go to the postman and let's see the description and error response is same, because the same response which we have given here in the transform view. Only thing you need to observe again, you need to concentrate on status code. See, if an on error propagate, the status code is 500, a server error. The actual error code it is going to send back. But in case of on error continue, you will get 200 success. Okay, so if you have any scenario like to continue the flow to send a success response whenever an error is occurred, you can use on error continue. If you have any requirement like you have to send the actual error response, actual error status code, you can go with on error propagate. So this is the main difference between these two components. So based on your requirements, you have to choose the component wisely. Okay, so other than that, I have to know, I have to explain one more thing here. So we can give our own status code also. So by using a set variable component, you can set up one status code here. For example, you can say HTTP status code. You can give your own status code. So for this on error propagate, I would like to give 400 as the value. Okay, so but here earlier it is 500, is this is the default error code, but I would like to give 400 as the value for this error. Whenever it come to this error code section, it should send 400 as the error code for me. How you can choose the error codes, we have already discussed as part of our RAML session. We have seen couple of HTTP response codes, 400 responses, 500 responses, and 200, 201 responses, right? You can refer that video. There we have discussed a lot of error codes, 400 family and 500 family error code. So based on your scenario, you can select that error codes. And some projects require their own custom error codes. Maybe other than this 400, 500, they will have their own error codes. In that case also, you can utilize this scenario. Okay, so now we have created one variable HTTP status code. Let's copy this. Now we have given value here 400. Okay, so you can expect status code here. So let's map this dynamically. So the variable where we have created here, that variable name you have to give here. Okay, again, to get this as an error code in the HTTP status response, you have to do one more configuration, which is for HTTP connector, you have to give that response here. What I meant was, if you want to get this error code here, you need to do the configuration here in the data view, because this is where we are forming the response. So if you want to get the same error code as the HTTP status code also as a header value, you have to do some change here in the listener. Go to responses. So by default, for error response body, we have given payload. See here, one more field, status code field is there. So here you can give that variable name by using syntax var start variable name. That is the syntax. You need to select the function here. Let's wait. So once you select this function, then you need to give var start that particular variable name. So once you select the function, it will turn to blue like this. Then only it will treat this as a mule data view expression. Otherwise, it will treat as a string. So that is the thing. So just click here and it got stuck. So var start value and click on this function field. Or else you can change directly here. See, you can just give the syntax like hash and square braces. Like this also you can edit from here, like the XML code. Okay, so it will represent here in the function. So let's save this. Let's run it again and let's test once it is deployed. Let me run this again. So this time I would like to change this to normal run mode. We can run it as a normal mule application instead of run it in debug mode. So let's run as a normal mule application and let's see. So it is deployed now. Let's test it. The same response. No, it is throwing same response. Let's see what happened. It is getting saved or not. S.html. Let me run this application again. It is taking old values only. Let me stop this application and rerun again. Yeah, it was my mistake actually. While rerun this application, I have observed one mistake done by me. So while adding this error code in the responses, by mistake, I have added that status code here in the normal response. This is success response. We should not add here. You need to add that under this error response section. So now I have corrected this. I have added that status code vars.http status code here in error response box, not in the normal response box. Normal response box is for success response. Okay, that is a mistake done from my end. So that's why it is not showing the actual error code. Now I corrected it, saved this application, and redeployed this. Let's go to Postman and let's test this. Yeah, see, now you are getting the actual status code here as a response, as well as in the HTTP status code also it is showing 400. It will automatically map. See, we didn't say this bad request anywhere, but 400 means bad request. So this is how you can actually give your own status codes also. In on error continue, either on error propagate, in anything you can do that based on your requirement. I hope you understand this one. Let's see another video how we can use rise error and all. Okay, that's it for this video. Please practice. And one more thing I would like to mention here, based on the different error types you have, different error codes you have, you can use as many as on error propagate or as many as on error continue blocks. In your on error handling block, you can use any number of on error propagate, any number of on error continue sections here. Even you can use combinations. See, you can use propagate, few propagate errors and few continue errors, like that also you can use based on your requirement. But you need to select the correct error type for each and every block. We have seen, right, the error type. We need to select correct error type as per your requirement. You need to select in each and every error type. And one more thing you need to keep in mind, last section of your error handling section, last block, even it is an error propagate and error continue, you should have any, you should select any type for that, which is the last one, not here. Here you need to select any other expression or something. Okay, here expression errors it will handle, validation errors this block will handle. So at the end of your error handling block, you should use any error continue or propagate one, but you should select that is any, because error handling will check all the error types based on the sequence. If you did handle any error type mentioned in this previous error block, it will send that to last block, which will handle any type of error. If you didn't handle anything here in the previous blocks, remaining all type of errors it will handle. So that's why it should be at the end of your error handling section. So like that you can take as many as on error propagate and on error continue blocks. Now talking about uh, what is this? Let me delete this. So now let's talk about rise error. So I'm deleting everything here. Rise error actually you can use anywhere. You can use it in the flow itself, or you can use in the type of error handling section, or you can use even in the success flow also. But on error continue you cannot use here. You will use only on error handling block only. On error continue, on error propagate, you should use only at the error handling section. But rise error you can use anywhere you want. So what is the use of this rise error? You can raise any custom errors. If you want to raise your own errors, you can use this. But you need to handle this again by using any of the on error continue, on error propagate. Those two are linked together. So you want to generate a new error. You want to create a new error, like for example, here the response is success. You can say this is also an error. You can raise any error here. So you can give, you have to give one namespace and identifier based. This is the same in similar format which we have earlier, like HTTP unauthorized, validation invalid number, like that. You can give any other any other namespace and identifier. unknown error, but syntax should be same. You can give namespace colon identifier, and you can give description like this is a custom error, and you have to handle this error also in error handling section, otherwise it won't give you the response. So copy the type, use any error continue and on error propagate here. Here you are generating error, here you are catching that error, handling that error, that's it. Okay, so here what you have to do, you need to select the type as the custom type which you have given here. That won't show here because that is the generated by you only, right? So you have to paste that error type which you have created here. This is the error type you have created by your own. This is not the mule related errors. You have given your own error. So you need to handle that. And if you have any error in custom type of error, you have to generate the response also. So for this, I don't want to mention much time. So I just wanted to give a response like this is custom error. This time I didn't create any variable for status also, but you have to create because you have mentioned status code here in the error responses, right? If you didn't create anything, it may throw null pointer exception something, right? So to avoid that, just create the error. So you need to select the variable name here, same variable name you have to give. So you can give any variable name if you want, but these both should be same. So you have to create the same variable name here because this variable is mapped here. You can give 1000 this time because this is custom error. You can give any other status code. Okay, so let's run this application and let's see how this will behave. So it is deployed. Let's test this. Okay, I didn't receive any response. Okay, okay. So the reason is before it is executing this component, actually the validation error occur. So that's why you didn't response. You didn't get any response. So let's drag and drop this to initially. So whenever the flow is executed, first now this time the rise error will execute first. So error is generating here, and then this error will handle. So the next components will not execute. Okay. So let's redeploy this application again and see. So let's try to test this now. What happened? Let me go back to studio. Okay, yeah. Here you see this is a custom error. The error is generated here, but you didn't receive any response in Postman because we have used on propagate. The execution is not handled, it seems. So basically, this is how you can generate custom error by using rise error component. Let's debug this application and let's see why you didn't receive response in the Postman. Okay, let's resend this again. Could not get the response. Overflow. Okay, there is no payload here. So you have generated, this is the response. So in these times actually debug will help. So Let's do that, or else let's try with this another continue. Okay, and let's see that. So anyhow, you can do this error, erase error like this way. Okay, let's see this later. So now let's discuss about global error handling, which is another type of application level error handling. Okay, so to do that, what you have to do, the even in general practices also, you have to use one configuration file for all the error handling. Okay, let's create a new configuration file. Error handling, you can name it as error handling.xml or anything based on your naming conventions, your customer or client naming conventions, but this is the best practices. So even for all your applications, you should have one common error handling .xml configuration file where you will have all the error handling, on error propagate, on error continue, or everything. You will have all the sections here. You need to map this to your application so that any error occurred in the entire your application. Let's say if you we have this system API, right? Let's take this example for this case. See, we have main flow, we have different resources flows, okay, bus details and all, and you have another configuration file to get the travel details. You have another configuration file like bus details, by city, bus details, all bus details, like that. You have three different configuration files with multiple flows. In this scenario, if you can have one common file called error handling.xml where you can just create, configure your global error handling. So any error occur in all these three flows, that error handling file will take care of it. Any error occurred in your all applications or any other, all your configuration files and all your flows, global error handling will take care of it. It will handle all the errors if you don't have any other flow level handling and process level handling. So to do that, you have to create one new XML file like this, and you have to create one global error handling. To do that, we have one component which is called error handler. First, you need to drag and drop the error handler. Then inside that, you will have as many as on error continue, as many as on error propagate, any sections you want based on your requirement. So you should use error handler at the first. Inside that you will have any number of on error continue, on error propagate, on error continue, anything you want. So based on the different types of error you are going to handle. See, for example, if your in your example it is containing HTTP requester, database, Salesforce and everything, you have to handle all the errors one by one type manually, right? So for all the different error types, you will have one specific on error continue, propagate, or any other different number of propagate sections, different number of continue sections. All things, all the sections you have to capture here in the error handler block. You can just rename this. Just click here. Instead of this, you can just give a name like global error handler. That's it. Okay, you have to configure this with your HTTP response and the data view response. HTTP status code and data view response. Based on this, you can configure all your on error continue or propagate blocks. Now you will get one doubt like how this will understandable by your application. Like if any error is occurred in this flow, forget about this rise error. So now we have validation error. We have not handled here, for example. Didn't handle here. So if one let's say we have occurred this this validation error is occurred here, but we have not handled here at the flow level. So now how your application will come to know, it should go to this global error handler. It should get that it should test for that type where is the error handler is and how you can execute that one. You will get that doubt, right? So we need to do one small configuration in order to link this global error handler to your application. Okay, to do that, go to global elements, click on create, search for configuration. So this is the one configuration. Earlier we have used configuration properties, that is to give the property file configuration, but now you should use configuration. Click on OK. See, here it will show you Here you need to configure the global error handler. You need to select that global error handler flow name here. So let's just go back to our error handling.xml file. So what is your name? I mean your global error handler name. What is your global error handler name? This is the one. Global error handler. This is the name, right? So you need to select that name while configuring that global error handler. So configuration, you can search for. So here it is asking for you to default error handler. You need to just select global error handler is the flow name. It will show you only that global error handler only. So by doing this configuration, your application will understand like this error is this error is just we didn't configure anything here, right? So that is why it is showing error, and we didn't select any type also. So for example, let's just delete them, delete the remaining. Let's have only one as of now to handle that validation errors. So we need to just select the type. What happened? The type is not visible here. Okay. One more thing you need to remember is because in your error handling.xml you don't have any components like validation and all, right? So you have to write the error types manually. That is only thing you need to remember, because earlier if you observe earlier here, when once you drag and drop your on error continue or on error propagate and the time of type field, it is showing all the error type possible errors based on your components which you have used, right? Because your flow is having everything, like your flow is having all the components. But in case of this global error handling, there is no real-time flows. I mean, there is no actual business logic flows, and we don't have any components here. So we have only error handling logic here. So it don't know like which connector possible errors it need to show. So that's why you need to enter manually. You need to copy the error type from here by dragging drop any error continue. Just copy and paste that error type here. So that you can use as many as error handlers and as many as error types you can handle here. And one more thing, you can actually handle any number of types here. It doesn't mean that one on error continue will take only one error type. You can have 2 to 3 types also at a time. So if you can select two, see it is separated by comma, so it will this same on error continue block will handle invalid number validation error as well as expression error. Like that, if you want to club 2 or 3 error types together, you can use that. You can do that also. You can just select as many as error types you have. You can have common logic here. Or if you want to handle it separately, you can do with different on error continue, on error propagate blocks. So this is how you can configure your global error handler. And in the global elements, by using configuration, you need to mention which error handler flow you need to select. So now what will happen? If any error occurred in your flow, you don't have your flow level error handling here. Your flow doesn't contain any error handling logic. So it will check for global error handling. So if you have global error handling, if it handle all the errors, then okay, it will handle that errors. It will execute the code in that particular error handling. If global error handling is also not available, we have already seen Mule will apply default error handler logic for that. Okay, this is how your error handling will work together. This is also another type of application level error handling, which is nothing but global error handling. So we have seen, let me just open the PPT again. So we have seen default error handler, global error handler, on error continue, propagate, rise error. So we have seen application level error handling, flow level error handling. Only thing pending is we need to see how processor level error handling will work. If you want to handle errors specific to one component, specific to one processor, how you can achieve that. That is, we can do with try catch scope. Let's see in our next video how we can do that. I hope you understood this video. Let's meet in another video. So let's see how that try scope will work. Let's go back to our error handling demo. Let's assume that you have one data view component. You would like to handle any database component, Or else, let's say you have one HTTP request. This is the component actually to utilize to invoke any REST API. To create a REST API, we have to design it, create an API, and implement it in MuleSoft, right? So to consume any other third-party REST API, to consume any other REST API URL, you should use HTTP request connector. We will see this in detail in our next session, next video. But for now, let's say if you have to handle this, I have a dummy URL. Let me just this actually I got it from internet only. So this is not one developed by me. This is the general one available in internet. This is the one connector configuration. I'll tell you how to configure this and all. So don't worry about it right now. I'll explain this in our next video. Just I wanted to show you one scenario for this try-catch scope. I have used this. So I have used a HTTP request connector. Now if I would like to handle any errors occurred specific to this connector, you can use try scope. That is a scope. So you can check with try. So you can just drag and drop here. It is a scope. It will have its own error handling. So if you drag and drop any number of components, you can drag and drop any number of components here. If you want to handle these two components errors separately, you can use this. Otherwise, you want to handle only HTTP request related errors separately. Maybe if this is your requirement, you can use this try scope. Inside that try scope, you can just drag and drop the HTTP request here. In this error handling section, you can write the logic, error handling logic by using on error continue or on error propagate. So here, let's say we have used something, but here if you can observe, you need to select the error types again. Now if you can observe, these are all the HTTP errors, different types of HTTP errors which will occur for this HTTP request connector. You can select any other error types and you can configure this. So now let's see what are the different type of errors it will have. So gateway connectivity something. Let's take this connectivity because we will generate one dummy URL. We'll change this URL and we will create an error. Okay, dummy test. This URL is not exists. So you will get definitely one connectivity type of error. So let's remove this validation, because if it is executed then it will throw that validation error only. It won't execute the try scope. So now you will expect some connectivity error here, and we don't have any other error handlers now. So even in this flow level error handling we didn't have. Let's remove this global error handling also, just to observe the try scope one. Okay, so now we have only this try catch try scope error handling, which is processor level error handling. Processor is nothing but a specific connector which we have drag and drop at the processor section. So now this is one processor HTTP request, and for this processor we are actually handling the error by using try scope. Let's see how this will behave and why it is throwing error. We removed that global error handler, but we didn't remove this configuration. So that is the thing. So yeah, let's save this application. Now we don't have any errors. Now we have only try scope here. So let's run this application and let's see how this will behave. Now let's see how this will behave. See, we have received one Java type of error here because we didn't give the proper response. It is just Java. So you can say error.description here. to get the actual error message. But you can see the actual error message in log here in the console. So if you can observe here, so this is the message HTTP GET request on the resource for this URL is failed because could not resolve this address. So what is the error type? It is HTTP colon connectivity. We have handled that HTTP connectivity error here in this try catch scope. So that is why it is throwing, it is this connector is throwing this HTTP connectivity error. This error handling section is capturing that it is actually send this response to us. Earlier it was Java, that is why it is showing a Java kind of error response here. But error code is 500 server because we have not generated any error code here. So this is how, if you want to handle any error specific to a processor, or if you want to handle one or two processors in a separate way based on your project requirement, you can use this try scope. You can drag and drop those components into this try scope. You can write a separate error handling logic here by handling by selecting the specific error types which you are going to handle. I hope you understand how you can use this try scope to handle errors. Okay. So that's it for this video. You can just change this response and redeploy this application and test it. That's not an issue because we have already seen the response, right? That is why I'm not redeploying it again and test it again, because I don't want to waste time for that, because we have already seen how we can get the custom response. You can do that in the same way. So this is how you can use this try scope. I hope you understand this. Let's meet in another video. Please try to practice all these things, all the flow level error handling, application level error handling, and the processor level error handling. So by this we have actually completed all the error handling strategies discussion. Okay. Let me just go back to the strategies. Yeah, here. So we have discussed all the error handlings. So now, what is the order of this error handling? We'll see in our next video. Okay, now let's see what is the order of error handling strategies it will execute. So, if you can understand, we have different kind of error handling: processor level, flow level, application level, 3 types. So if any error occurred in this particular connector, it will first check for its own error handling, which is nothing but processor level error handling. So if nothing is handled here, then it will check for flow level error handling. Like if in this particular flow, if you have any error handling logic, it will execute this. Even if you didn't write anything here for the flow level, if you don't have any flow level error handling, then it will check for application level error handling. If it has any global error handler logic and all. So if it has any global error handling logic, it will apply that. If you don't have that also, then it will apply default error handling. That's in general with the common sense, if we can think, that is the order of error handling process. Right? So if anything there at the process level specific to this particular connector, it will execute this first and it will handle this error first here itself. It won't check for all the application or all the flow. If you don't have anything here, if you don't have any try scope, if you don't have any processor level error handling, then it will check for this error handling section, which is nothing but flow level error handling, which is specific to this flow. If it doesn't contain this error handling details also, it will check for if you have written any global error handling at the application level. So that is how this processor level will work. The order of error handling. First it will check for processor, which means try catch scope. If it is there, okay. Otherwise it will check for flow level. Like if you have any flow level error handling section, if you have anything used by these components, if does it also not there, then it will check for application level. Even in this application level also, it will check for global error handler first. If it doesn't exist, we already seen our first video of this hands-on session. If we didn't write any error handling by our own, MuleSoft will apply its own default error handler from MuleSoft side itself. So that will work. That will applicable. So this is how error handling orders will work. I hope you understand this and you learned something about this error handling session. So that's it for this session. Let's meet in another session. Okay. We have seen all the planned activities of this error handling session, and you will find one doubt like if we have subflows, how the error handling will work. Let's say this is the main flow, and if you have a subflow, okay, if you have a subflow doesn't have its own error handling. We have already seen the flow types. So if you have invoked this flow into this particular flow, what will happen if any error occurred in this subflow? The errors will be handled by its parent flow. Parent flow is nothing but the flow which is calling this flow. So in this case, this main flow, this is the parent flow, and this subflow is the child flow. So any error occurred here, it will be handled by main flow because subflow doesn't have its own error handling. Okay, so instead of this, if you have any other flow itself, sometimes we may have some requirement like you have two different normal flows, but you have to invoke one flow into another flow. In that case, it will this is also main flow type, but this will treat as a child flow in this scenario. So how this child flow error handling will work, then how the parent flow error handling will work. Obviously, as we have seen the order of error handling, first it will execute the child flow error handling section only. If it doesn't contain anything, then it will, then the parent flow will take care of the error handling. So if it is having any error handling by its own in the child flow, this error handling logic will work out. Otherwise, parent flow error handling logic will be applicable. So that's it. So just try to practice all these scenarios by your own play around with all these scenarios with subflow, main flow, and on error continue and all the different error handling strategies. Then you will get complete grip on error handling. So that will be very helpful for you in your real-time projects. Okay. So these are all the specific details which we have already seen in our demo itself. So that is why I don't want to discuss anything this thing again to repeat it and to waste the time. So and that's it for this error handling section. Please try to practice everything and learn new things in this error handling section because error handling is the main thing for any project. I hope you enjoy this session. Thank you for your patience, and let's meet in another session.
Hello all, welcome to Cloud Technologies, and we are very happy to announce that we are going to provide a free course for MuleSoft for all the freshers and beginners and who want to learn MuleSoft from scratch. This is entirely free course which we are going to release on day by day basis. So it will be a 30 days course. So it is very helpful for you to learn MuleSoft from scratch. And we have explained this course with the real-time project. We have built a real-time project also. In order to explain that, we have created a couple of files and project code as well. So if you want to get those files and projects, please email us with this subject line, request to share level 1 course files. Also, we have an important announcement that we are planning to release a MuleSoft advanced level 2 course very soon. So in this course, we will be discussing most of the topics of MuleSoft, which will help you very well in order to complete level 2 certification as well as to work on complex real-time projects as well. So I hope you will be enjoying that course as well. So if you want to know more details about advanced level course, please contact us via mobile or email. We will be sharing those details. So without further delay, let's get started. Yeah, hi, welcome to this video. Actually, I assume that you have already watched these previous two videos which is related to this error handling topic. Okay, because in those two videos we have discussed everything about error handling, like what are the different strategies available in MuleSoft and how we can handle errors based on different scenarios. But to be frank, every project will not contain all the scenarios, right? So that's why I have created separated. I have created those two videos separately to make you understand what are the different types of error handlings we have in MuleSoft. But now we will not implement everything here, but we will implement global error handling in our project. Okay, so to do that, you need to create one XML file because as a MuleSoft best practices, you need to keep all the error handling in some one error handling.xml file as a global error handler. From there, you need to refer that to in your application, I mean implementation flows. Okay, so I'm creating a new configuration file. I name it as error handling.xml. Right, so here you need to first capture, first you need to add error handler. This is the scope you need to drag and drop. Okay, you can name it as global error handler, or you can rename it as any name you want by following the naming conventions. Okay, so first let's drag and drop on error propagate here, and error type, we already discussed this, right? So error type, maybe we can first because in this particular error handling.xml you don't have any connectors, so it will not show you the expressions here. Maybe you can write manually DB connectivity. Let's do that first. Capital letters. DB connectivity because we have one database connector already, right? So if any error occurred related to that DB connectivity, this error handler block should invoke and it should handle. So here, as of now, let me add one logger, because in this global error handler you need to capture as many as on error propagate or as many as on error continue. Let's add one logger, and let's add some log message just for our reference. You can add any log message you want. I'm just adding like error handling flow. Then let's add some transform wave. Once this kind of error occurs, how the response will send like. Okay, so as usual we will just change it to application/json, and I would like to capture error, because whenever an error is occurred, error object is created. So let's capture the error object details and all. But before that, let's add some static message like error application, something like that. And let's add error occurred in this system API, something like that. We can add this. By using this, we can understand in which API the error is occurred. Let me add error occurred in IBS Library Management System API. Let's add a couple of more details. So as this is the just JSON key value pairs and a comma, you should follow the syntax. Then add another one like error message. Okay, so we already seen in our previous video, to capture the error message you can use error object and error dot detailed description. So in the detailed description field you will find what is the exact error occurred, right? So yeah, and then along with this, so let's rename it as like error response, and this is the best practice you should remember while working in MuleSoft flows. You should not use a default connector names. You need to always change the display name to some relevant name. Okay, so in the same manner, let me just rename the logger also with some reasonable name like error logger or something. And now, as we have all the connection details correct values, what will happen whenever the DB connectivity error occurs? I mean, there will be no DB connectivity error because we are using correct host, correct username and password and all. All the configuration details are correct. So to replicate this DB connectivity error, let me go to this local.yaml property file, where I'll just edit some values. Here these are all the correct values, so we can able to connect. So to make that connectivity error, I'll just add something in the host, something like test. So which means it is not a valid host, it is invalid host. So obviously once you run this application, it will throw the connectivity error. Right, so let me save this. I'm going to put some debugger points. Yeah, before that we need to add this main configuration into global.xml, search for configuration, and here default error handler, select the error handler main flow name. This, don't forget to do this, otherwise it will not affect. So select your error global handler name, then click OK. Let's save it now. Yeah, yeah, it's correct. Yeah, I just re-verified it. Okay, now what we need to do, like yeah, let me add one more block, like on error continue. We already added one propagated, so this time we will capture any type of error. So remember that in your error handler flow, global error handling or whatever it may be, you should contain one any block like this here. So if we want to capture each and every error type manually, you can do it, but at the end of the error handler block you should definitely have one block which should handle any type of error. So that should be the last entry of your error handling blocks. You can have any many number of on error propagate, on error continue for any different kind of errors like HTTP errors, DB errors, Salesforce errors, SAP errors, something. But at last you should have one error block. It may be on error continue or propagate, but it should handle any type of error. Now I am just editing this data view. Here I have added one more thing like error details, and there I just want to print the complete error object here. Let's see what will be there once I printed everything. But we should not print this error object completely, but I just wanted to show you something, so that is why I just printed error details like error. It will print lot of details, we will observe that. Okay, so in the logger also I can just add something like common logger for any kind of any type of errors it can handle like that. And yeah, let me put some debug point. Let me put another point, maybe yeah, meanwhile I'm just opening the Postman to test this libraries flow. Let it open. And yeah, so we have this rating library code. We can test this, or maybe we can go with normal first resource, get the library. You can test anything, but to replicate it, maybe get library details is a little easy to show you in debug mode. So we can test anything. Okay, so before that, we can just deploy this. I mean, we can run this in debug mode. Let me add some debugger points. So yeah, let's run this. Yeah, it is pointing to local only. Let's run this. Let's wait a couple of minutes to make it this deployed. Let it be. It is still deploying. Yeah, now it is deployed. Let's test this. But why debugger? Yeah, see now the error is, but it is not. I mean, it is sending direct response. I just wanted to show you the debug mode, but why that is not getting opened? Maybe, yeah, sorry, by mistake I run it as run as new application. We need to just to get the debug mode, you need to run it as a debug as a new application, right? But that's okay. Just observe the error response. First line is the static one, and second is error message, the actual error description which is coming from the database. Then we printed the complete error object na. So this is what happened once you print complete error object. It has lot of information like this. So it has many information. So you should not print complete error object like error details colon error. You should not print empty error object. Once you print entire error object, this is the long response, error response you will get. In the error object, you can have these many details. Let me just paste it in a notepad and show you. See these many lines, 1081 lines, right? So this much information is available in error object, but we need to capture what is the information which is needed for us to send as an error response to the client, right? So yeah, we can capture error dot error type to capture the type of the error, and we have already captured error description. So description is also, we can use the same thing for the second field. So let's try to edit that our data view. See in cause and in details we have this much information. All right, so we should not send this much error object information to client or as a response, right? So let's modify that. So let me go back to I just wanted to show you for DB connectivity how the control will jump to this error object. So let's run this in debug mode. But before that, let me add in the error details. We can just capture error type instead of doing it complete error. So now let me run it in debug mode. So debug as mail application. It may take some time. Let's see. Once it is running in debug mode, then we hit the endpoint, it will I mean it will show you how the control goes once any error is occurred, right? So it will be easy for us to understand the flow. Let's wait. Yeah, now debug perspective is opened. Maybe it will take one more minute to deploy. Let's wait. Yeah, it is not yet deployed. Now it is deployed. Let me just clear the console and let's trigger this based on the rating and book code. Okay, so it should see debug point is now coming here in the get books flow. Now if we can click next, it will just go to the debug connector, sorry, database connector. But now it is not throwing error because once we hit next, then it will execute the database connector. So let's hit the next button. Then you can see and observe that here earlier there is no error object. Yeah, I just clicked on next now. See, it will throw this red mark dotted box. It means some error occurred in this connector. So whenever any error occurred, then only the error object is getting created. So here you can see in the right side in the pink color area, there you can see what is the error. Okay, you can see what the error it throws. But we already know that this is a like a connectivity error, right? So likewise you can see this much information it is coming there when we printed the error earlier. See, now the control go to this particular db connectivity block. It doesn't go to any block because we have explicitly mentioned that db colon connectivity error type should come to this flow. So we mentioned that in the type, in the error propagate. So whatever error you want to capture or handle, you can enter, I mean you can add those error types in your error block on error propagator or error continue. See, next once we click on next, it should go to back and it will send the response. And now if you can see, the error response is somewhat little. The error details we mentioned, error dot error type, but this also maybe we can beautify later. Maybe I mean you can just simplify it accordingly as per your requirement. Some projects require more information in the error response, and some projects require minimum information. So according to your requirement in your real-time project, you can just modify the error response accordingly. Sometimes like we need to send notifications or a mail confirmation, I mean mail notification or Cloudhub alerts to the applications, or to set off some people whenever any error occurred like this. Apart along with the response received in the postman, you need to send some notification. That is also we need to do. So we can cover this notification alert spot later once we complete the main stuff of API connectivity. Then we will see that. Okay. Now, yeah, I think this is how you can work on different error scenarios. You can handle any kind of errors in this way. Okay, so just wanted to show you something. Just give me 1 minute. Um, Sorry, yeah, maybe before that, let me just roll back this, because next time if we use this API, it will throw this connectivity error. Right, I'll just roll back the change I did. Okay, let me just commit the code. I think, yeah, remaining errors you can just try do practice, and you can just try to find out. I mean, use as many as errors, and you can use as many as on error propagate and continue, because we have already covered in our previous videos how to use the different error handling components, right? So you do practice. You do practice for the system API for multiple errors, right? Then if you have any doubts, maybe you can just get back to me. Let me commit the code and push the code to the origin, because now everything is working fine at this stage. We should not lose the code, right? So it should be our daily practice. So I'm just pushing the code to origin. Right. So yes. Yeah, because we have not deployed this into Cloudhub. Now let me just deploy these changes to the Cloudhub as we did earlier, or maybe like let me export it and let me deploy it to the cloud. As you already aware of Cloudhub deployment, I don't want to capture that. I'll just deploy it by our next session. I'll just deploy it, and let's test together. Okay, I'm deploying it into Cloudhub 1.0 only like this. Okay, let me just or else let me just export this as jar file. Yeah, let me export this as a jar file and we can deploy it. By the way, new version is released by MuleSoft, Mule 4.5.2. Now we are using 4.4.2. So this is why MuleSoft is more popular, because it will release new patches and new releases very frequently. So maybe let's explore 4.5.0 runtime also later point. Because this is the new release, even I need to explore what are the different changes and different improvements uh, they have released. compared to 4.4. So we can cover that also later point of our course. But remember, if anyone asks you like what is the latest runtime, now you should tell 4.5 is the new runtime. Till today we have 4.4, but in the October 3rd, I guess they released this new version. Let's explore that as well. Okay, I'm just deploying it manually by exporting this jar file. As you're already aware of this, maybe I can skip this step. Let's meet in another video and let's work on another topics. Thank you. Hello all, welcome to Cloud Technologies, and we are very happy to announce that we are going to provide a free course for MuleSoft for all the freshers and beginners and who want to learn MuleSoft from scratch. This is entirely free course which we are going to release on day by day basis. So it will be a 30 days course. So it is very helpful for you to learn MuleSoft from scratch. And we have explained this course with the real-time project. We have built a real-time project also. In order to explain that, we have created a couple of files and project code as well. So if you want to get those files and projects, please email us with this subject line, request to share level 1 course files. Also, we have an important announcement that we are planning to release a MuleSoft advanced level 2 course very soon. So in this course we will be discussing most of the topics of MuleSoft, which will help you very well in order to complete level 2 certification as well as to work on complex real-time projects as well. So I hope you will be enjoying that course as well. So if you want to know more details about advanced level course, please contact us via mobile or email. We will be sharing those details. So without further delay, let's get started.
See what is the need of security first. Then we will see all the different security strategies and different processes of protecting your data in MuleSoft, how you can achieve that. Okay, so let's take a real-time example. Let me maximize this. Just give me 1 minute. Let me maximize this. Yeah, see, for example, let's assume that you have some gold or money or I mean bulk of gold, bulk of money, or you have some important documents like your house document, something. You have to keep it in your house, for example. Don't argue like we will keep it in bank lock or something. Okay, just assume this scenario. Okay, you have lot of gold or lot of money or very important documents of your career or your house properties, everything. Usually what we will do, we will keep that information, we will keep that money, everything into in our birva, in our shelf. Okay, let's assume that you have to keep this. So if someone from outside, if they want to steal your money or if they want to take your money, will you allow them to directly take that money or take that data from your birva? They cannot access it directly, right? So what they have to do, they have to do all these different steps to access this. But only authorized persons only able to access the money, gold or birva. Who are the authorized persons? Your main primary members, you, your husband or your parents or your children, who have the authorization. Authorization is nothing but the permission to take that money, the permission to access that birva locker, which means you should have compulsory, you should have that key, you need to open that. Okay, so let's see what are the different stages. If some user, let's take this is some person, some other person, if he want to take that money from your birva, what from outside person, you can assume it like. So they have to first enter into your main gate entrance. Let's assume that he is a thief. Okay, so he should first enter into your main gate entrance, right? Your security guard should allow him first. If it is a gated community kind of stuff, every security guard will be there. So every security guard or watchman will be there. They will get all the information from that person who are entering into your house. If he is the valid person, authorized person, then only that security guard will allow him into this main gate entrance, right? So this is one wall of security, one layer. Then let's assume that he entered into some with some fake name or with some fake details. Let's assume that he entered into your main gate. Then how what he will do? He will enter into your main door. For come to your house, you will have main door, right? So he have to first access your main door. He have that key for to open that main door. He need to open that main door and he need to enter into your house, right? So that key also he should have. That is also one kind of authorization. This is also one wall of security. Let's assume that he has a duplicate key. He stole some duplicate key of main door. Let's assume that he also able to enter into your main door. So then what will he will do? He know where the birwa is located and where the gold is located in that shelf, right? So let's assume all this case. Okay, so he have to enter into your bedroom where the birwa is located. So let's assume that you went to some outside out of the station, you locked your bedroom also. He has to open that bedroom also to access this gold. He have that bedroom key as well. Let's say he has the duplicate key of that bedroom also, he opened it. Then he need to enter into your birwa area where the birwa is located. He has to open that birwa also with that birwa lock, and inside that birwa you have small locker kind of stuff. You have to open that locker door also, locker key also. Then only he can able to stole the money, stole the gold or stole the money, or take the documents from that particular locker. So to access this important information or important details about you, you have actually implemented these many kind of locks, okay, in your for your personal stuff. Let's say he is your husband. He don't he is an authorized person. He, let's say this person is your parents. He has complete authorization to your access your gold and money. Okay, so what I am trying to explain here is, right, only the persons who are authorized to use this property, they only can enter into it. They only should take that money or access that gold or access that particular information. Any unauthorized persons like you cannot I mean you cannot allow your relatives also to enter into your bedroom and then open the birwa and take that money, right? Only your parents or your primary family members will have that access, right? So just like that, for every API or every application, it has some sensitive data. Let's see this slide now. So now this gold or money is sensitive data. What is called by sensitive data? If it is some important information of that user. Let's say for bank example, let's take bank example here. So to enter into is to log in into your internet banking, you have that username and password. That will make that bank will understand you are the authorized person. If you enter a correct username and password, then only it will open up to you, and you can able to log in into that internet banking. You can able to see the your balance, and you can withdraw money, whatever all the features you want. If you can do that. Okay, so that is sensitive information. If someone knows your account number, someone knows your username and password of your network banking, if someone knows about your ATM pin, any other person, any third person will also access your money. So but you should not use that, right? So like that, those kind of details like account number or social security number or username password of your internet banking, your ATM pin, your mobile password, all this kind of information, like this is called sensitive data. It means it should be there with only the authorized person. It should not be shared with any other third person. If the third person will get to know those details, they will misuse that, right? I hope you understand this. So this is the sensitive data. We have to protect our API. This sensitive data is available in your API. Your API is your, you have to protect your API in order to used by the authorized person. In order to avoid unauthorized persons should not access your sensitive data. So for that, we have different layers of security we should implement in MuleSoft. By using different layers of security, you are going to protect your sensitive data, so that only the person, like the only the developer as you develop the code, only the developers, only the authorized users, only the clients, they will only access this information. Third party users or any other hackers or any other person cannot access the data. Likewise, you need to protect your API by using all these layers. So how we can do that? So by default, if you deploy your application, Cloudhub internally uses AWS, which I have discussed it already, right? So Cloudhub internally uses AWS, and it has some kind of firewall security called VPC security or VPN security kind of stuff. We are not going to discuss about this. Okay, so by default, Cloudhub will have security. In that Cloudhub, you are going to implement your API, right? So to protect your API at that stage, you are going to implement API policies. We have a couple of policies to provide security here in MuleSoft to protect your API. Let's see, we will see a few policies, what are the important policies, and we will do all the hands-on for that also in this session. So by using policies, you are going to protect your API. Then let's say you have 2 to 3 APIs, they need to communicate with each other. Let's take an example of API connectivity, like secure system API, process API, and experience API. They need to communicate with each other to exchange the data and to send the data to the end user. In that case, you should authenticate all the 3 APIs also protected or authorized to each other. So that is nothing but SSL handshake. Let's say if a process API want to communicate to system API, process API should know each other. Like this is the process API, authorized process API, which should communicate to this system API, and this is the particular system API. I am going to get the information, valid authorized information from that system API, vice versa. So the two-way communication between these 2 APIs, they should know each other. Like these two are the authorized APIs to access one another. So like that, at that stage, you are going to implement SSL handshake, one-way SSL, two-way SSL. We have 2 types of it. We will see this also one by one. So that's it. So once the API is getting accessed by bypassing these policies, by authorizing this SSL handshake, then there you have your data. But even though that data is also directly not accessible by any user, we are not going to provide the plain text. Plain text means the actual details, actual value. Instead of giving that actual value, we are going to give encrypted value. Encrypted value we are going to have in this your application data. So if this person want to access this encrypted data, that person should decrypt that data and get that information. Okay, so they have to decrypt the data by using key. We will discuss this as part of SSL handshake and all. So they have that key to decrypt the data, then only he can able to get that information. So these many layers of protection we have to provide to our API, and these actually few examples I have provided here. In MuleSoft we have many more things as well. We will going to discuss that in our advanced course. So as part of fundamentals course, as part of the basic things, basics levels of security and the major level of security, these are all the few things I have captured here. Don't assume that these are all the final stuff. So we have a lot of things to do to provide our security to our API. So but these are all the major things, these are all the important things, how you are going to apply API policy, how you can use it, how can you do the SSL one and all, how you are going to encrypt the data, how you are going to hide the data from third party user. Like that we have a lot of stuff here. So we will discuss a few things, major things, what are the day-to-day real-time projects what we'll do, and what are the regular security policies or security stuff we are going to implement in our regular projects. We will see all these things in our course. I hope you understand why we need the security. Okay, so just assume whenever you need us, whenever we are thinking about a security perspective, just assume that your house example here, so that you will get little idea about how you can protect your data from unauthorized users. Okay, so let's start one by one how we can protect our API.
So to provide security for your properties, we can do it in 2 ways. One is like we can mask the properties, another way we can encrypt the properties. So what is meant by mask means Here, if you can see, these are the couple of runtime properties. We have this anypoint platform client ID and client secret. These two details are also sensitive. If you want to hide something, some values, like for example, this client ID, client secret, if you don't want to make it visible to others, so in that case, you can mask these properties. Like you can display all the stars or all the dots here instead of the actual values. That is nothing but masking your properties. That we can do one way by using Studio. And another thing is like we can encrypt the properties. Encrypt the property values and provide it. That is the another method. So in your in your project, maybe sometimes we need to hide couple of properties. Hide and mask both are same. So sometimes we can hide the properties. For some properties, we need to encrypt them. So we will see all these two things in this video. Okay, so let's see first to hide the properties how we can mask them. So for example, let's say we want to just mask these two values. So currently it is visible, so once we mask them it will not be visible. So first you need to make sure what are the property names, what are the values of the property names you have to hide. So you need to first capture this keys will not be masked, but the values of this particular keys will be masked. Okay, so note down what are the different fields you want to mask first. Okay, so this is the client ID and client secret, but remember one thing, once you give these values it will mask them. You, even though you cannot do this as an undo step. So please make sure before you mask any properties, make sure the keys are perfect. You selected the actual keys or not. Otherwise, it will not be unmasked. You know, you have to you go with another name, another key name instead of using the same name. So that you need to remember. So how to mask them? So in your project, you have one file called mule artifact.json. So here mule min version will be there. Runtime version will be there by default. You have to add one more element like secure properties. Okay, and here colon, and here in the array you can mention what are the different property names you want to hide. So in our case, this is the one thing. So copy it, go to your artifact.json, put these keys in the double quotes, and then comma, you want to hide two properties now, right? So copy the another one and paste it here. So you want to add all the keys here in the mule artifact.json file, which is available at the bottom of your project, just above to the pom.xml file. So now you save it and deploy this application into Cloudhub. Then once it is deployed, these two values will get hidden. So let's export it. I have it in downloads, right? I'll just override it. I'll deploy again the same application by selecting the jar file. So once the new application is deployed, you cannot see these values, original values. You will show black dots or passwords kind of, because in some case you can see like while entering the net banking password or something, once you enter the password, it will get masked. It will show only all stars or all black dots, not the original passwords, right? So just like that, we can achieve that in MuleSoft by using this method. So it is exported. As it will take some time, I can just apply changes, and then let's start looking for another topic. Let's start discussing another topic in the meanwhile before it is getting deployed. Alright, so the another topic is encrypting the properties. So we can provide security in multiple ways, as we discussed in first part of our video. So for properties at the very minimal level, we can do these two things. For the entire API, we can secure that entire API by applying multiple policies. As of now, we have seen only client ID enforcement policy, but going forward, we will see another policies also how that can secure your API. Right. So to encrypt any properties means like let me show you. Let's go to this property file. Here we have the database password. We have this database username, database password. So in our case, as of now, we have only database password, database username. Okay, but in real-time project, like if we extend any project, we have multiple connectors and multiple passwords also will be there. So you have to encrypt all the passwords because passwords are case sensitive. Let's see how we can do that. So we can do it in two ways. One is like we have a Cloudhub tool itself, Cloudhub URL itself to encrypt the passwords. Remember that all the sensitive information you have to encrypt. You should not pass the actual values. So this password is the actual value. We have to encrypt it. Okay, let's see. We have a tool provided by MuleSoft, like security property encryption, maybe encryption in MuleSoft. We have a web URL. I'm just searching for the company. Just capture it somewhere. I have captured somewhere. Okay, no problem. Property encryption info. We have a direct Cloudhub URL. This is another method I would like to show you, but that's okay. Let's copy this URL. This is a second method which I'm talking about. Okay, let me try to find the first method. This one, secure properties generator. Right, so this is the first tool which I am talking about. I can give you this URL. We will see that first link later. Okay, so by using this, what you can do, see, you can you have actually two operations to secure any property. We can encrypt or decrypt. Encrypt means it will encrypt the actual password with some secured one. Decrypt means it will decrypt that secured value to the original value. So if you want to encrypt original value to the secured value, you can use encrypt operation. And we have multiple algorithms and multiple states. So just have the same default one. Don't change anything. But if you want, I mean, if your project is using some other thing, like it has some other requirement, like to use for any other algorithms like blowfish or something, you can select it based on that. But default AES CBC will be there. But some projects will use blowfish algorithm also to encrypt the properties. Let's keep the default ones as of now. So you have to provide the key. Key means with which key it should encrypt the value, right? So encrypt means this key you can just remember in just your door key. So with your door key you can open the lock and you can close the lock, right? So to make your home secure, you have to use that particular key, and you have to lock the key. If you lock the key, your home is secured. No one can open the door. That is nothing but encrypt. If you want to enter into your house, what is there or something, if you want to access your house, you have to unlock the key. By using the same key, you have to unlock it. So with the key, if you can rotate it clockwise, it will unlock, right? Then your door will open. You can access the things in your house. That is nothing but decrypt. You can remember in that way. So you have to provide the key. Okay, so here based on the algorithm the key length will be there. We can maybe give some other some key, secure, clart, and remember each and every environment it has its own key. For dev we have one key, for QA we should use another key, for prod we should use another key. environment specific, right? So secure clerk dev key 123. I am just providing this key. You need to remember this key. Okay. So dev key. For now we can see the dev environment only, right? So yeah, and value. Here the value means the actual password which you want to encrypt. So maybe for example, let's say my password is clart123 or maybe mule123. This is my actual value. I want to encrypt this value with this key. So once you click on generate, it will generate you the encrypted value. See, invalid AES key length, it is 20 bytes. Key should be 20 letters. Here we have given less than 20, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It's there. 2, 3, 4, 5 maybe. Invalid key length. It is not showing what is the key length. Secure key 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. It is 16 letters. You have to give the length as 16 letters. Now let's remove this. I can give dev. Yes. So I have 16 letters. Just remember this length should be 16. It might be the combination of numbers, special characters, or capital letters, small letters, whatever. But the entire length should be 16. And now it is encrypted my value mule123. So this is my encrypted value. You have to copy this encrypted value and paste it here in your property file. Okay, let's see how we can decrypt it. So now I have this encrypted value. I want to unlock the key. Means I want to enter into my house. I need to know what is the actual value. So then you can use the decrypt operation and you can give encrypted value here. Now once you click on generate with the same key, it should give you the actual value. So once you click on generate, see it has given the actual value mule123. Likewise, you can encrypt or decrypt any of value by using this tool. But you need to remember the key. You have to encrypt and decrypt with the same key for the same environment. And algorithms also should match. You need to remember all these points together. Right? So now let's go to encrypt. Let's use the same key, but the value now this time I will encrypt this database password. So this is the password. So you can exclude the quotations, copy the original value and go to this tool, provide here, click on generate. You will get the encrypted value. Copy this. And to paste that value here, you have to follow the syntax, like you need to give exclamatory mark and open and close braces. Inside that you need to provide the value. Okay, remember this syntax. You will get the value from here and you need, while placing that encrypted value here in the property file, what you have to do, you need to use exclamatory mark and open and close braces. Inside that you need to paste that encrypted value. This is one thing you need to remember. But before accessing this, because earlier let me just tell you where we have used it. In global.xml we have database, right? See now how we can how we have read the properties from the property file, db.host, db.port, db.user, something like that with the keys. But now whenever you use this encryption values, you have to change this syntax as well. You need to invoke these keys by using secure : and this key value. That is the syntax. You need to remember that syntax as well. But before that, you have to do one configuration. Before you, first step is what you need to do. First, you need to encrypt the passwords and generate all the values wherever it required, and place that pass value here for the particular key by enclosing it with the exclamatory mark and this braces. And your second step would be you need to add the secure configuration here. So here it is not there. So before that also you need to add secure configuration module here in your project. So go to Exchange, get your username there, and then here search for secure. It should show you secure properties module that you need to add to your project as a dependency. Then you need to do the global configuration. Then you need to change the properties invocation. So all these things you have to do in your real-time project also. So please pay attention, right? Yeah. Secure properties. See, 1 second. Mule secure configuration property extension. So select that, add that, and finish it. Now secure properties is added as a module here. Now go to your global.xml, go here, click on create. Now search for secure. Now it is showing, right? So check this one, click OK, and now here see you have to mention what is the file name and what is the key. But remember, key is also specific to environment, right? So you can provide a key by using the runtime properties. So there I can mention like $secure.key. This secure.key value from where you are going to send, you need to send it from Cloudhub. From here in the runtime properties you have to send it. I'll show you. See, now the masking is working. I'll come back to that part. Okay, so remember this, don't get confused. So this secure.key you need to give from the runtime properties, but the file and remember the algorithm mode also you need to select the same one with which you have encrypted it. So you have selected AES CBC here. So you need to select the same here. And the key we can just name it as secure.key. We can pass the value from actual key value from the Cloudhub. But file you have to follow the same structure where we have given the configuration properties. So I can just select this, give the same here, right? Click on OK. Right, now you have done these things. Now what you need to do, you need to invoke these. Let me just stop it. It is running in the background, so it is showing some error pop-ups. Yeah, right. So what you have to do now, you need to go to your database connector where you have called all these properties. Go there, and now your syntax to read the properties from the properties file will just different. So for all the properties you can just add this syntax instead of only password. You can use for all the properties you can use secure : it's not semicolon, : in front of every property key name you need to add this SCCURE, secure : like that. You need to add this set for all the properties, even in the password. All small letters, okay, secure : Now you have added everything here, right? Now you can deploy this application, or maybe you can change it in everywhere for all the properties you externalized. Secure : even though if you're not encrypted, it's best practice to add for all the externalized properties. Then what are the other properties we have apart from this? Path, we have changed everything. Path and API ID. Let's add that path is there in api.xml. The another one is api.id, which is there in auto discovery, but for local deployment we comment it out, right? You can just add this here. Maybe we can uncomment it once we done all the local changes. See in the api.id na, here also you need to add secure : save it, right? So now you have done all the required changes to make this encryption of all these values. Now let's go back to our masking topic. So we have added this client ID client secret to mask these values, and we exported it and we deployed it. If you can see, maybe you already observed it. So if you can go back to your Cloudhub, you can just refresh it and open your application. Go to properties. See now the values are hidden. Values are hidden. All the values are showing like dots. You cannot get these original values even later also. You have to remember that original value somewhere if you want to change it, right? So this is how you can mask the values or hide the values from the Cloudhub if this is your requirement. But your requirement is to encrypt the values. You have to follow this process which we have done so far, right? So let's deploy this application and see how it works. Okay, so it should connect, but you have to uncomment this API auto discovery to test this in Cloudhub, right? Okay, let's save this. Let's export this. Once it is deployed or working fine, then maybe we can commit the code. Okay. Now let's trigger the same endpoint from the Cloudhub. Once it is deployed, then you can understand if it is throwing any DB connectivity error or something. Then based on that you can understand. Okay. So this is your Cloudhub URL to get the libraries. Maybe we can test this as well. Yeah, let it export it. Yeah. And remember one thing, you have to provide this secure.key from the Cloudhub. Secure.key. You have to give same key. Here maybe you can just give this first. Anyways, you have to deploy it 2 times. And remember one thing, you have to hide this secure key also in real time. So how you can hide this? You can add this secure.key into your mule artifact.json file as another value. Right, so once you change anything, you have to deploy this. So you need to click on apply changes. It will deploy once. Then we can export that jar. We can upload that jar file and we can deploy it again. So anyway, it will take 2 different deployments. So let's wait this to be deployed. Let me put it on hold. Once it is deployed, I'll resume I'll just open the logs. So once it is deployed in Cloudhub, maybe I can resume the video, right? Yeah, so now it is deployed with this particular property, secure.key. Now you need to you need to deploy your actual application. So let me just export it again. And remember, in your dev environment, you will have one key. Prod environment, you will have one key. Stage environment, you will have another key. Password might be same in some cases, but usually password will also change for each and every environment. But some cases password might remains the same, but the secure keys will change for each and every environment. You need to make sure that. Right, so I just exported it again just for safe side. So upload the file, upload it, and now deploy it again. Now the secure properties changes also deployed. It will take some time to deploy. So as I said earlier, this is one method by using this Cloudhub tool, UI tool. But earlier, because this tool is recently released, but earlier the old method which we are going to follow is by using this tools jar file. We have to download this tools jar file somewhere, and then through some commands, maybe let me show you those commands. By using few commands, we are going to encrypt or decrypt these values or entire file earlier. Right, let me show you that method as well. So you need to first download this secure properties.jar file. Then we have these commands to encrypt a value. You need to run this command by using key and algorithms and all. Right, let's just cross verify that as well in the meanwhile before it is getting deployed, because it will take some time to deploy. Right, before that, let's do this as well. So I'll copy this. I have already copied this URL, right here. Yeah, what you need to do, this is the second method. So what you need to do, you need to first download this secure properties tools jar file. Once you click on this, it will get downloaded here. All right, now go to your downloads. Here it is. Just copy it and paste it somewhere. Anything, like you can take any folder, maybe. Okay, maybe I can take it as like I'll just name it as secure. I'll paste it here and just remove this one. Okay, so now what you need to do, you need to go to this path, this command path. Okay, type cmd and enter. It will navigate through this path. So if you don't have access to this particular UI tool, you can do it in command prompt also. How you can do, you need to first take any command. See, to encrypt single value, you have to run this command. But here you need to make sure this is the string. This you need to remove. If you want to, because by using this tool, you can encrypt each and every value, or you can encrypt entire file itself. That is advantage of this tool. But this UI tool, you can encrypt only one value at a time. But by using this jar file, which you are going to see, you can encrypt entire property file, entire dev.yaml, entire local.yaml or entire prod.yaml. You can encrypt the entire values of the file, the values of entire file at a time. Right, so to do that, we have multiple commands. So to encrypt single value, this is the command. To decrypt single value, this is the command. To encrypt complete file, this is the command. But you just observe, till here it is same. You should not change anything till here. Till here it is same. Right, then you need to remember next argument is string. If you want to encrypt single value, you need to provide string here, encrypt or decrypt. If you want to encrypt entire file, you need to, instead of string, you need to pass file as the argument. This you need to remember as per your requirement. Then if you want to encrypt the file, you need to use encrypt keyword. If you want to decrypt the file or decrypt the single value, you have to use decrypt keyword. Then you have to pass this algorithm and code. See, as I said earlier, a few projects will use blowfish. So that's why I just captured blowfish here. But you can use the same thing. Let's just compare with the same value if we are getting the same result or not. So algorithm is AES, state or code means CBC. Okay, so let's copy this entire command. Let me just type here only. So let's modify it accordingly as per our requirement. So this entire command till here it is same. You don't need to change anything. I want to encrypt single value, so string. I want to encrypt, so I need to use encrypt. And algorithm, this time I have to use which algorithm? AES algorithm. So instead of blowfish, in my requirement it is AES. So you need to change that. The code by default CBC, so I can just keep it CBC. And now this is the key. Earlier I just used myclark as the example. Now what is our key? This is the key. So copy this key. Your next argument is this key. and in the quotation you need to give value, which value you want to encrypt. So I want to encrypt this value now. So you need to use this. So now copy this entire command, go to that command prompt where your secure property tool is available. So that is why you just go to command prompt from here, and you can just normally use a new command prompt and navigate the path till here. Anything is fine. The main goal is the command prompt path should be there here where the secure property tool jar file which we have downloaded is available. So this is the path. In D drive secure folder I have the tools jar file. So now I went there. So now you just paste that command and click enter. See, it will show you this encrypted value. Let's compare these two. We just minimize. So these two results are same. Sorry. So these two results, let me just see, these two values are same. BVMK something. So you can follow any method, but the main goal is to encrypt the value, decrypt the value. You should know the process. You can use this UI tool, or you can use this secure.properties jar file, right? So maybe in the same way we can just use the same thing. I mean same command. Instead of encrypt you can write it like decrypt. It will decrypt the value. But now this time you need to pass the encrypted value as the input. So copy this. Instead of original value you have to pass encrypted value. So now it will show you the actual value. Why are I ending with what happened? 2, 3, 4 decrypt. Now you got the original value, right? But why this question mark came? That's okay. Okay, just to compare this. Okay. So if you want to encrypt entire file, let's see that command also. So to encrypt all the values of this local.yaml file, what you can do, you can copy this file into the same folder where this jar file is available, and paste that file here. Now go to your commands to encrypt a complete file. This is the command, right? So till here there is no change, but the thing is, let me copy. So I just copied the entire command. So instead of blowfish you are going to use AES, and here the key you need to use your key, which is this one, and the file name, which file you want to encrypt, you have to pass this file name. Which file? Now I want to encrypt local.yaml file, so just you give that name. And the next file name is new file name. Once it is encrypted, what is the file name it should generate, like that. So local encrypted.yaml, we just give this value. Let's copy this command, go to command prompt, and see, remember here instead of string now we are using file, because we want to encrypt complete local.yaml file, and I want to generate a new file like local-encrypt.yaml. Just enter. Now you will not get any response here because it will generate a new file and paste it in the same folder. Now let's open it. see all the values of this particular property file is getting encrypted, and it is automatically added the syntax also, the exclamatory mark and the braces. Okay, this is how you can encrypt entire file, or else if you want to encrypt a single value one by one, and you can follow this syntax like exclamatory and this braces. Inside that you need to place the value. Let's see if our application is deployed. Yeah, it is deployed. Now let's run this, because we already encrypted the values of a database password by using this cloud tool, online tool, instead of the jar file, right? But let's test it once. So go to Postman. Let's test this get libraries functionality. This is the Cloudhub URL we have. So yeah, now you got the response, right? So in the runtime, it automatically decrypt the password. You don't see any errors here as well, right? So in the runtime, what happened? It automatically decrypt the password with the secure.key which you have provided. Here with this key, it automatically unlock the password and it's sent to the database connectivity. The database connectivity is successful, so it can able to pull the data. So now we have run this Cloudhub URL, we got the response. It means in Cloudhub also the secure.key is working fine. But for local testing, you no need to use any key as secure keys and all. It is just for our local testing. So instead of before deploying it in Cloudhub or any other deployment method which you are following, deployment model, maybe runtime fabric or maybe on-premise or maybe hybrid, you should follow this process. You need to encrypt all the values. Okay, you need to use this secure properties placeholder, and in while reading that properties also, you need to change that. What is that? Change the syntax to secure colon colon. You have to remember all these things. You need to follow these things for each and every project of all the sensitive data, client secrets, all the passwords, all the client secrets, and or any other secure keys, trust store passwords, key store passwords, like that. If any information which is sensitive, you should follow this process. You should encrypt the properties for sure in your real-time projects as well. So as this is working fine, let's commit the code. Sorry, I just clicked on wrong one. So whenever you do the testing, whenever if your code is working fine, don't forget to commit the code. Otherwise you will lose some code if some issue happen. So git add dot directly I will run warning. Git status modifier git add dot okay, no problem. So git commit -m security encryption changes, right? I will push the code now to the remote repository, git push origin. So every day as a developer, this is your task. Once you are done with any single piece of code which is working fine in local, which is working fine in dev, you should commit your code right away, instead of losing the code and instead of staying that code in your local system, right? So I hope you enjoyed this session. You understand or you learned new things about the securing properties and all with by using different ways. You can just practice them very well by using this tool as well as this jar file. I'll maybe email you these details. Also, you can just keep them in the description box as well, just for your reference. The first link is to download the jar file. The second link is the online tool, right? And I'll paste all the commands as well. Okay. And I have mentioned the syntaxes also here to make you understand little better. Maybe I can just copy this. I can mention it like online tool, and this tool's chart file is command prompt encryption tool. Okay, just to make you understand better. Okay. So I will save it. I'll provide this in the description, as well as I'll send you this file maybe if you want. Right, let's meet in another video. Let's continue from there. Thank you. Hello all, welcome to Cloud Technologies, and we are very happy to announce that we are going to provide a free course for MuleSoft for all the freshers and beginners and who want to learn MuleSoft from scratch. This is entirely free course which we are going to release on day by day basis. So it will be a 30 days course. So it is very helpful for you to learn MuleSoft from scratch. And we have explained this course with the real-time project. We have built a real-time project also. In order to explain that, we have created a couple of files and project code as well. So if you want to get those files and projects, please email us with this subject line, request to share level 1 course files. Also, we have an important announcement that we are planning to release a MuleSoft advanced level 2 course very soon. So in this course we will be discussing most of the topics of MuleSoft, which will help you very well in order to complete level 2 certification, as well as to work on complex real-time projects as well. So I hope you will be enjoying that course as well. So if you want to know more details about advanced level course, please contact us via mobile or email. We will be sharing those details. So without further delay, let's get started. Hello all. So this is our next video in our 45 days course, and by this time, I think, and you are all, I mean, by this time you already practiced all the concepts which we have discussed so far. So you have an idea, complete idea. By this time you should have, if you practice everything which we have discussed so far, you should have at confidence level like you can build an API from scratch end to end, because we have implemented the system API with all the possible scenarios, like which with all the best practices and with all the concepts we need to build REST API. So, right. So it's time to build, or it's time to start our process API, so that we can do the transformations and we can see another policies, and we can see how to invoke the system API into the process API. Like that stuff we need to discuss now. Okay, so let's create even for process API and experience API also we need to create the RAML design. But remember, maybe we can use the same RAML structure, we can use the same resources, because all are same, right? So you can use the same thing, but in some situations or in some requirements, some resource names will differ. API to API. That's not an issue. Functionality wise, everything is same. So let's build the same resource name. I mean, let's build the process API and experience API RAML also with the same resource name. Let's see how it goes. Okay. You can do it anyway, but if your organization or if your client has any specific restrictions, like process API should have these resource names, experience API have these resource names, then you can utilize that. But the process will remain same. So what I'm talking about resource name, by this time you are already have knowledge about it, right? So the RAML resources name. We have created 4 resources, 4 methods. You can use the same name for process API and experience API as well. But now I don't want to use fragments and all. It will again kill time. So as we have discussed everything for this system API from scratch, I will just create a plain RAML specification with the resources with some minimum data. But as an assignment, you can continue the process API and experience API by following all the best practices and by using this RAML fragments. I hope you understand the agenda, right? So let's let's start designing our process API. With the same 4 resources which we have just like in system API, but this time I'm just using the plain specification. I'm not going to use fragments and all. You can do that for all the 3 APIs. It will be the similar way, right? So you can do that as an assignment, so that you will get some practice on the fragments section, and you can just modify the response request and modify any query, I mean input parameters as per your requirement, or maybe as per our requirement document. Okay. Right, so I just opened it in 2 different windows just to copy if any necessary information instead of creating from scratch. So I'm just going to create new API specification for this as well. I'm going to name it as a library MGMT. Let's short this, okay? PAPI. PAPI means process API, and sometimes in some organizations we'll use a naming convention like PRC-API, something like that. So you should follow your own organization or client naming conventions in that case. So your CFRE team, or if you have any CFRE team, they will let you know the naming conventions and all. If you don't have, maybe some operations team will also let you know. Or else you can define your own naming standards as per Mule's suggests. Alright, so I just clicked on create API. Meanwhile, let me open Studio. It will get open in the background. Okay, so by default, it will create the title and RAML version. So you need to use base URI. I'm just going to use HTTP LBS. Sorry, yes, hyphen. Sorry. You can give any name. Later on, you need to change it, but that's okay if you not change also. But we need to change it to make it consistent. PAPI dot cloudhub dot io. I'll just give some PAPI. Okay, right. Yeah. So let's create resources. First one is libraries, right? Let me just put one. Enter. So as I said, like I'm going to create plain ramen with a few details. You can just follow the same structure which we have followed for system API. So libraries, get method. Here I would like to pull all the library details. So this is to fetch all library details from database. So I will add responses. It will show you suggestions usually, but let me just copy the same response maybe. Okay, here we have used the things, right? Let me just add these two things, but we don't have these types, so it will throw you error. So instead of that, I'll just define some example, normal example. Right, so I don't want to define any properties or something like that. I'll just create, it is a method, and I'll just import some examples. Sorry, let me just cancel it. We can import the JSON files which we have created earlier. That will work. But I didn't remember where it I have stored. Let me just check it once. And that's okay. Yeah, no problem if you didn't define any example also, but it's better you can define. Let me just download it from here. Create new book, get libraries, right? So I'll just download this. I'll upload that later. I mean, here I will import that example. We can just include this example in this process API. But as I said, you can just go through everything. Follow everything as an assignment. If you have any doubts, maybe you can ask us, okay? Alright, but the thing is, you need to follow the same pattern which we have discussed. So include, I would like to include this libraries, right? So libraries JSON here. This is a simple API specification without fragments, but this is not the best one we need to do for real-time examples. As I said, like I'm just going to make it as a simple RAML. but you should not do in this way. Just use all the fragments and include them just as we did for that which one, system API, right? So common error responses. For this we don't have example, right? Maybe let me define something here. Unauthorized or something. No, let it be. So for libraries I just created um yeah, one success response and one error response. All right, so let me create another method, another resource slash library, and yeah, inside this we can use that URI parameter, get library ID, right? So library ID, we should put colon. It is throwing error. No, nothing. Yeah. So based on the library ID, we are fetching the library details. Right. So what I can do? This is one thing, and here we can use responses. You can just click tab, it will adjust the indentation. But example we have to change. We have another example for get libraries based on ID, right? Info based on writing. Okay, maybe for library response we can leave it as it is. We don't have that example, maybe we missed it. That is fine. Let's create another resource for creating new book. This is a post method. If you remember, we are going to create a new book. So for post method, we have request body as well as response body. So in the request body also, it is just application slash JSON, and example. I can just now download create new book input example. I'm just downloading it and I'll import it. I'll just move little fast because we have already seen this in detail in our previous videos. So I don't want to waste your time again by doing everything in slow manner. But I just wanted to show you how we can create normal, simple RAML. So that is why I'm sharing this as well. Otherwise, I can skip this step. Right. So create new book example, and then you need to add responses. Response 200. Sorry, for post method, what is the response code? It's 201, right? So 201 body application slash JSON and example book added successfully, and the book code that you can write maybe manually here like this. something like this. Okay, so we have created post method, and we have one more get method we need to create for the same book resource, but we have the query parameters, right? So let me just adjust the cursor till post, so that you can add one more method for the same resource, but this time you need to add the query parameters like libraries, library code, and another one writing. So get method, this time you need query parameters, rating. If you didn't mention anything required true or false, by default it will require true, that we have already seen. And I just want to provide only example for maybe, yeah. Another query parameter is library code, but remember you should give all the required details as we did earlier, don't forget. Okay, so here library code LB123, maybe I can give for, yeah, sorry, example, yeah. Okay, maybe fine. Now let's add the response, because for get we have only response body, not the request body, right? So as this is also success get method, the success method is 200, and you can give this application JSON, and in the example part we have this get book info based on JSON example. We have already used it in system API, so let's add the same. So let me import it here. Okay, but maybe we can rename it later. Maybe let's see. It has one. Let's see. Yeah, we can rename it. Okay, so let me just remove this. So yeah, I think we are done with the RAML. Let's see this simple details. So all four methods are there. So that's it. Maybe let's publish this. This time we don't need any fragments, and also let's publish this, and let's import it into our studio. We can start the implementation. Okay, so I'm just publishing it, the exchange. Oh, it is not yet opened. This time what we have to do, we need to call the system API into this process API in our code. Then we need to do the transformations as required, right? So earlier we didn't transform anything. We just keep the system API details as it is. I mean the response from the system API as it is, right? So yeah, now it got published. In the same manner, you can write experience API also with the same simple thing. Maybe we can copy it later and we can create experience API later, so that saved some time. Okay, so my studio is getting loaded, but before that let's create the API manager like REST API before my studio is up, right? So yeah, dev environment only. Now let's create, because we will get to another instance ID, right? Yes, this is the another new API. We can add the auto discovery component also at a time in our implementation. So let's create an API, add new API. It's a Mule gateway, right? You can just come down, Mule gateway, then yeah, click on next. Select an API from Exchange. We have already published our process API, right? So let's select this. You can leave as it is. It is optional, no problem. You can click next. and save it. Now one API ID will get generated for this. So yeah, this is the instance ID for this API. And see, this is unregistered. So once we deploying this API, we have to submit those runtime properties as well as auto discovery configuration to make this active, right? Okay, now see, client application is one we have already created, and that still it is not getting opened. Yeah, it is opening now. Okay, so as we have already done with the RAML, we can just import that just like we did for system API, and we can use that. I mean, we can start the implementation, right? So it is not opening still. Let's wait. Otherwise, it will go to non-responsive state. Right. So maybe in the same way, you can create the experience API also to save some time. Let's do that because we will discuss the experience API, process API parallelly to make the complete API connectivity communication between these three APIs. So let's design that as well in the same way. So you can just copy paste. Okay, but you need to import those JSONs. That is what I said. Like for experience API and process API, system API, all three can have the same resource names like libraries, slash book and all. But the thing where it will differ from one API to another API is in terms of implementation, as well as we are not going to provide this process API and system API access to the end user. We are going to expose our experience API only to the end user. Experience API internally it will invoke the process API and system API accordingly. So we don't need to bother about the resource name, but we need to make sure that the experience API resource name will look a little good. So, but in our case, we have already designed system API with all the best practices, so there is no issue. You can just create the experience API also in experience API also in the same way. But apart from this client-side enforcement policy, we have to add more policies to the experience API as we are going to expose that experience API to the end user, right? Okay, let me add no specification. Let me name it as instead of PAPI, it's EAPI, experience API. So let's create an API. So I just wanted to copy paste the code. You can just remove this because I copied from the RAML also, but that doesn't require. So now just change this. Yeah, it will throw error for the JSON files because we don't have it in our this particular RAML. So examples now let me create the same name, the folder name, and let me just import all the three files one by one as we have already have it in our downloads. Okay, so let me import the another two files. Now you have one error with that name, right? We have this one, we need to rename this. That's it, right? So as we don't need to change anything here, all the resource names and examples are also same. Let's publish this as well to the exchange with the default values. Meanwhile, I'm just checking if it is up. Yeah, but remember one thing, we don't have the repositories, code repositories for system process API and experience API in Azure DevOps. Right, we have created only one repository earlier. We have to do that as well for all the every API. Right, so yeah, it is published. Even experience API we published. Even for experience API, let's create the API in API manager to get the API auto discovery ID. So it's a similar way. So I'm just to add. We need to select the experience API this time. Just click next. I think we no need to change anything. And remember, this API instance ID will differ from environment to environment. So as of now, we are creating all the APIs in dev environment. But we need to create or promote same APIs to the higher environments also. By that time, new API instance ID will get created. So that is why we need to externalize all the properties and we need to maintain the values in all the property files according to the environment or according to the database credentials or according to the any third party credentials. Because for each and every environment, the credentials will differ. These kind of IDs will differ. It is environment specific. Right. So we need to take care of all these things while actionalizing the properties or while deploying this application. Okay, we need to just double check everything. Right. So yeah. So in dev environment now we have three APIs. System API is already active because we have done auto discovery and everything. Now 652, 656. Yeah. Okay, now sorry, process API and experience API, we need to do implementation and we need to make them active by applying the auto discovery concept. So let's do all these things one by one. Okay, so now my studio is up. Let me just import the process API and let's get started implementing the process API. Okay, okay, let me create it. Just 1 minute. So let's create a new project. Go to file menu, create a new Mule project, and let's give the same name as the process API which we have given in the RAML while creating the REST API. It is like IBS library MGMT PAPI. Now you need to select that RAML which we have published in the exchange once you have given the name, because we did same for the system API also, right? So I'll go little fast as we have already seen this in detail. So let me just go to this download RAML from Design Center and click on browse. And if your account is already there, it will show you that maybe my account got expired. Let me add it again. Let me just log in with my AnyPoint credentials. Cloudhub credentials. Okay, so it will add that account, and then once it is getting added, we can able to log in it through that. Then we can able to see the APIs which we have published in our exchange. Right, let me get my credentials. Let me try to log in. Yeah, now we can search for our API. Now it is copy process API which we are going to create implementation. So it will take some time to enable this finish button. Let's wait. Let's run it in background. In the meanwhile, we can work on the repositories, creating the repository for this, because we don't have the repository for this process API in Azure DevOps, right? So if you can see, it is only system API repository is there. Let's create new repository. Click on this new repository, and you can give the same name, the process API name. Sorry, by mistake it got pasted my username. So let's go back to our RAML. Let's see, like it's IBS library MGMT PAPI. So let's give the same name in the Azure DevOps for the creating repository. And by default, it will come up with a README file which we have already seen. So I'm just typing the name. Let's click on create. By default, a main branch will create, and this README file will get generated. right? So here you can see this is the main branch, which is the default branch, which is going to create like that. Okay, let's click on create. So as of now we have only main branch. Now we have multiple projects here, so likewise we can create experience API also. So let's create couple of branches. By default it is having main. Let's create a dev based on the main branch, and let's create a stage as well. Click on new branch, give stage, and as of now you can just select a dev also, because all the branches are having same code, so you don't need to bother about from which branch you need to create. But in real time, while creating feature branch, you need to create your feature branch on top of dev branch, then you can work on your own changes. So main branches is here the production branch, but by default maybe we can change it like master branch. Instead of renaming it, we can create new branch like master branch based on the main branch. We can make this master branch as the default branch. That can be done. Okay, so let's go to the branches and click on this master branch which you have created right now. And here you will see one option. It's like yeah, set as default branch. Let's select it. So the main branch you can delete it. The default branch which got created, you can delete it. Now you have dev, stage, and master branches according to your I mean environments, right? Yeah. Meanwhile, this is exported. So let's click on finish. It will generate the API kit router flows, the default flows. Let it generate. Meanwhile, let's create one feature branch also. Yeah, because we are going to work on feature branch. We should not work on dev, master, or stage initially, right? So you need to create one feature branch. Yeah, in general, we are going to create feature branch on top of dev branch only in your real-time projects, because now we have all the code same. We can create any on top of any branches, but remember this point, right? So we have created feature branch also. Okay, fine. So meanwhile, if the code is getting generated, let's go to the studio, or maybe we can clone this particular repository. In the meanwhile, we can just clone this repository of feature branch in our I mean in our Windows Explorer somewhere in the some folder, so that once we got the API router generated flows, we can just commit that code, okay, into this remote repository. Then the remote and local repository will be in sync, so that we can I mean we can continue working on it and we can commit it. Okay, so I'm just right clicking here and click on git bash. I have already copied that clone URL, so git space clone space that URL. Yeah, now click on enter. It will get cloned. Yeah, next, once it get cloned, yeah, you need to go to that particular project folder, because all these things we have already seen. I'll go a little fast. So cd space that folder name, that IBS library management copy, right? So we can type till not common name. Yeah, now you can, yeah, by default it is in master branch, if you can see, because master the default branch we have set it up. Now we need to go to our feature branch. So instead of avoiding some type of mistakes writing branches name, you can just copy it directly from here. You can just use this symbol. It will copy the branch name, this one. Okay, now go to your git bash and paste it. Click enter. Now it will go to the feature branch. Yeah, you can see the feature IMPL is there. Now you can just pull whatever the changes available, but as of now we don't have any more changes, so let it be. So now what we can do, the default flows generated by API router, let's commit this code as it is without any changes. Then maybe we can work on the changes. Okay, so it's a best practice to sync these two repositories together always, right? So let me go back to this system explorer, and here these are the files generated by default, right? So let me just copy everything, and let's go back to the project folder where we have cloned it, paste it here. Okay, now yeah, I just pasted the rectum. Okay, now let's go back to the git bash. Let's commit this code as it is. So to do that, maybe you can see what are the files changed by using git status. But as we know, we have to add all the changes, all the files as of now. So let's go ahead with git space add space dot. It will add all the files to the local repository. Then you can commit the changes. See, it will show you all the files when I click on git status array. So let's commit these default changes. Initial commit. So git commit hyphen m, and initial commit I will write here because this is the basic commit of this repository for the first time. So yeah, the files are moved, but it is not moved to remote repository. We need to push this. So let's run a command like git push origin. It will push the all the files to the remote repository. Right, let me refresh it. Yeah, now we can see all the files available here. One of the best thing is like let's delete the project in the studio, and we can import that project from here, from this project where we have cloned. So to make the studio project and this clone project sync, it is a easy way I can suggest, but we can do it in any other ways also. If you are familiar with any other ways, you can go ahead. Otherwise, you can just follow these steps because this is easy way to remember. So let me just remove the project from the studio. Now I can import the project which where I have cloned that feature branch, so that my Anypant Studio code and that local code will be in sync. I can see that cylinder symbol. So ABS library management copy. Let's click on finish. So it will create that folder and it will import the project here. And now if you can see the cylinder symbol is there, it means the Anypant Studio project is in sync with GitHub or Azure DevOps coding repository, right? So this is how you can just import it. Now maybe let's add a couple of basic changes because I am not going to implement everything here from scratch again because we have already seen everything in system API. So the encryption part and some other part you can take care of it because you know everything now by this video. You understand like how we can do it for one API and end. So I'll just copy the properties as it is as of now. Complete property files, go to src main resources and paste it here, the property folder from the system API. So we have this local.yaml, dev.yaml, prod.yaml, stage.yaml, right? Complete projects folder you can copy from the other API and paste it here. But you need to remember where you paste it. So I just removed the environment variable and the database variable because we are not going to work with database directly here in the process API. We have already done these changes in system API. Now we need to call the system API here in the process API. So we no need to have the database credentials here in our property files of process API. So I just removed it. Let me just save this. I'll tell you why I removed. I removed that reason because we are not going to use database control directly. But yeah, let me just simplify this. Let's see what are the other files we can copy from system API. And I'm just expanding the system API. So yeah, global also specific to it. Maybe we can copy this error handling.xml, which is common to all APIs. You can copy that and paste it here, remaining all specific to your API, right? So let me copy this error handling.xml. You can just click copy here and go to src main mule folder of your process API and right click there, paste there. Okay, now your error handling also copied here once you paste it. Yeah, it got copied. So our next best practice what we need to follow is the API get generated flows configuration file name should be api.xml. It's a common name we need to use, api.xml. So let's rename it api.xml. And then for your implementation you can give any name, and then in that particular implementation configuration file you have to do the actual implementation, right? So let me create new configuration file. For this I'll just name it as like ibs library impl, maybe ibs library, sorry, impl.xml, right? So in this particular configuration file, we can go ahead with our implementation of different flows based on our requirement, right? So error handling, maybe we can just leave it as it is. We can configure it later. And then let's go to this api.xml and this listener and all. We need to externalize all the properties, and we need to encrypt all the sensitive properties. Those two things I will not follow here in this process API. You can just do it as an assignment, right? You can just do it in your by yourself by following the system API videos. But don't forget to externalize all the properties. Right, so let me just yeah, get libraries. We can see libraries and library id URI parameter. See, earlier we captured it. I mean, by default it is having a variable name called library id, and there it will capture the URI parameters of library id. The same will be available in your system API also, because I mean the system API default flows also, because it is a default flows generated by the API kit, and we have the same YAML structure. So it will automatically take that URI parameter, it will automatically save it into one variable. But now what will happen, in system API we need to change something, because instead of reading that variable from the URI parameter, now we can pass this URI parameter into from a variable from this process API to system API. I'll explain, don't get confused. If you have any doubt here at this stage, don't worry, we can see it. Then once we done this, it will be easy for you to understand little more. So let me just change this variable name. Instead of the default library ID, maybe I can just change it for now, just to make you understand the difference between two variable names. So let me just edit it. And this is the another transform, maybe you can delete it. So well, let's rename it later, maybe. Just give me 1 second. I just wanted to check something. Yes, the actual database connectors, actual details we have already implemented in system API library IMPL. So now we need to call that particular system API by using HTTP request connector, which is available in MuleSoft to consume any REST API, not only your system API. If you have a requirement to consume any REST API, you need to use the HTTP request connector. I'll show you that. I'll show you how we can do that. Let's go back to maybe, yeah. So maybe it is like library ID unique details of this particular library ID. We are going to read data from the database from the system API, and once you call the system API here, what it will do, it will send the it will get the response from the system API, and it will send the response. We need to do the transformations also. Let's rename this variable. Instead of a default library ID, maybe we can give it like, just to differentiate, pware or processor, something we can add it. I'll just add pware process variable just for our understanding, but this is not the actual naming conventions. Right, so now this library ID or a parameter is available in library p, where from this variable we can send it to the system API. That part we can see maybe a little later. Now let's concentrate on this get libraries to get all the library details. So I'm just deleting the transform view, which is generated by default. I just drag and drop the logger, and here I'll just mention like it's like process API start logger something. And it is a best practice to have a logger, start and end logger, and as well as if you have any external calls like REST API and all, you need to have before that call, after that call. Only these four loggers will be mandatory if any flow, because it's the best practice, right? So I'm just renaming this logger, because we should not use the default display names also. That is also one of the point you need to remember, right? So I'm just name it as dot logger, and then what we need to do, we need to invoke our system API here at this part in this flow by using HTTP request connect. Right? So instead of calling the REST connector here, we can just create one more implementation file in that configuration file to do our implementation and the transformation and all. Then we can call that flow here by using flow reference, just like we did for system API. So let me create new configuration file. Right click on SLC main new, go to new configuration file. Here we can say IBS library PAPI IMPL .xml, right? So here you need to write the logic. But what is the connector? I have already told you, like go to HTTP, and this is the request connector. You can just drag and drop here. It will create a flow. For this connector. Okay. So as this is the private flow, we need to just use the process scope only. We are not going to drag and drop anything in the source section because we are invoking that flow here in this flow, and internally it will call from the API router. So this is the request connector by using which we can invoke any REST API, by using which we can consume any REST API. Invoke, consume, both are same. Okay. So yeah, then yeah, to invoke your system API, system REST API, or any other REST API, you should use this request connector. And what are the details required to configure this request connector? That is very important to concentrate on. So this is the global configuration. You can just click on plus. See what are the required details. It is protocol, host, port. These three details of your REST API. Apart from this, you need to get what is the method and what is the path. You need to know these details as well, and you need to know is there any body we need to send. In case of post methods, we need to send a request body also. So in that post methods, you need to know what is the body, payload body you are going to send, and what are the headers. In our case, let me just open the Postman. See, in our case, this is our system API URL. We are invoking the system API REST API URL using Postman. So what are the details we have provided here to get the success response from the Postman? We have given this URL till here. This is the host and this is the port, and this is the method get method, and the path. You already know what are the different paths available in the URL. And path we have selected, method we have selected, and we have provided couple of header variables based on the RAML configuration which we have given. We have configured our client ID, client secret, text correlation with these headers for the system API. For process API, we didn't configure anything while designing the RAML, but we need to do it. You can do it. Okay. Right. So to invoke the system API, we need to send this information: client ID, client secret, text correlation ID in the headers path, and this host, port, and the path and the method. These are the required information in order to get the success response from the system API. So once we click send, it shows 200 OK success response, and it got the it sent the details back from the database. Right. So all these details you need to configure here for this connector to call the system API to get the response. That is very simple. You should have one Postman URL, and you can just test your REST API through Postman. If you get the success response from the Postman, then you can just use this information to configure your HTTP request connector, which is very easy to configure. So now let's create one global configuration. Click on plus, and base path you can just ignore. As of now, by default it is slash. Now, protocol. What is the protocol? Go to your Postman where you invoked your system API. So, what is the protocol? HTTP. So, it is HTTP. You don't need to change. What is the host? And this is the host. IBS library management. Until here, till cloudhub.io. This is your Cloudhub URI. Okay? This is your host. And port by default, it is 80. But let it be. Let's see what if it throws any error. Maybe we can just recheck this. But by default, it is 80. Okay. So let's just click on OK. Other information not needed. Okay. If you are going to use HTTPS protocol, secured protocol, then you need to configure this TLS configuration also. We can see that later. As of now, just concentrate on HTTP REST API. Now we have configured this URL and this one, and method. What is the method of your system API you are invoking for this particular resource? get method. So by default it is having get method. If you are going to use any other method, you can just select here from the drop down list. So by default it is get, we can just leave it as it is. Then what is the path? From slash onwards it is the path, right? So yeah, in the path you need to configure the path, provide the path. Then let me just maximize this. So we have configured URI, protocol, path, method. What are the other information we need to configure in order to get the success response? These headers. So let's copy one by one all the headers. Sorry. Just copy this client ID. Go to header here, click on the plus. You need to add all the headers one by one. In the quotations you need to give. And values, as of now I'm just hard coding it, means I am just giving it directly here. What you can do, you can put these values also in property file and read that values from the property file. Right? Do it as a practice. So next header, client secret. Once let's complete this configuration, and while testing while running it locally, we can just run it in debug mode. Then it is easy for you to understand how this will work. So client secret, sorry, client secret value. And what is the other header you need to provide? You can just copy it from your postman, no need to write manually, right? So transaction ID, so correlation ID, okay? And this value you can give any random value because that is not the valid values, right? So you can give maybe 26 something. So other than this, you don't need to configure any information in our case. Sometimes any other REST API will require more information like basic authentication, URL, username, password, those things. See, if our system API is not using any basic authentication, if it is using basic authentication, you need to configure the username password also into your REST connector here, authentication. See, in the authentication part, you need to select the basic authentication and you need to provide the username and password here. Okay, we can see this also one of the policy we have. We can see that later. Okay, so as of now we don't have any authentication. Right, let me just save this. Yeah, so we have just configured the REST API, I mean request connector. Let's just rename this system API call. And the best practice of loggers is you need to have one logger because this is third party call. So if you have any third party call, it's better to use logger before and after. Okay, just drag and drop the logger. You can name it as before logger and after logger. Okay, you can just name it before logger, and maybe you can just write one line. To differentiate, I'm just giving hash, but don't use this hash. Maybe let's follow the same practice. I'm just removing the hash, enable this function, and here in the double quotation you can write the logger information before calling sys API, something like that. Just like this, you can have another logger, after logger, change the display name also, and enable the function. And this is after calling sys API. So let's save this. For now, what we are not capturing the response of system API anywhere. So let's add one data view. For now, let's capture the same as it is the actual response, like what is response we are getting from the system API. Then we will work on the transformation. So to do that, let's change this to JSON. Okay, capture payload. Complete entire payload in JSON format. You can just name it as system API response. As of now, we are just capturing all the payload. Maybe we can just work on the transformation. Once we got the information, or sorry, once we got the response here, if it is working fine, then we can work on the transformation. Right, now we have done with the implementation. Like what we have done, we have used the HTTP request connector to call the system API, and we captured the response of the system API. Right. So now let's test it. But before you test it, you are not calling that flow anywhere. So how this flow will get executed once you hit the 10 point? You need to invoke that flow here, right? Here in the actual method. That we have already seen by using the flow reference. You can just drag and drop the flow reference, and you can just rename this flow like get libraries PRC flow, process API flow, PRC API. Just for our understanding, I just named it as like this. Okay, so you can invoke that same flow here. Come down, get libraries PRC flow, and change the display name also. Save it. Okay, now if you can trigger this, you will get the response. But we have not yet deployed this into Cloudhub. Let's create one normal local listener to trigger this flow. So by default, your path is API/star, and subpath is libraries that we already know. Let's create local listener. So it's 8081 only by default, but to avoid some conflicts, maybe we can just change this port for now for local testing. It's 799 maybe. Later on, we can just, before deploying it into Cloudhub, we need to roll back this port to 8081. We need to map it to 8081 before you deploy this application to Cloudhub. But as of now, I have not added auto discovery field also because we have already created the API in API manager. Let's test this locally once by running it into debug mode. Then it will be easy for us to understand how the system API is invoking, how we are capturing the response and all once we run it in the debug mode. Okay, so let me save it. Let me just add some debug points and we can run in the debug mode. Let's see, right? Yeah, so it is running in debug mode. Just put couple of debug points like here in the system call and here in the API kit route. Okay, so once it is deployed, let's see how it will work. Yeah, it is asking about to open the Mule debug perspective. Let's click yes. I think it is deployed now. No, it is still deploying. Let's wait 1 or 2 minutes. And then to test this, let's frame we need to trigger this process API. Let's frame the endpoint in the meanwhile. Okay, so what would be the port? We are actually hard coding here, but please externalize all these things into properties file. Just read it for system API and go ahead. Okay, so 8799 is the port, and path is API/. So let me just go back to Postman. Let's frame this URL first. http://localhost more than 8799 is support and /API/ what is our resource path is libraries, right? To get all the library details. We are just testing that particular resource as of now, right? So libraries L caps. Okay. Libraries, right? So let me just heads up to Anypoint Studio if it is deployed or not. Let's check once. Yeah, it is deployed. Now let's try to trigger this endpoint. I think it has triggered. Yes, see. Now request is got, and then let's click on next. It went to get libraries flow. Now it is going to the subflow where we have created and where we have invoked our system API. So till here there might be no variables and all apart from the default ones. So once we click next, it should call the system API. So if there is any call occurred here, I mean any error occurred here, it will throw and it will just call the any block or something default error block. So now we can see what is the request. So we can check here actually before we call that. We can see, we can just expand this. We can see what are the headers we have passed. We have passed these values. Okay, headers are good. Now maybe it will get triggered. Right, so everything is fine. So next let's click on next. Yeah, it got triggered. Okay, so now if you can see the payload here. Okay, what is the payload here? Address, road number, all these objects. Okay, whenever we send something like this is for all the libraries information, right? So in our table we have two libraries, IBS 111, IBS 112, if I'm not wrong, right? So this is the response coming from the system API. See how it will call the database, how it will get the database, the data from the database. Because we are, what we are doing, we are invoking the system API. Inside the system API, the database call will happen and it will get the response from there. It send the response here in our process API. So this is how you can invoke any REST API by using request connector, HTTP request connector, and but you need to configure this correctly, the URL, port, and the path, headers, if any query parameters, everything you can use this particular section and you need to configure it accordingly. Okay, so let's click next. Now you need to get the response in the postman in the same way you get from the system API, because we didn't do any transformations as of now. Right, so now we are getting the same response of system API because we are just 1 second. Yeah, because we have called the system API here. After this connector, whatever payload we are receiving, we just print that payload as it is. That is why we will get the response from the system API. But system API internally, it is invoking the database connectors and all to get the actual data from the database. Right? So this is how you can invoke any REST API in your MuleFlow. Alright, but what is the actual expectation of the response? Right, let me just open that. I have just uploaded it in Drive. I mean the requirement document I'm searching for. Let me pull that. So yeah, so once we hit the get libraries, what is the expected response? As of now, we didn't do any transformation system API. All the transformations should be done in process API as per the API led connectivity. So see what is the list of libraries, what it is expecting, the format, because everything is fine. We need to add one libraries as the root column, but let's see what we have received. We have received this. Let me just copy paste in one notepad. We need to transform accordingly. Okay, so this is the, sorry, 1 second. So this is the actual response we are getting from the system API. But what is the expected format? It is in our requirement document. So the response payload is, right? So this is the expected format. Only this information needed. Once we hit the process API, we need to transform the request like this. So we got the original response like this, but we need to transform like this. That we need to do in our data view. Okay, so what is the difference? First thing, is there any root tag needed? Yes, libraries with the root tag, we need this one. So let's go back to our data view. Here itself we can just directly transform it. Instead of writing just a payload, what we can do, we can just click this header, and inside these libraries, what you need to do, I mean what you want to get, you can just play around this with the data view. playground. Okay, so we have this array of objects. We got this array of object information. So to read this array of objects in let me show you in data view playground. That will help you understand a little better. Okay, so to play around with this data view, data view transformations or any other code, you have one MuleSoft provided tool, online tool, which is nothing but data view playground. So here in the input explorer, you can give the sample message, the actual message, actual payload we are getting from the system API. Here you can write the syntax. So if I put payload, everything come as it is because it will send all the payload here. But now you are expecting some format, right? So what is the format? You need to give lroot tag libraries. See libraries output you can check parallelly. In that what you need to do, you need to map this. You need to iterate through all the objects and you need to get the actual 3 or 4 fields information. So expected response as per the requirement, we need to get library code, library branch, total books, available books, books rented. Only this information we need. Right? So how we can achieve that? We have an operator called map. But map operator, what it will do, it will rotate all the objects in the array. It will pull the information. So to do that, what we need to do? Just put payload. Okay, payload map. No, inside that we cannot do this. Sorry, here you can do like, okay. So libraries is the heading. So payload map. Here you need to pass. See, once you put map, it will show you array of objects. Okay. So payload means on which object or on which set of result you are going to apply this map. So in our case, this is available, this data is available in the payload. Some cases, this response is available in the variables. So on top of variables, you need to apply the map. We have a detailed video on data weave transformations and all. We have set of videos in our channel already. So please go through those videos first if you are very new to this data view. Those videos are very helpful to you to understand way more better. So payload means this one. Map means it is a syntax. You need to remember to go through all the objects. So inside that you need to give some key value name. You can give any like key comma value. You can give any name here. Accordingly you need to actually get this values. I'll show you how you can do that. Okay, see, you need to give in the map, in the braces, function braces, you need to give any two names, key or values. Now based on your response you need to give each and every field. So you are expecting library code. So library code, what would be the value for this library code? What would be the values? From here you need to get. Here it is library code. But you need to read it through these parameters. You can say key dot library code. Okay. Key dot or maybe value dot library code. Value means something like it is value of or other object, something like that. So in our case, what you can do, you can just give maybe okay, you can just remember in this way. You can just play around with this later. Maybe you can give something, two values, key or value. But if you have any confused, you can just give value here and reverse this order. Value key. You can just remember in this way, value key. These two are the parameters. To get the value of this particular input payload, you need to read with value, this first value, and whatever the name you have given in the first parameter. First parameter name dot the field name of the actual payload. Once you have this, you will get the response like this. Next field. Now it is easy for you. Library branch. So next field is library branch. colon. How you can read the library branch value from the input payload? First parameter, it is value dot the actual field name, library branch. See, now you got the output like this. Like this, you need to add all the other fields as well. Total books, value dot total books. Next field, available books. Sometimes the field names also will differ. Like the expected field names, the requirement, as per the requirement, maybe expected field names will be something like rent books, rented books. Instead of books rented, you can say like rented books. Sometimes you will get little field names differences. You need to act accordingly. You need to update your code accordingly, right? So next field is available books, then rented books, right? So available books, same field name we have available in the request. Last one is books rented earlier, but now we changed the expected response to the requirement is changed. For example, I need this field name rented books instead of books rented. So in that case, this is your response expecting. Copy this field name colon and value dot what is the actual field name here? Here it is books rented. So this field name we need to add here. Now see, you got the expected response as per the requirement, right? In the same way. So this is how you can write the data weave code. It is very simple. See, now you can change these parameters also. Instead of value, if I say my name, flags, what you need to do? You need to change all the keys, all the names here. So here earlier it is value, so I have read it with value dot. Now it is LAKS. Now I need to read it with LAKS everywhere. So that is why you can give any name, but you need to call with the same name, same parameter name which you have defined there. So now I got the response. Even I say flags. So you need to remember this payload, map, and this braces. Two parameters are required, two parameter names. You can give any names, but with the first parameter name you can call it, and these field names are the input field names because we are reading the data from input payload. And these names here which is available, these names are your expected output field names. So sometimes these names will differ. You cannot expect same field name in the input payload and same field name in the expected output response. You cannot expect that. In that case, you have to understand what is the field mapping. See, for example, here books rented, we already discussed it, like right side maybe. After the colon, whatever the fields you are reading with this particular first parameter, these field names are input payload names. So books rented field name is available in input payload. Sorry, here input payload. But what is the expected response? What your client asked? I need this field name rented books. So field name will change. Value will not change. In your actual input, field name is books rented. So we need to send the same value for this rented books. So that is why you need to first understand if field names are differ from the input payload and expected response. First you have to have one sheet or somewhere you need to gather all these requirements also. What is the field mapping? What is the target system name? What is the source system field name? How they were mapped. See, here books rented means rented books. Maybe we can understand by reading it. But some cases, in the input request, name may something like this, rent. So now if you read it with books rented, you will get the value null. You will not get the actual value. Where it is rented. Yeah, actual value 140 and 130. You will not get the values. In that case, you need to change your mapping here. Instead of books rented, what is the field name here? Rent. So you need to call with that particular field name. Now you will get the value instead of null. Right? So you need to remember what are the field names, expected field names as per the requirement response, and you need to have the mapping field names. Mapping means for which response field, for which input field we need to send the value, something. See, I just repeat in Telugu for to get understanding. Okay. So, ఇటువైపు ఉన్నవన్నీ లైబ్రరీ కోడ్, లైబ్రరీ బ్రాంచ్, టోటల్ బుక్స్, అవైలబుల్ బుక్స్, రెంటెడ్ బుక్స్, ఇవన్నీ ఏంటంటే మీకు మీ రిక్వైర్మెంట్లో ఏదైతే వాళ్ళు రెస్పాన్స్ కావాలని అంటున్నారు, ఏ ఫార్మాట్లో వాళ్ళకి రెస్పాన్స్ కావాలంటున్నారో క్లయింట్స్ మీ రిక్వైర్మెంట్ డాక్యుమెంట్లో, సో ఇది మీ రిక్వైర్మెంట్ డాక్యుమెంట్, మీకు రెస్పాన్స్ ఇలా రావాలని అడిగారు. సో ఇవి రెస్పాన్స్ ఫీల్డ్స్, మీరు వాళ్ళకి పంపించాల్సిన ఫీల్డ్ నేమ్స్, ఇవి మారవు ఎందుకంటే వాళ్ళ రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఇవి, వాళ్ళకి ఇలా కావాలి. సో ఈ ఫీల్డ్ నేమ్స్ మారవు, రెస్పాన్స్ ఫీల్డ్స్ ఇవి. బట్ వాల్యూస్ ఎక్కడి నుంచి రావాలి, మీకు ఏ ఇన్పుట్ పేలోడ్ అయితే మీరు తీసుకుంటున్నారో ఆ ఇన్పుట్ పేలోడ్ నుంచి మీకు వాల్యూస్ రావాలి. ఇది ఇన్పుట్ పేలోడ్. ఇక్కడ మన కేసులో ఇన్పుట్ పేలోడ్ అంటే ఏంటి, సిస్టమ్ ఏపీఐ నుంచి ఏదైతే మీకు అవుట్పుట్ వస్తుందో, సిస్టమ్ ఏపీఐ నుంచి మీకు ఏదైతే రెస్పాన్స్ వస్తుందో, పేలోడ్ వస్తుందో, అది మీ ఈ డేటా వ్యూకి ఇన్పుట్ పేలోడ్. ఈ డేటా వేవ్ నుంచి బయటకి ఏ రెస్పాన్స్ అయితే వెళ్తుందో అది రెస్పాన్స్ పేలోడ్ ఫర్ అదర్ కనెక్టర్ ఆర్ అదర్ ఏపీఐ. అలాగే అదొకటి గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి కన్ఫ్యూషన్ లేకుండా. ఓకే. సో నౌ మేబీ యూ కెన్ జస్ట్ I'll just undo. I'll just leave it with the lax name only. Let me just copy this. I'll just paste the syntax here. So that's it. You need to use it. But sometimes what we need to do, instead of getting the payload, we can just store this payload from the system API into some other variable. Let me just, it is throwing some warning kind of stuff. Okay. Yeah, maybe we can ignore that. Let me just save this. So we are now reading it from payload, but sometimes we need to save this payload from the system API into one variable, and from that variable you need to write this data view. In that case, instead of payload, you have to write where's dot that variable name you have defined. Maybe system response, sys API response, for example. For example, the system API response we have stored in this variable by using set variable. By using set variable component, you can create any variables, right? So let's say, for example, you have given the variable name as sysapi response, and in this sysapi in this variable you have saved the payload. Here what is payload means the previous connector response. So response of the previous connector. So system API response is the payload here for this particular set variable component. So now what you want to do, now you have created a variable. In that variable you have captured the response of the system API. Now you want to do the transformation on top of this variable. So in that case what you have to do, earlier we have mapped it on payload. First you need to understand what is this. Payload means payload, after that we write map. So whatever the collection available before this map word, it will be the input data for this particular data view transformation. So earlier we have just directly tracked the payload. Now instead of the payload we saved it, saved the system API response into some variable. So now our input collection is variable. So you need to call where's dot your variable name. Okay, you need to do a lot of practice for this data view to get complete hands-on. Otherwise it will be little confusion for you. Okay, so that is why I suggest you to go through all the data view videos available in our channel. We have explained in every detail, so that will be easy for you to write these simple transformations. To be frank, this is very simple transformation. Okay, right. So let's save this. Let's maybe, yeah, it got saved again. Let me just stop and run it again to avoid some confusions. Okay. Let me just go to the Mule perspective. Just run debug it again. Again run it in the debug mode. Maybe. Let's see. Now this time once you hit the process API of this local host, you will get the response as we transformed as the as expected requirement. So that is why all these transformations we are going to do in our process API instead of system API. In the system API, we are just going to call the third-party connector or database or any other connector. We will just capture the response as it is. We will capture the data response payload as it is. And in the process API, we are going to do the transformations before we sending it to the experience API. Let this deploy. Okay, I think it is deployed. Let's go to debug mode. Let's try to hit this once. Okay, now yeah, it got triggered. Let's click on next. So now it is calling system API. Then it is storing the system API response into one variable. Now let's see the variable. So in the system API response, all the system API payload, it is saved in the variable. So now let's click on next data view. So yeah, I think it is transformed. You will just definitely get the transformed response. See, now you got the actual requirement. I mean, you fulfilled the actual requirement. So what is your requirement? Means once you hit the get libraries or once you get the libraries from the library database, you need to get the payload in this format. You got in the same format, right? So now you can say like you have completed this requirement implementation of process API, but still we need to work on the experience API. Once we call it from the experience API, then we got this response in this format. There you will just say, you will just conclude this. You completed this particular one resource, get libraries resource. So in this process API, we are doing all the transformations like this, and we are going to do this. I mean, we can transform it and we will get the response like this. I hope you got the point. Maybe I can stop this video, this topic here because it is already lengthy video. So we can stop it here. In the next video, we will continue because we will commit we have to commit this code. We have to deploy this into Cloudhub. So then we need to apply the policies of this process API also. We have a couple of stuff pending from our end for this process API to complete it, right? So let's do that in next video. Before that, just practice whatever we have discussed right now. Thank you.
Hello all, welcome to Clark Technologies, and we are very happy to announce that we are going to provide a free course for MuleSoft for all the freshers and beginners and who want to learn MuleSoft from scratch. This is entirely free course which we are going to release on day-by-day basis. So it will be a 30 days course. So it is very helpful for you to learn MuleSoft from scratch. And we have explained this course with the real-time project. We have built a real-time project also. In order to explain that, we have created a couple of files and project code as well. So if you want to get those files and projects, please email us with this subject line, request to share level 1 course files. Also, we have an important announcement that we are planning to release a MuleSoft advanced level 2 course very soon. So in this course, we will be discussing most of the topics of MuleSoft, which will help you very well in order to complete level 2 certification as well as to work on complex real-time projects as well. So I hope you will be enjoying that course as well. So if you want to know more details about advanced level course, please contact us via mobile or email. We will be sharing those details. So without further delay, let's get started.
Yeah, so in previous video we have designed it and implemented it, but we have a couple of pending tasks to complete it, the process API. So we need to do all these things in this video. Okay. So we need to commit the code, but before commit the code, let's apply auto discovery also, as we have already designed the yeah, we have already designed the trammel. Let me just, and yeah, we have already created the API in API manager, not the RAM. Yeah, we have already created this. Let's apply the auto discovery as well. Let me go to the API manager to get that instance ID. Right, let me just increase the volume. That is. Okay, so for this process API, the instance ID is this one, right? So let's copy this. Let's add auto discovery also. And remember, I am not following best practices right now because just have all these global connectors in global.xml file, create one thing. This is an assignment for you. So follow the system API, how we can do this. Just follow the things and apply the all best practices here. For now, I'm just creating the global endpoint of auto discovery in IBS library Poppy IMPL. Okay. So this is the API ID, but you should not hard code any values. Just provide the values in the property file, read it from there. Right? So, yeah, main, API main. Okay. Now, yeah, we have added the auto discovery. What is the other thing? We need to apply the policies and we need to commit the code and Cloudhub URL testing. Let's do all these things container. We have added the auto discovery. Now let's commit the code first thing. Okay. And remember we have just added the properties file, but we didn't say. So as of now, maybe let's create the property file configuration. But to be frank, we are not using any environment kind of stuff, and we are not I mean, what is that? Externalize any properties as of now, right? So let's leave it. But yeah, sorry. Before we deploy this into Cloudhub, we have to change the port number that we need to remember, right? So maybe, so in that case, let's do one thing. Let's create properties configuration. And let me just give the local.yaml only for now. I'm not going to give dynamic file. So let's observe the difference. So now I'm just directly giving local.yaml. So what it will do, I should not, I mean, I don't want to send any environment variable dynamically, but this is not the right case. Okay. You should follow the practice of a system API. As of now, why I'm doing this, I just wanted to give the dynamic port. Okay. http.port and which is already there here. Educator, right? So that is the thing. Let me start the deployment and parallelly we can commit the code. There is no CI/CD as of now, so we can do it parallelly. Otherwise, we need to commit the code, then automatically deployment will take place, right? But for now, we can do it parallelly. Deploy to Cloud Hub. Just maximize this copy. And I can say just just to make the differential. And select the Cloud Hub on that too. And remaining we can do it as I said, like this is the new runtime. Maybe this time we can just deploy it in new runtime. And let's see. I don't think there is not much difference between 4.2 and 5.2 to deploy the applications. Yeah, maybe let's close this. It will get deployed in the background. Let's commit the code. I just go to show in System Explorer. And please do remember, I'm just saying it multiple times, please do remember, please follow the best practices which we have done for the system API, creating global.xml, externalizing the properties, encrypting the properties, everything. Please do it from your end, right? So I'm just going to git bash here. So I'm just adding everything. Now we have added a lot of files. So what we can do, we can commit it, okay? Git commit -m PAPA implementation. And let's push this. Click push origin. And likewise, each and every API we need to set up the pipeline also. I will set up the pipeline for one API. You can follow the same steps and set up the pipeline for the other two APIs. Then you will be getting hands-on. That maybe we can see in future videos. Okay, so yeah, Azure DevOps. So not here. Let me just open Azure DevOps. Okay, the repos. Yeah, the code is updated, but still I think the application is not yet deployed. Let me just go to runtime manager and see how the status, if it is deployed or not. Let's see. Yeah, and we need to add one more thing, that properties, runtime properties, to make this to discovery enable. We need to add those properties as well. This new runtime support use on this state, but don't worry, that is beta version. They will release the version maybe in future. Okay, let it get deployed. Meanwhile, let's see our Azure stories. It's been quite long time, right? But to be frank, in your real-time projects, while you are working on projects, you should visit this daily. You should update your user stories. So create repository management. Everything is done by this time. Want to retrieve? Yeah, we have done this implementation also. It is done. Library to new book. This is also done, but let's update the details. So as a developer, you need to fill all these details. So story points 3, priority 2. You may on daily basis you can add your comments here in the discussion box. So as this is the one time thing I'm doing, implementation completed, testing in progress. I can say like this. Okay, so like this, you need to add the comments, you need to update the things and all. Okay. Okay, so result. As a library in my members, I want to list the books based on the rating. This is also we have done the implementation for system API. Okay, done. So now we are working on the, sorry, we have already worked on the one user story, one new user story. Initially, before working on that only, it will create and it will get assigned to you. Okay, so as a member, I would like to see required transformations in processing. I'm just writing it for namesake, but in your real time, the user story name will differ and the acceptance criteria also differ. So this is nothing but process API implementation. So as part of this, what is the description? We need to design and implement process API for LVS, Library Management System. So acceptance criteria means what are the target for this user story, like what are the tasks you have to complete. So as part of this, design RAM with fragments. I mean, it means like by using reusable fragments. Because we have already created a couple of fragments, and to be frank, in our three APIs, the RAML is pretty much same. Using reusable fragments, you can reuse these fragments. Sorry. And other part, we need to start the implementation. Implement the code by calling system API. Transform the output as required. And I just added a couple of points here, but in your real-time case, story points, how many story points is needed? As I said, like one story point, maybe we can consider it as an 8 hours. So 3 days maybe enough. So 3 story points enough. In 3 days, maybe we can do it if you assume. I mean, if you are okay like that. Otherwise, like usually, it's better to have 5 story points for every long for any long API where it has a design implementation altogether. If we need to complete, it's better to keep some buffer time and estimate that story point like 5. It means 5 days and 40 hours, because if you estimate more than this, you cannot complete that in the same sprint. One sprint will be having only 2 weeks. Right. So if one developer can have 2 user stories at least in a single sprint, you can just plan it accordingly. The one large user story or 2 small user stories, you can pick it up from the backlog and you can just work on it in the same sprint. Right. So yeah. So like this, you can create the user stories. I mean, it's not you as a developer. Usually, business analyst will create user stories, and your product manager, scrum master, you all can discuss in the sprint planning, and you can assign the stories to you. But to assign the stories, maybe you can do it as a developer. So you will see list of user stories here. If you are able to work on this particular user story, maybe you can just assign it for you, and you can start working on it by removing this to in progress. Like we will have lot of user stories in product backlog or the sprint backlog. You can just pull it them and use it. Or if you missed, I mean, if the business analyst missed any new user story, any feature or any functionality if it is missed, then in that case you can create your own user story you can create user story by your own, not your own user story, by your own, and then you can assign it to you, and you can explain why what is the need of that user story, why you created its new user story. Like that, you can explain to the Scrum Master. Maybe you can, once he approves or once he is okay, you can work on it. So now we are working on this process API. So it is in progress. So let's see if it is deployed and if it is tested. Then we can move this also to resolved state. This is for this current sprint. So as we have started this 2 weeks back, this sprint is over. So in the next sprint, we will have another user stories for experience API and for other stuff. Okay. So we have to remember all these things. So I'm just going to, anyway, if it starts also, it will not work. It will give you 503 because we are not sending that, we have not sent that auto discovery API related properties. We can just copy paste it from here. Okay. Here we masked them. Okay, let me just copy it. We can change the values. Have the original values, right? Maybe we can change it. For the process API, I'm going to settings, and in the runtime properties, I'm going to text to you. I'll just paste it. So this is the problem. Once you masked these values, by using the terminal artifact.json, which we have seen in our previous videos. It will not send you the, it will not show you the original values. Okay. But now in this case, we have to pass the actual values for this process API because it doesn't know the actual values, right? So to do that, let's open another window, because if I closed it, this will gone. In the another window, from where you are getting that client ID secret of this dev, in the access management, go to your business group. In the business group, go to flat, and here you have environments. There you can just click on these dots. Here, no, 1 second. If you click on this dev, you will see the client ID and secret. Okay. Let me just copy. Let's see if it is the same or not. Okay, here you don't have headers, right? Okay, this is application client ID secret. Okay, no, okay, don't get confused. Yeah, let's just copy it from here and paste the client ID, client secret. Okay, let's click on apply changes. It will again start the deployment. So it will start the new deployment with all the values. It will take some time, so yeah. In the meanwhile, maybe so this sprint is over. Maybe if we can say everything is closed and resolved, this sprint will get over. Now we will see. We have to work on another another sprint, right? So here implementation started. This is the status. This is okay. Iteration sprint 2. Oh, yeah. So obviously, it went to sprint 2 once we create new user story. Because now today date, while I am recording, it is October 9th. Our second sprint duration is also from October 2nd to October 16th. So that is why it is automatically taken the iteration as sprint 2. So whenever you create new user stories now, it will be mapped to sprint 2. But let's see what is the dates, if it is changed or not here. See here it is sprint 1, the old user stories. Okay, like that. So maybe if we can go to the sprint, here you can see sprint 2 cycle. There you have only one user story, right? Okay, so like that you can do the sprint planning, and you can work on these user stories and all. But this is your day-to-day task. As we have not filled it from last 2 weeks, I just filled everything at a time. But you need to fill these details at least 2 days once or something based on your progress on your user story. Alright, let me go back to the Cloudhub. It is still starting deployment. Maybe let me wait 2 minutes. Then we will see how to test this. So it is getting deployed, and now it is unblocked and available. So this time let's see. Yeah, it is deployed, done to green. So let's go to API manager and see if the API is active. Yes, process API is also active now. Only experience API is unregistered because we have not started implementation for this, and we have not implemented auto discovery in that. Okay, so let's see that later. Right, so yeah, so it is deployed. Now let's quickly test this. So this is your API URL, and remember, as of now we have not added any policies, so you can test it directly without any policies. You don't need to send any headers. Okay, /API/libraries. So now here I am calling Poppy process API, but in process API I didn't use any database connector and all. I have invoked the system API. here. In local testing also we saw that. Right? So now I need to get this detail in the Cloudhub also to make this work. So let me hit this. Yeah, we received the transformed response. 200 OK, and this is the response format. So now let's test the system API. In system API, you should not see the response in this way. It will get all the what is that? All the payload as it is from the database, right? Before that, let me just save this. Process API URL. So this is your system API, right? Let's test this. But this is based on the this is the libraries. Same endpoint. Let's test this. So we're testing it system API. Now our output is like this. Whenever you test the process API, your output is like this because we have transformed it manually by using transform data view component in the process API. So now for our client, we are not going to give our system API. We are not going to give our process API as well. We will be giving the experience API URL to them. Right now, we have implemented one method to get the libraries. In the similar way, we need to implement different flows for get the libraries by using library ID, create the new book and get the books details based on the rating and all. We need to implement those flows also in the similar way. Maybe let's see, or you can try the other your other features. Let me complete the experience API in the next video. Then at the end, after that experience API, maybe we can come back and we can complete all the three other resources also in the all three APIs, all two APIs. System API we have completed full-fledgedly, but in process API we have done the implementation for get libraries feature only, but you need to implement in the same way for the other three resources also. Right, you can try. Maybe let me stop this video till here. You can try process API details. If you have any doubts, maybe we can discuss. Otherwise, we can complete it later once we complete the experience API in our next video. Right, thank you.
Hello all, welcome to Clark Technologies, and we are very happy to announce that we are going to provide a free course for MuleSoft for all the freshers and beginners and who want to learn MuleSoft from scratch. This is entirely free course which we are going to release on day by day basis. So it will be a 30 days course. So it is very helpful for you to learn MuleSoft from scratch. And we have explained this course with a real-time project. We have built a real-time project also. In order to explain that, we have created a couple of files and project code as well. So if you want to get those files and projects, please email us with this subject line: request to share level 1 course files. Also, we have an important announcement that we are planning to release a MuleSoft advanced level 2 course very soon. So in this course we will be discussing most of the topics of MuleSoft, which will help you very well in order to complete level 2 certification as well as to work on complex real-time projects as well. So I hope you will be enjoying that course as well. So if you want to know more details about advanced level course, please contact us via mobile or email. We will be sharing those details. So without further delay, let's get started. Hello all. Yeah, so far I assume that you have already watched this System API and the Process API, and you practiced it well. Now let's implement the Experience API. If you remember, we have already designed the Experience API RAML. So let's go to that. Let's import it into the studio and let's start the implementation for that. Let me just log in into the, yeah, here I'm going to the API manager because we have already designed it and we created a REST API in API manager as well. So, but still it is unregistered the API because we need to apply the auto discovery in our implementation. Right, so I just opened up this studio. Let me just create new project.
for this experience API. So Mule new project, go to design, download from RAML from Design Center, expand it, and select that experience API this time. It will take some time. Then let's give the project name, then finish it off. It will take some time maybe. In the meanwhile, let's create the repository as we did for the process API, but for experience API we don't have it, right? So let's go to Azure DevOps. Let's create new repository. You can just name in the same way which you have implemented the RAML. IPS library MGMT API. And let's create branches also. Dev QA or maybe stage. Let's delete that, maybe that's not an issue. So stage and one feature branch for our implementation. Feature IMP branch based on main branch, and we create master branch also, right? So let's create master branch on top of main branch. Let's delete that main branch and QA branch, and let's make this master branch as the default one. Okay, so let me just create this QE branch which is created by mistake, and then come to this master branch, make it as a default branch, and delete this main branch. I'm going little fast because this we have already seen 2 times. Right, so just 1 second. Ignore that screen, I have installed another program. Okay, so now we have created the repository and branches. Okay, it is imported, and now let's give the project name. So IBS with the same name, it will be better. IBS library MGMT API. IBS library MGMT API. Right, so let's click on finish. It will generate API kit router flows. So I think it got, yeah. Yeah, let me just change this name to API.xml. And let's create the implementation.xml configuration file as well. Then let's commit this default code, initial commit. IBS library eAPI impl.xml. Alright, so if you observe these three APIs carefully, the process will be same. If you are going to build experience API, process API, or system API, or any other API, the process will be same, the step-by-step process which we are following. In system API, we have discussed everything in detail. So the same process we are following for any API. So once you have hands-on of the system API end to end with all the best practices and with all the concepts which we have learned, then it will be easy for you to to implement any other API in the same process. But the connectors will change. It depends on your project requirement. Alright, so what we can do, let me just go to System Explorer. So here the files are there, right? But before that, let me just no, not here. Projects, where I have saved the projects. I just wanted to clone that. Okay, what I'm trying is like yeah, here I'm just going to clone that. Excuse me. Let me go to the experience API. Yeah, this is the one. Let me just clone it. Get the clone URL and go to git bash, git clone, paste that URL. So this is the another folder where we are cloning it actually. So once it is cloned, then maybe we can just copy paste all the default generated flows. Just we are doing for all the other APIs. Right. So now let me go to the particular folder CV library mgmt evapi. Right. So git check out what is the feature branch which we have created. You can go to that branch and copy that branch name here. Now come here, paste it, enter. So now it is in feature branch. Just to do git pull origin, it will pull all the updated code if it has any, but as of now we don't have any updated code, so that is why it is showing already up to date. Right, so now what we need to do, just like we did for other APIs, this is the Azure projects. It means I cloned this one, so cloned repository folder, but the actual workspace folder is available here in the Anypoint Studio workspace and my API. This how you can do, how you know, like right click on your project, show in System Explorer, there it will navigate you through the particular folder. So now let's select everything, copy it and paste it in the other folder. This process we have already seen in System API, so I'm just moving a little fast. Okay, so now you need to add all these folders. So git add space dot, right, so git status, it will show you all the files. Yes, now git commit commit -m in double quotations, it is initial code because we have not done any implementation yet. It is API kit router flows. Then you need to push this to remote repository, git push origin. Right, these are all the common steps for any API or any code you want to manage into the coding repository. Right, now what we can do, you can just remove this project from this workspace and import the folder from there where you have cloned it. So now go to file, import, go to file system, the project root. This is in another folder. Okay, no problem. I have cloned it in where MuleSoft. Okay, let me just go to that particular folder. Here I have cloned it. So you need to select this folder and finish. Now it will show you the experience API and it is again you will find this cylinder symbol, so it is synced with your Git repository, right? Very good. So till now everything is same. So now what you need to do in this implementation, you need to write all the actual implementation code for the resources which you want to add. But let's focus on this get libraries only as of now, because we have implemented this get libraries, list libraries in process API also and in system APIs also. So if you implement these git libraries here in your experience API, if you invoke the process API, then inside that process API already we have invoked the system API. So one complete API led connectivity approach will be completed for one resource, like get libraries. Remaining three features or remaining three functionalities you can try for process API and experience API. For both system API we have already done with all the four resources, right? So the thing is, like, you need to call the system API in the process API, you need to call the process API into the experience API. So those steps you need to do by your own by following the process which we have already discussed, right? So let me focus on this get libraries. Just give me 1 second. Yeah, now let's focus on this get libraries, and let's call the process API in this experience API. To do that, what we need to do, we'll just remove this no, not this one, this is the URI parameter one. So this one, you can just remove this data view and add one logger. So always it is suggestible to add start logger and end logger. Start logger of eAPI. You can enable the function. Just remove all the hashes, just enable the function and add your statement in double quotation. This is the best way to write any log messages, right? So it is a start logger. Now I need to invoke that flow where I have implemented, but as of now I didn't implement yet, right? So what we can do, we need to call the process API into this experience API, right? So even now our process API is itself as a REST API. So to call or to consume any REST API, what is the connector we are going to use? It is HTTP request connector. So I'm just drag and drop the request connector. Alright. So here you need to configure the process API configuration right now. Earlier in process API, while invoking the system API, what we have configured for this request connector, we have configured these URL, path, method and everything which are related to system API. But now we are invoking process API. So you need to configure this particular connector with process API details. So that is why I just opened the Postman. Yesterday, in the previous video, we have already tested the process API URL directly, right? So that URL you need to configure now. But remember, in this process API, we have not yet implemented, we have not yet added any policies or any headers or anything. It is just a plain process API. So in this case, you can just, it is enough to configure URL and path or method. These three are enough. But while configuring system API, we have already discussed, like, we need to pass the headers also here. But now for the process API, there is no headers because we have not implemented any policies as of now. So in that case, you can ignore these steps. You can just configure the URL. Just click on this plus icon to create global configuration, and the protocol is HTTP. Host you can give from the Postman. This is the host which you have tested until the cloudhub.io, right? So port we have given 80, so it is internal Cloudhub port. Let's click OK, and you need to provide path as well. Okay. So what is the path? /API/libraries. This is the path. So that's simple to configure any REST API global connector. The thing you need to remember is, if it is a post method, you need to configure body also here. If it has any headers like client ID, client secret, correlation ID, just like we did for system API, you need to add them here. if the particular resource is having any query parameters, just like our another resource or our another functionality, like the books get books details based on the rating and the library code. Those two are the query parameters, rating and library code. So those two query parameters you need to mention here. You need to add key value pairs of those values here. Then in another resource we have URI parameter also, where to get the library details based on the library ID. So here, let me show you that quickly. So I'm just giving you some idea. You can implement these three resources. Try once. Maybe later we can cover this. If you didn't complete this, after 2-3 videos of another topic, maybe I will come back here and I'll let you know how you can do this. But before that, you can just try all this. Yeah. So let's continue it from here. Yeah. So we have configured this process API endpoint URL details here, and this puppy also doesn't have any client ID enforcements and all. We don't need to add any header query params or URI params. If it is there, then please pay attention and add those details also in the required tab. Right, so TAPI call. Before that, you need to add one logger, like before logger, any third party call like this, if any REST API or uh, any other third party connector you are calling, it is better to add two adders before call, after call. I mean, add two loggers before and after. This is the best practice, not the best practice, okay? Display name I didn't change. Before calling process API. Right, so yeah, now this flow you need to invoke here, but we need to capture the response also. Let's wait. So that particular flow we need to invoke here by using flow reference, where it is like get libraries, because this get libraries functionality only we have implemented in process API. So let's do that only. Let's test this end to end from experience to process, process to system. Then let's see how it goes. Okay, so flow reference. Here you need to call that flow of process API. Maybe it is having default name. Let's change that. Get libraries. EAPI flow, just to your understanding. Okay, so maybe let's add the data view also. So this time we have already transformed the message which is required format in the process API. So now what you need to do, you need to just send that same response which you have got from the process API. So that is why we will going to send only JSON, application/JSON format of entire payload. Whenever you say payload, we have already seen this. Whenever you say payload here and format JSON, what it will do, it will send the response coming from the previous connector as it is to the entire response. It will save into the result, and it will send this as a response to the API, whichever it called. It may, in our case, it is experience API. Once you hit the experience API, now what it will do, it will call the process API and it will capture the response gathered by the process API, and it will send the same response to you. There is no further transformations in this experience API. I just renamed the flow. Okay, alright, and it's better to add start and end logger and before and after logger. Remember these points as part of logging. Right, so maybe let's put a debug point here. Let's debug this application once. But remember, in this experience API also, what you have to do the other steps, you need to externalize the properties. Means you need to create different properties files and you need to send the values from there. Right, you have to follow all the steps. And along with this, we forgot one thing, we need to add auto discovery. Right, so we have already created this RAML and we have created a API in the API manager also. So library management eAPI main, what is the ID of API, and whenever you add this you need to add those properties also, the 4 properties in runtime manager. You should add those properties as well. Okay, so this eAPI, this instance is this one. So let me copy this, go to Anypoint Studio, add it here. But do remember, don't add any hard-coded values here. In system API, we have followed every steps to externalize these properties and read it from the properties file and encryption, everything. So please follow everything for process API and experience API also. This is kind of assignment to you, as I said earlier. Okay. Otherwise, you will not practice all these things. So that's why. Yeah. Okay. So auto discovery also we have added. Mm. So whenever we have added auto discovery, we cannot test it locally. Better we can deploy it to Cloudhub and then we will test it. Before that, we have some changes. So let's commit the code. Let me just git bash here. Git add dot to add all the files. XP API implementation. Git push origin. Alright, so now we have pushed all the changes to our remote repository. Let's export this and let's deploy this into Cloudhub. As of now, we haven't deployed this experience API yet, right? This is the first time we are going to deploy. Let me just cross check once. Yeah, we have just done the implementation, right? So, okay, fine. The runtime manager. Dev environment. Yeah, we haven't deployed it yet. So what we can do, let me just deploy this application to Cloudhub. To be frank, we haven't applied any policies. So let's deploy it first with all the properties. Then maybe we can apply a couple of policies and we can see the behavior. Okay. So Anypoint platform, deploy to Cloudhub. As I said, I have to reset my system. So I have set this system again. So everything has gone. Let me just log in, add my account. Let me just copy it from here. It will open up the deployment screen. Let me just check the preferences because I reset everything, right? So If this browser is not visible for you, sometimes what will happen, you need to first select this native instead of built-in. Okay, go to Windows preferences and check for the browser. By default it will be built-in, just to make it native. Okay, and apply and close. Let me try again. Otherwise maybe we can export this as a jar file. Sorry, I clicked on exchange. Let me just yeah, deploy to Cloudhub. Let me check again something if I missed. Web browser. It's default system browser. Maybe I can just select it as Chrome. So these are all some kind of workarounds if you see any issues in the browser while deploying or while adding this Anypoint Studio account. Let me try this last time. Otherwise we can export it. Okay. To avoid all this deployment manual stuff, we have this CI/CD. We have to look into it. We have to set up it and we have to deploy that, right? Okay. Okay. Why we are wasting time? Like, let's export this. New archive. It would be, let me put it in downloads. Finish. Let's do this manually. Actually, you have another way of deploying this application manually by using MuleMaven plugin. That is also we need to see in case of like while we are working with this CI/CD process. That you can do manually also, but it's better to discuss along with the CI/CD process. That will be some impact on you. Yeah, so I exported it. Let me just deploy it. IBS library mgmte. It's Cloudhub data. And let me upload the file, this jar file. Also remember this is the new runtime version, latest release 4.5. Deploy application, and once it get deployed, again we need to deploy it by adding those auto discovery properties. It will take some time. Let me just pause the video and resume once it is deployed. So it is getting deployed, but anyways it won't work. Alright, any API will not get active. So see, it is blocked, unavailable. If you don't pass those 4 properties, it will show you like this ID is blocked and unavailable. We have to pass those 4 properties, then it will make like it will become that API is unblocked and available. So maybe we can just copy those properties from another API which we have, I mean another process API or something from the runtime manager. Let me show you. I'll just keep and make a note of it also so that I can share you via comments. So in the copy also we have given, right? So let's go to the settings, in the properties, click on text view so that you can copy everything. Okay, then come to here, this EAPI properties, click on text view, paste these values, then go to table view. It will be adjustable, right? So I just keep it in notepad. But now let me just redeploy this application. Like once you click on apply changes, it will automatically get redeployed. Okay, so where it is, yeah, EAPI. So in the logs you can see another deployment is also started at 4:30. So then it will take some time to get it deployed. Right, so meanwhile let's discuss another policy. So in the API manager we have already seen client ID enforcement policy. So but we have another policies also. Usually like in general all the APIs or most of the APIs will use this client ID enforcement policy and basic authentication, rate limiting. These three are common policies for almost all the APIs. But few policies will be unique for few APIs like OAuth2 policies and all. Let me just show you what are the multiple policies available before it gets deployed. So once it gets deployed, let's test without policy and let's apply this basic authentication and rate limiting and let's see the difference. So without policy, if you test it once, then it will be easy for you to understand the policy. So that is why I'll be waiting for the deployment. But meanwhile, I'll just show you the different policies. And here, if you can see, once you go to the policies, you have automated policies, API level policies. Through two sections are there. So whenever you have added any automated policy, this is not enabled for us, like for a free account or for trial account, it is not enabled. For licensed account, it will get enabled. See, automated policies are policies that have been automatically applied to this API and all APIs running in this current environment. They have priority over API level policies and read only at this scope. Right? By read this, you will understand what is the use of this automated policy. Yeah. So what it meant was, so whenever you have added any automated policies here, if you don't apply any API level policies, in that case also, all the APIs deployed in this particular environment, for all those APIs, these automated policies will get supplied. Let me repeat it Telugu once. So ఇక్కడ మనకి ఆటోమేటెడ్ పాలసీస్ అని ఒకటి, ఏపీఐ లెవెల్ పాలసీస్ అని టూ ఉంటాయి మనకి ఏపీఐ పాలసీస్ అప్లై చేయడానికి. ఆటోమేటెడ్ పాలసీస్ మనకి లైసెన్స్డ్ వెర్షన్లో మాత్రమే ఎనేబుల్ ఉంటుంది, మన ట్రయల్ వెర్షన్లో ఎనేబుల్ ఉండదు. దట్ ఈస్ ఫస్ట్ థింగ్. బట్ ఆటోమేటెడ్ పాలసీస్ వల్ల యూజ్ ఏంటి అంటే, ఎప్పుడైనా మీరు ఆటోమేటెడ్ పాలసీస్లో ఒక పాలసీ యాడ్ చేస్తే మీరు మళ్ళీ ప్రతి ఏపీఐ క్రియేట్ చేసిన ప్రతిసారి మీరు ఏపీఐ పాలసీస్ అనేది యాడ్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం ఉండదు. ఆటోమేటెడ్ పాలసీస్లో ఏవైతే మనం అప్లై చేస్తామో అవి ఈ డెవ్ ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్లో మీరు ఎన్ని పాలసీస్ క్రియేట్ చేస్తే అన్నిటికీ అప్లై అయిపోతాయి ఆటోమేటిక్గా. మీరు మళ్ళీ ఇక్కడ ఒక్కొక్క పాలసీ యాడ్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం ఉండదు. మన సిస్టమ్ ఏపీఐలో ఏం చూసాం, వీ హ్యావ్ యాడెడ్ క్లయింట్ ఐడి ఎన్ఫోర్స్మెంట్ పాలసీ ఫర్ ఏపీఐ. సో వీ హ్యావ్ యాడెడ్ దిస్ by clicking on this add policy and then we selected this client ID enforcement policy, then we added it. So that is specific to that system API. But now see, for eAPI there is no policies, because we have created API, we have added API level policies in the system API. If instead of that, if we have added any automated policies by that time, those automated policies also visible here for this eAPI, experience API. Okay, so this may be your interview question. one of the interview question regarding the policies, or that may be one of the requirement in your real-time project. So if you want to apply common policies, you can just go ahead with automated policies. If you can add this client ID policy in the automated policy, whatever the APIs you have created, how many number of APIs, forget about, like for example, if you have created 10 or 20 APIs, for all those 20 APIs, this client ID enforcement policy will apply by default. You no need to add again here. Okay, remember this thing. See, apply a new policy to this API. If you can just hover this I information box, it will be easy for you to understand. Whenever you say here, see, apply a new policy to this API, it means it is applicable to only this API, this eAPI, not for all the APIs deployed in this dev environment. So we have already seen that client ID enforcement policy. Let me add the same thing again for this eAPI also. Yeah, but before adding that, let's see if it is deployed, and let's just without policy once, then it will be easy for you to see. These are all the list of policies available. Apart from this, you can add your custom policy also. Okay, you can create your own policy by using some code in Java or something. You can add it, but to be frank, there is no need of any custom policies in general. Okay, right. So yeah, let's see if it is deployed. Yeah, it gets deployed, the eAPI. Let's test this API once without any policies. So I need to frame this endpoint http:// this one and /API/ libraries. This is our endpoint, right? So as we didn't add any policies, I'm just clicking send. I'm not adding any headers and all. So internally what it should see, you got 200. Okay, but from where this response is coming from? From the process API, because we have only flow reference here. In this flow reference, here you have here you have invoked the process API. You get the response from the process API here in the Postman. But from where the process API will get this response? It will get the response, or it will get the data from the system API. So process API will get data from the system API. Process API will transform it, then send it to the experience API. Likewise, for each and every request. So now what will happen? Now for the end users or for the client, we are going to give this URL. This URL means eAPI, experience API URL. You are not going to provide process API URL or system API URL, because those are internal to your organization now. Earlier we have tested direct process API URL, direct system API URL. Now we have tested direct experience API URL. But this experience API URL only you are going to expose to the clients. You are going to give this URL to the client or any other target or source system who will consume our Mule API. You will not give process API URL, system API URL to them. That is first thing you need to remember in case of API-led connectivity. So we are going to expose our experience API only to the outside of the world. Right? So as we are going to give this experience API to the end users, what steps we need to make sure? So we need to make sure our experience API is more secure than system API and process API, because system API, process API will be there in our own organization. That will not be shared to the outside of the organization or outside to the world, to the clients. But experience API is the one we are going to share to the outsiders. So in that case, we need to make sure our experience API is more secure than process and system APIs. So that is why we need to apply much policies, more policies in the API, experience API, apart from the process and system API. So experience API అనేది మనం క్లయింట్స్కి ఇస్తాం. ఈ యూఆర్ఎల్ మాత్రమే ఇస్తాం వాళ్ళకి టెస్ట్ చేసుకోవడానికి కానీ కన్జ్యూమ్ చేసుకోవడానికి కానీ. మన ప్రాసెస్ ఏపీఐ, సిస్టమ్ ఏపీఐ ఇవ్వం. అది మన ఇంటర్నల్గా మన ఆర్గనైజేషన్లో మనం డిప్లాయ్ చేసుకొని ఉంటాం. ఈ యూఆర్ఎల్ మాత్రమే మనం షేర్ చేస్తాం. సో ఇది మనము బయట వాళ్ళకి షేర్ చేస్తున్నాము ఈ యూఆర్ఎల్ అన్నప్పుడు దానికి ఎంత సెక్యూరిటీ ఇచ్చి మనం షేర్ చేయాలి, అది మిస్యూజ్ కాకుండా ఉండాలి అంటే ప్రాసెస్ ఏపీఐ, సిస్టమ్ ఏపీఐకి అంత సెక్యూరిటీ అవసరం లేదు. ఇన్ ద సెన్స్ లైక్ జస్ట్ క్లయింటెడ్ ఎన్ఫోర్స్మెంట్ పాలసీ ఉంటే సరిపోతుంది. బట్ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ ఏపీఐ అనేది యాక్చువల్గా అవుట్ సైడ్ యూజర్స్కి మనం ఇస్తున్నాం. సో వీ నీడ్ టు మేక్ షూర్ దిస్ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ ఏపీఐ ఈస్ మోర్ సెక్యూర్. దీనికి ఎక్కువ సెక్యూరిటీ ఉండేటట్టు చూసుకోవాలి. సో మోస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ద పాలసీస్ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ ఏపీఐకే మనం అప్లై చేస్తాం ఇన్ జనరల్. ఓకే, సో లెట్స్ గో బ్యాక్ to our API manager. Let's see. In general, we apply client ID policy, right? Let's do that later. Let's see this basic authentication policy. So, what is basic authentication policy? To access your API, you need to send some username and password, just like your Gmail account, Facebook account, or any other social media account. To get that profile details and to log in into that, you need to enter your username and password, right? Just like that, to access this URL or to access this data, we need to send username and password like this here in the authorization header. In client ID secret, we have send in the headers section. But this basic authentication username password you need to send into this authorization header. So here you need to select basic auth, and see, once you select the basic auth, it will ask for you the username and password. So from where you get these values, that is what we are going to do now. Alright, so let me just go back. Yeah, let me just add policy. You need to add basic authentication, simple. Basic authentication LDAP is the different one, don't use that. That is for LDAP server, which is not related to us. This is simple, so click on simple, click next. Here it will ask you username and password. By default, it will show you your platform username and password, but you can give any username and password. You can change this. So for now, I'll change. Let me just. You can change this, but it is not allowing me. Let me test@123. I have given as a password. Okay, let me just use this, but yeah, let's apply this, then maybe we can change it later. Now come back. And observe one thing, now your experience API is also active because we have implemented auto discovery and we have sent those 4 properties in the runtime properties. So that is one thing you need to observe whenever you work on this auto discovery thing. Okay, so basic authentication simple. Let's click edit, maybe edit configuration. Yeah, now you can able to change the username. Initially you will just apply with the whatever default values you have. Maybe now you can change the user here. So I can say clat EAPI user. It is case sensitive, so remember. And in the password, yeah, it will show you this password. I will just give you test@123. Why I am showing this username and password here is, you need to add these values to access that experience API. So test@123 is my password. This is my username. I just copied it. Let's click save. So once you click save, what will happen? This policy, see, this policy was updated successfully and this policy is applied to your experience API. Let's try to hit the same endpoint without any information. Maybe by default it is no auth. Let's test with that. Now it should not give you the response. See, unauthorized. This is the error you need to get whenever you have applied this basic authentication. You will get unauthorized error if you didn't pass that username and password. See, registered authentication is set to HTTP basic authentication, but there was no security context on the session. Authentication denied on connector HTTP listener. So మీరు పాస్ చేసే వరకు యూజర్ నేమ్ పాస్వర్డ్ యాక్సెస్ ఇవ్వము ఈ ఏపీఐకి, మీకు డేటా రాదు, యూ విల్ నాట్ యాక్సెస్ ద డేటా. సింపుల్. So this is the error you will get whenever you miss any username and password. Remember this error code and error response. We have already discussed a couple of error codes in our error handling section. Just correlate with this. So now let's pass the username and password and see. So now it is basic authentication and I just copied that username and the password test@123. Let's send. See, now you got the 200 OK is the success response, and now you got the payload also, I mean response also. right? This is how you can apply basic authentication policy. Let's see another policy. See, for example, we have a requirement like, see, now this time I'm just hitting it first time now. So second time, third time, fourth time. So in any number of time you can access this API. There is no time limitation or request limitation. So if your API requires like లోడ్ ఎక్కువ అయిపోతుంది, సో మీరు తక్కువ రిక్వెస్ట్లో మాత్రమే ఈ తక్కువ టైంలో మాత్రమే మీరు యాక్సెస్ చేయాలన్న రిక్వైర్మెంట్ మీకు ఉంటే, వాట్ ఐ మెంట్ వాస్ విత్ ఇన్ 5 minutes if you want to if your requirement is within 5 minutes, that only it will handle only 5 requests or 4 requests. If that is your requirement, you need to apply one more policy, which is nothing but rate limiting policy. Go to policy section, add policy. Here search for rate limiting, and SLA based you can just ignore, that is for licensed versions. Now you can just select the normal rate limiting policy. See, specifies the maximum value for the number of messages processed for the time period, and it rejects the extra requests. The policy detail itself, it will be easy for you to understand. Just read the description. Okay, so yeah, sorry, something stuck out. Yeah, you can just select this rate limiting policy, click next, and here you can mention how many number of requests in which time period it should accept. So number of requests I can say 4, time period I can say 2 minutes, and what is the time unit? It's minutes, seconds or something. It's maybe, in my case I'll select minutes. It means in the 2 minutes of time it will accept only 4 requests. If you send 5th request in the 2 minutes of time, it will reject. It will send you another error code and another error response. Let's see that. So this is how you can configure your rate limiting policy based on your requirement. So if my requirement is like within 2 minutes of time, it should accept only 4 requests. If more requests are coming to this API, I want to reject that. I don't want to accept those messages and I don't want to process those messages. So that is my requirement now. So that is why number of requests I have configured 4, time period I have given 2, and time unit means minutes. So within 2 minutes it will accept only 4 requests. So let's apply. So it will take at least 1 to 2 minutes to sync the policy. Yeah, let's try to test this. So how to test this rate limiting policy means you need to send multiple requests and count the request. If it is exceeded 4, it should throw the error instead of response. So I am clicking now one time. I got the response 200 OK. Second time I got the status 200 OK and I got the response. Third time 200 OK and response. Fourth time 200 OK response, and this is the 5th time. So it already accepted 4 requests. So when I click on 5th time, when I send request to the 5th time, it should not accept based on our configuration. See, when I clicked on 5th time, it throw the error 429, too many requests. This is the error code 429, too many requests is the error response, and you got the error body like quota has been exceeded. Like this your rate limiting policy will work. So whenever if I add only 4 requests, when I send 4 requests, it is accepted. It sent 200 OKs HTTP response and message, and it sent successful response. But now when the 5th time 429 too many requests, and this will stop. It will reject the request. It will not process till when? Till 2 minutes. Now it is 5:07 in my laptop. If I hit this API again at the 5:09 or 5:10, it will work, because we have configured within 2 minutes it should not accept 5 requests. It should accept only 4 requests. So after 2 minutes it will again take another 4 requests. and then if you send a fifth request, maybe next time also it will reject. So like that, if that is your requirement, you can use this rate limiting policy, right? So yeah, that is about rate limiting policy in the experience API. So try to build all the remaining three resources also, just like for the process API. In the experience API also, try to build all these another three requests. Okay, maybe let's come back to this topic again. We will just finish it off the remaining code, but before that, try all these things. Create all the three resources in the process API and experience API. Okay, then this will be an assignment for you to practice more better. Okay, maybe let's stop this video here. So there is nothing to commit. We can stop this video here. Let's meet in another video. We will discuss more details in that another video. Okay, thank you. Hello all, welcome to Cloud Technologies, and we are very happy to announce that we are going to provide a free course for MuleSoft for all the freshers and beginners and who want to learn MuleSoft from scratch. This is entirely free course which we are going to release on day by day basis. So it will be a 30 days course. So it is very helpful for you to learn MuleSoft from scratch. And we have explained this course with the real-time project. We have built a real-time project also. In order to explain that, we have created a couple of files and project code as well. So if you want to get those files and projects, please email us with this subject line: request to share level 1 course file. Also, we have an important announcement that we are planning to release a MuleSoft advanced level 2 course very soon. So in this course we will be discussing most of the topics of MuleSoft, which will help you very well in order to complete level 2 certification, as well as to work on complex real-time projects as well. So I hope you will be enjoying that course as well. So if you want to know more details about advanced level course, please contact us via mobile or email. We will be sharing those details. So without further delay, let's get started. Hello all. So in this video we will see how we can generate alerts or notifications. So there are a few requirements, or even in our project also we have a requirement once the book is added successfully, or once new book is added to the what is that books database, you need to send a mail notification to few of the people, like there is a new book added to this particular library, like that. So in such cases, what you can do, actually we can do this email notifications or this Cloudhub alerts in two ways. One is by using MuleSoft Cloudhub connector, and one is normal SMTP connector. SMTP connector is to generate or send mails whenever you required. You can use this SMTP connector anywhere in the flow. Even Cloudhub connector also you can use it anywhere in the flow. But Cloudhub connector is specific to MuleSoft. You can configure this in runtime manager alerts based on couple of conditions. There is some limitations in Cloudhub connectors to select the couple of conditions, but in SMTP connector, or also one more thing is like the email IDs which we are going to send. If those email IDs we cannot send dynamically to the Cloudhub alerts, but for the SMTP connector we can then send the email IDs dynamically. So you will see all these differences one by one in this video slowly. Okay, so I'll log in into my platform. Yeah, I just logged in. Let us implement this alert for system API. Let me just go to the runtime manager. I'll tell you what is the reason. See, here are the alerts in the runtime manager. Okay, so we have three applications as of now. We deployed experience API, system API, and process API, right? But in process and experience API, as of now we have not implemented all the four resources. So our requirement will be, once the new book is added to the database, then we need to get the notification like the new book is added. That is our requirement, but that functionality we have not implemented in process API and experience API as of now. So that is why we can implement this alert on top of system API. But in your case, if you already worked on this experience and process API, the other 4 features also, if you have implemented, you can apply this alert on top of experience API directly. In real-time project, usually we will apply these kind of alerts. It depends. It depends on the requirement, but usually we will do it on top of experience API. Alright. So, what is my requirement is this is the system API. Right. So let me just close the other things. So here books info IMPL is there. So here this is the get books. This is for creating new book. Payload.generate. Okay, now book add successfully, and one book ID, the default book ID is also sent as a response. So after this, I want to get a email notification. Like once this response is coming back in my postman, along with that, I want to get a mail notification also. Like book is added successfully, something like that. So to do that, we need to implement something by using Cloudhub connector. Before that, I'll show you a couple of things here. So here in runtime manager, you will have find alerts is an option. So here you need to first create a new alert. Create your first alert. Here you can give any name and severity level. 3 levels is their critical, warning, info. Source is applications and servers. These critical, severity level means critical is related to errors. Error kind of scenarios. If you want to send alerts, you can select critical. Info is general purpose. In our case, it is general purpose. If once the book is added successfully, then I want to get the email notification. That is for positive case. If it is for negative case, it means like if any error occurred in this particular flow, if then in that case, if they need to get a alert, then you can select the critical. Warning you can ignore. Maybe we are not going to use it very frequently, but just kind of warning kind of messages. If you want to get any alert, you can select this. And applications, servers. Source is 2 types. In our case, we are using the applications. We have deployed all the applications in runtime manager. So for those applications, we are going to generate the alerts. So we can select applications. Servers means which is not completely related to Cloudhub. Maybe if some case like some kind of hybrid deployments, what will happen, we are going to add our hybrid server, on-premise server as a server into this Cloudhub on-premise server. If that particular server is going down, or if that server is not responding, or something related to the server related information, if you want to generate some notification, you can select the servers. But in our case, it is applications. So but first we need to do the implementation here, then we can come here and we can configure the alerts. But I am just explaining this. Application name means what is the application type. In our case, it is Cloudhub applications, not Cloud 2.0. We are using Cloudhub 1.0. So you need to select this. And applications. You can select the implementation name. As of now, we have deployed 3 applications. So on top of which application you are going to run this alert is system API. So we need to select system API. In your case, if you have already implemented all these things in all 3 APIs, you can select experience API directly. Alright, so select a condition. So here we have a couple of default predefined conditions. See, CPU usage. Sometimes you will have a requirement like if CPU usage of this particular API goes high, you need to get the alert. So based on that, you can adjust the platform configuration, or you can adjust that application design. You can modify it later. So predefined conditions are there. See, deployment failed. If something happened, the deployment failed, then you need to get the notification. In those situations, you need to select these predefined conditions. Deployment success. Maybe we can create 2 kind of alerts. I will just show you what is the difference. See, deployment success. Maybe let's create one alert by using this deployment success. So once we deploy the system API, if the application is deployed successfully, then you will get the alert like that. Alert means just a mail notification. You will get one new mail. Okay. So exceeds the traffic threshold, memory usage, all these are the remaining. Worker is not responding. If Cloudhub worker is not reacting, then in that case it will send you alert like that. So in our case, if you want to generate custom alerts, it means like this is our own condition. Like once the book is added to that library, we need to get the alert. This is our own requirement, not the predefined conditions. So in that case, you need to select custom application notification. But if you want to select any existing predefined conditions apart from this, you can select those directly. So in our case, maybe let's create one alert. In this case, just to showcase you, deployment success for the system API. We need to do some modifications here, right? So once we do these modifications, we will deploy this application into Cloudhub. So once that application is deployed successfully, then I want to get an email alert. That is the meaning of this requirement. So once you, if you select deployment success, this is the condition. If our system API is deployed successfully, you will get the alert. But this is not our actual requirement right now, but I just wanted to show you this. Then once it is deployed, with all the changes which we are going to see right now, then we can create another alert, second alert, that is related to this one. Once the application, once the book is added successfully, then you will get the new alert like that. Let's work on these two alerts. You will understand the difference once we deployed it. Okay. So maybe let me just name this as SAPI deployment alert. Okay, so you can see why the use of alert. And this subject and message we may not edit if you are using free account. We don't have authorization to edit these two things. But in real-time projects, it means like if you are using licensed version of this Anypoint platform, you can edit the subject and edit the message as well. For free accounts, this is not available. And here this is the recipients. Recipient means your email addresses to which you want to get email alert. Okay, so in our case, what I can do here, I am using Cloud Technologies. Maybe I can give. Let me just give Cloud Technologies or IT online training. So I have two email IDs for this Cloud actually. That's okay. Let me give this email address, clarktechnologies@gmail ID. You can give any email address, like if it is normal Gmail address or any company specific organization address. Like if your organization, if you are working with one organization, you will get email address like your name @ that organization name.com, right? So you can give anything. So you need to click enter, say enter, and as many you can give any number of recipients. There is no limitation here. Maybe 20 or 30 would be limit, but you can give. But to be frank, in real time there is not that much needed. 20-30 email addresses will not give usually. Okay, so maybe let's limit this as 5 to 10 people. You can add any 10 addresses here. Okay, so yeah, that's it. The email address, sorry, subject and message you cannot. See here, by default the message body is like this: the deployment of the application has succeeded. And here the resource is reading like property files, like $resource. It means the application name, it will get dynamically from the Cloudhub itself. You no need to do any configuration here. So let's click on submit. So one alert is there. When this alert will get triggered, once we deploy this particular application, if the deployment is getting succeeded, then only this alert will trigger and you will get email. Right, let's leave it as it is. Let's go to our studio and let's do the implementation. Okay, so our requirement is once the book is added successfully, that is this data view. After this, I want to send, I want to use one more connector to send the email alert. So usually that will be Cloudhub connector. And do remember, we have lot of connectors in MuleSoft. We have multiple Salesforce connector, Workday connector, Coupa, SAP, or Twilio, LinkedIn, Twitter, like that. We have lot of third-party connectors or lot of MuleSoft specific connectors available. But those are not added to each and every project by default. So if you are going to add that, if you need any particular connector, you need to add it for this particular project manually. How we can add it? By searching it in the Exchange. So let's click on the Exchange. Here, yeah, I have set it up my system, right? So I need to again add my Cloudhub details here. So if you have already added, it will show you the connectors here. Let me just add it. now my account is added. Oh shit, no need. Okay, now you can search for Cloudhub connector. Now we are going to use Cloudhub connector. See here, the first one, Cloudhub connector Mule4. Select this, add it to your palette and click on finish. Now you can see the HTTP, sorry, this one, this Cloudhub connector here. See, now it is showing Cloudhub. And this Cloudhub connector itself, it has multiple operations. Whenever you see something here that is connector, whenever you click on particular connector, it will show you what are the multiple operations available for this particular connector. Okay, see, for Cloudhub we have these many operations. For database we have these many operations. For HTTP these many operations. These are all the connector names. These are all the operation names. Remember that. And in our case, to create a notification, what we need to, to send alert or to create any email alert, you need to use create notification operation. So let's drag and drop that create notification, and after this data view. This data view contains book added successfully something response, right? So after that we have added create notification. Let's see how to configure this create notification. Let me just maximize this. And here see, these are all the red marks, which means these two are the mandatory you need to configure. So let's click on add, and it is using basic authentication. Let's leave it as it is. This here we need to provide our Cloudhub username and password and our environment, because in our Cloudhub we are going to create these alerts, right? So we need to provide those details. So my username, my Cloudhub password, and environment, which environment you are going to generate this alert. In our case it is dev, right? So you need to select dev. So here by default AnyPoint platform URL is this one. If your organization is using Europe specific EU specific URL, you can change this URL accordingly. But usually we will follow US only, but real-time project sometimes it will follow Europe region. In that case we need to ask this URL and you can just fill it. Okay, so let's click OK. That's it. So domain, here domain means your application name. Here for which application you are going to generate the alert. Sorry, this is our system application, right? We are going to use it on top of system API. So let's go to settings, and this is your domain. You can maybe give just application name. You need to give cloudhub.io. Let's check that as well. You can remove this, but let's see. Okay, so what is the other mandatory field? It is priority. In our case it is info. So 3 priority levels: error, info, warn. In Cloudhub also we have seen critical, info, warning, right? So critical means error. So these two are the mapping fields. If you select error here, you need to select critical there in the Cloudhub. So now in our case it is info. So let's select info. Okay. So that's it. Now you no need to give email subject or email body here, because we have to configure email subject body here in the alert. We have already seen that, but we have not yet created the alert for this particular book added successfully resource. We will do that. Okay, before that you need to deploy this application, but we have already created one alert. Like once this application is deployed successfully, it should trigger and it should send you the email notification, right? So we are good. Maybe we can deploy this application to Cloudhub. Let me just export as a jar file. In our next classes we will see CI/CD also. So in that case you no need to deploy this manually by using this method. You can just commit the code and it will automatically get deployed by triggering the pipeline. right? So I am exporting this jar file into my downloads. So to redeploy any application, you don't need to click on deploy application and all. You can just go to your application. This is the system application. I want to redeploy and go to settings, and you can select the new generated file and then click on apply changes. Okay, so it is not yet generated, I guess. Yeah, it is generated now. So let's go to this Cloudhub, runtime manager and dev environment and your application. You need to make sure everything before you deploy. So let's click on choose file and select the upload file. Select your jar file which you generated right now. It is in the downloads. So select this and let's leave the options as it is. Let's click on apply changes. So it will get uploaded. It will start deployment. Let's wait this to be deployed, and once this is deployed successfully, we are expecting one mail to be generated to us. Let's see that part first, then we will create one more alert and we will see by testing this post application. Once new book is added, then you need to get the alert. We can test that part later. So let's wait this to be deployed. So it is successfully deployed. So as per our configuration, you should generate one alert message like deployment success or something like that, right? So let's go to the mail which I have given. So this is the Cloud Technologies mail which I have given. See, we got one mail like no reply, info deployment success. Like this, you will get one mail. See, Anypoint Platform alert notification. Okay, see, you are receiving this alert because the deployment of this application, which application? The system API. This we have not given anywhere. It is taken dynamically from the Anypoint platform, right? So SAP has succeeded. So this is deployment success notification alert. So likewise, if we configure any other new alert, once we trigger this flow, like to create a new book or to add a new book into the database, once we trigger this flow, then it will get send one more mail like that. I mean, the something like if the book is added successfully, something like that, it will generate one more mail. So let's create that alert. Okay, so to do that, go to the alerts, click on this plus and create new alert, just like we did earlier. New book added notification. This title is just for our understanding purpose, so you can give any name here. Okay, right, this is also kind of info and it is application. This is Cloudhub application and our application is system API. Right, now the condition, now this time it is custom application notification, because now we have added this alert manually for our own requirement. It is not a predefined conditions defined by MuleSoft or Cloudhub, right? So you need to select the custom application, and the priority you can maybe leave it info or leave it any. And it contains, if we have this contain field, means you need to give any static message here. In that static message some words are there, now you can add those words over there. So maybe I can just add this complete line. So whenever we see this book added successfully message, it means the book is successfully added to the database. So in that case I need to get this alert. So it contains means the word or the message which is available in the just before this connector in the data view, the static message or maybe dynamic message generated in the payload. You can take any value from there also. But in our case, this book added successfully statement is the static message. So I have just copied everything and I have given it. And as I said, like you cannot modify subject or message in this trial account. So let me give my account again. So my name Cloud Technologies, or maybe let me just add cloudtechnologies@gmail.com. submit. So let me just click submit. So when this alert will get triggered, or when you will get this email, once you test this create book functionality. So let me go to the Postman. And as I said, I have set up my system from scratch, so I don't have this add book ramel also. Let me check. Okay, let me check. Yeah. So before we test that post request, I think I did some mistake. Just I will let you know. This is API. Wait 1 second. Let me just. Okay, fine. So before test this, what I did. Okay, let me just copy that URL. Access API URL. Just give me 1 minute, it is throwing something. Yeah. So let me go to runtime manager. Please ignore that previous screen. It is about installing some other software. It is showing some screen. So yeah, we are going to test this system API for the post request, right? So let me just copy this. You can just copy it from here. I lost that actually. So that is why I'm just reframing it. Okay, fine. So, but before that, we did a mistake. I mean, I did a mistake while explaining this Cloudhub configuration connector. I corrected it and I redeployed that application. I'll show you what I have done. Okay, so this while configuring this create notification connector, here the domain name is same. I mean, you don't need to include that cloudhub.io or something. You don't need to include that. Only till the application name, whatever the application name you have given, this application name. This will be enough. That is the first point. We don't need to add this domain USUE to cloudhub.io. We don't need to add. That is first point you need to remember. Second point, whatever the message you are going to send, you need to send those payload here. Send that payload here. I mean, you can write the payload here. That is the second point. Like by using this payload message only, we are going to create the alerts. Let me just show you again. New book added notification. We have created it, right? So we have added this contains message. That contains message should be part of this payload while we are sending it to the notification. And main important thing is, here earlier I have shown like we just added the dev environment, but we should not give the environment names. We need to give the environment ID. Otherwise you will get some error like invalid privileges or something. Okay, I missed this part previously. So we need to add this environment ID. Okay, so from where you will get this environment ID? Instead of writing dev, stage or prod, you need to provide the ID directly. So from where you will get this environment ID, I'll show you. So in which environment you are going to deploy your application, or in which environment you are going to create this alert. Here in our case, it is dev environment, right? So from where you will get this means, let's go to the access management. But in your real-time project, you will not have access to this access management feature. You can ask this environment ID with your ops team or AMS team or any other team specific to these operations. You will not get access. So in our case, it is a trial account only, so we can get this. So what we can do, we need to go to business groups. We need to click on our business group. Here these are the environments. Go to environments, and once you click here, once you click on this environment, the client ID secret which it is showing, it is the client ID client secret of this dev environment. But whenever you click any environment name here, observe carefully. Here after this, in the URL, after the environments, you will get one ID. This is your environment ID. When you click on dev, this is one ID get generated. Let's just verify. When you click on prod, the environment ID will get different. See now 89C and D97. When you click on stage, this is different. 3C0 or F58. So, but in our case, it is dev environment. So, it is the environment ID. You can copy it from here. After this environments and after the slash, one value will be there. That value is your environment ID. You can copy it from there and paste it here. But you need to remember this value also we are going to send by using property files in general. That is common. If you want to add any value, you should not add the value directly like this. This is called hard coding. We already discussed it. So as to save some time, I am just giving these values directly here. But don't give these values. Add these values in the properties file and refer these values from the properties file. Okay. So these are all the major changes we need to do, and I have done these changes and I have deployed it into the Cloudhub. So let's test this now. Okay. So let me go to this alerts, runtime manager, where our application is there. So here we have created alert. All right. Okay. Let it be. So what we need to test, we need to create a new book. Then once we got the response, we need to get the email alert also. So let's test that. But before that, let me change this data something. Create time hours 5 and rating 5 and the title is test book something test cloth. And it is genre is comedy, something like that. Let it be author clut. Okay, let me try to hit this endpoint. Yeah, 201 created. Book is added successfully. Book code is 116. So whenever you see this, this is your response. But what we configured after generating this response, you need to get one notification. You need to get an email also if book is added successfully. So we have already done the alert configuration and all. Let's check the email. Yeah, see. Now I received the email. clarktechnologies@gmail.com. This email ID only I have given while creating the alert. Here you can give any number of email IDs. See here I have given only this one. So that is why for this email it is getting generated. So you can find out by using this subject notification. We have created it as a custom application notification, right? So info level custom application notification. Inside that you will find like the application has a new all notification, book added successfully. This is your payload message. Whatever the payload message you added here, this message will be coming into your email. You can add dynamic values also here like payload.book ID, something like that. We can add anything. But whatever the message we are going to add here, or whatever the message you mapped here with this some other message field, that will be coming as a email body. Right. So this is how you can generate the alerts, custom alerts as well as predefined alerts. We have seen already predefined alerts also first for the deployment purpose. So whenever if you have a requirement to generate any alerts, you can follow this. But in your real-time project, you can edit this subject and message also. You can give your own subject line. I mean, it's not like our own subject line. It's related to that project. Instead of custom application notification, maybe you can just add something for that project name or something like that. You can change the body format also in some represented way and in a beautiful way. Maybe here it is just like a text, right? You can just add one more line and you can give more information for this body like that. You can do all these changes if it is a licensed account. Right, so this is how we can work with alerts. So I think that's it for this video. In our next video we will see next topic, maybe probably CI/CD. Let's see that. Okay, thank you.